Section 28 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11, Part 1, 1712 to 1756. Montcalm. On the 18th of May, 1756, England, after a year of open hostility, at length declared war. She had attacked France by land and sea, turned loose her ships to prey on French commerce, and brought some 300 prizes into her ports. It was the act of a weak government, supplying by spasms of violence what it lacked in considerate resolution. France, no match for her amphibious enemy in the game of marine depredation, cried out in horror, and to emphasize her complaints and signalize a pretended good faith which her acts had belied, ostentatiously released a British frigate captured by her cruisers. She, in her turn, declared war on the 9th of June, and now began the most terrible conflict of the 18th century, one that convulsed Europe and shook America, India, the coasts of Africa, and the islands of the sea. In Europe, the ground was trembling already with the coming earthquake. Such smothered discords, such animosities, ambitions, jealousies, possessed the rival governments. Such entanglements of treaties and alliances, offensive or defensive, open or secret, that a blow at one point shook the whole fabric. Hanover, like the heel of Achilles, was the vulnerable part for which England was always trembling. Therefore she made a defensive treaty with Prussia, by which each party bound itself to aid the other should its territory be invaded. England thus sought a guarantee against France, and Prussia against Russia. She had need. Her king, Frederick the Great, had drawn upon himself an avalanche. 3 women, 2 empresses, and a concubine controlled the forces of the 3 great nations, Austria, Russia, and France, and they all hated him. Elizabeth of Russia, by reason of a distrust fomented by secret intrigue and turned into gall by the biting tongue of Frederick himself, who had gibed at her amours, compared her to Messalina and called her infâme catin du Nord. Marie Theresa of Austria, because she saw in him a rebellious vassal of the Holy Roman Empire, and above all because he had robbed her of Silesia. Madame de Pompadour, because when she sent him a message of compliment, he answered, "Je ne la connais pas," forbade his ambassador to visit her, and in his mocking wit spared neither her nor her royal lover. Feminine pique, revenge, or vanity had then at their service the mightiest armaments of Europe. The recovery of Silesia and the punishment of Frederick for his audacity in seizing it possessed the mind of Maria Theresa with the force of a ruling passion. To these ends she had joined herself in secret league with Russia, and now, at the prompting of her minister Kaunitz, she courted the alliance of France. It was a reversal of the hereditary policy of Austria, joining hands with an old and deadly foe, and spurning England, of late her most trusty ally. But France could give powerful aid against Frederick, and hence Maria Theresa, virtuous as she was high-born and proud, stooped to make advances to the all-powerful mistress of Louis XV. wrote her flattering letters, and addressed her, it is said, as ma chère cousine. Pompadour was delighted, and could hardly do enough for her imperial friend. She ruled the king, and could make and unmake ministers at will. They hastened to do her pleasure, disguising their subserviency by dressing it out in specious reasons of state. A conference in her summer house, called Babiole, Bauble, prepared the way for a treaty which involved the nation in the anti-Prussian war, and made it the instrument of Austria in the attempt to humble Frederick, an attempt which, if successful, would give the hereditary enemy of France a predominance over Germany. France engaged to aid the cause with 24,000 men, but in the zeal of her rulers began with 100,000. Thus the three great powers stood leagued against Prussia. Sweden and Saxony joined them, and the empire itself, of which Prussia was a part, took arms against its obnoxious member. Never in Europe had power been more centralized, and never in France had the reins been held by persons so pitiful, impelled by motives so contemptible. The levity, vanity, and spite of a concubine became a mighty engine to influence the destinies of nations. Louis XV, enervated by pleasures and devoured by ennui, still had his emotions. He shared Pompadour's detestation of Frederick, and he was tormented at times by a lively fear of damnation. But how damn a king who had entered the lists as champion of the Church? England was Protestant, and so was Prussia. Austria was supremely Catholic. Was it not a merit in the eyes of God to join her in holy war against the powers of heresy? The king of the Parc aux Cerfs would propitiate heaven by a new crusade. Henceforth France was to turn her strength against her European foes, and the American war, the occasion of the universal outbreak, was to hold in her eyes a second place. The reasons were several. The vanity of Pompadour, infatuated by the advances of the Empress Queen, and eager to secure her good graces; the superstition of the king, the anger of both against Frederick, the desire of D'Argenson, Minister of War, that the army, and not the navy, should play the foremost part, and the passion of courtiers and nobles, ignorant of the naval service, to win laurels in a continental war, all conspired to one end. It was the interest of France to turn her strength against her only dangerous rival, to continue as she had begun, in building up a naval power that could face England on the seas and sustain her own rising colonies in America, India, and the West Indies. For she too might have multiplied herself, planted her language and her race all over the globe, and grown with the growth of her children, had she not been at the mercy of an effeminate profligate, a mistress turned procuress, and the favorites to whom they delegated power. Still, something must be done for the American war. At least there must be a new general to replace Dieskau. None of the court favorites wanted a command in the backwoods, and the Minister of War was free to choose whom he would. His choice fell on Louis Joseph, Marquis de Montcalm, Gozon de Saint-Véran. Montcalm was born in the south of France, at the Château of Candiac, near Nîmes, on the 29th of February, 1712. At the age of 6 he was placed in the charge of one Dumas, a natural son of his grandfather. This man, a conscientious pedant with many theories of education, ruled his pupil stiffly, and before the age of 15 gave him a good knowledge of Latin, Greek, and history. Young Montcalm had a taste for books, continued his reading in such intervals of leisure as camps and garrisons afforded, and cherished to the end of his life the ambition of becoming a member of the Academy. Yet, with all his liking for study, he sometimes revolted against the sway of the pedagogue, who wrote letters of complaint to his father, protesting against the judgment of the vulgar, who, contrary to the experience of ages, say that if children are well reproved, they will correct their faults. Dumas, however, was not without sense, as is shown by another letter to the elder Montcalm, in which he says that the boy had better be ignorant of Latin and Greek than know them as he does without knowing how to read, write, and speak French well. The main difficulty was to make him write a good hand, a point in which he signally failed to the day of his death. So refractory was he at times that his master despaired. Monsieur de Montcalm, Dumas informs the father, has great need of docility, industry, and willingness to take advice. What will become of him? The pupil, aware of these aspersions, met them by writing to his father his own ideas of what his aims should be. First, to be an honorable man, of good morals, brave, and a Christian. Secondly, to read in moderation, to know as much Greek and Latin as most men of the world, also the 4 rules of arithmetic, and something of history, geography, and French and Latin belles lettres, as well as to have a taste for the arts and sciences. Thirdly, and above all, to be obedient, docile, and very submissive to your orders and those of my dear mother, and also to defer to the advice of Monsieur Dumas. Fourthly, to fence and ride as well as my small abilities will permit. If Louis de Montcalm failed to satisfy his preceptor, he had a brother who made ample amends. Of this infant prodigy it is related that at 6 years he knew Latin, Greek, and Hebrew, and had some acquaintance with arithmetic, French history, geography, and heraldry. He was destined for the church, but died at the age of 7, his precocious brain having been urged to fatal activity by the exertions of Dumas. Other destinies and a more wholesome growth were the lot of young Louis. At 15 he joined the army as ensign in the regiment of Hainaut. 2 years after, his father bought him a captaincy, and he was first under fire at the siege of Philipsbourg. His father died in 1735, and left him heir to a considerable landed estate, much embarrassed by debt. The Marquis de la Fère, a friend of the family, soon after sought for him an advantageous marriage to strengthen his position and increase his prospects of promotion, and he accordingly espoused Mademoiselle Angélique Louise Talon de Boulay, a union which brought him influential alliances and some property. Madame de Montcalm bore him 10 children, of whom only 2 sons and 4 daughters were living in 1752. May God preserve them all, he writes in his autobiography, and make them prosper for this world and the next, Perhaps it will be thought that the number is large for so moderate a fortune, especially as 4 of them are girls. But does God ever abandon his children in their need? Aux petites des oiseaux, il donne la pâture, et sa bonté s'étend sur toute la nature. He was pious in his soldierly way and ardently loyal to church and king. His family seat was Candiac, where, in the intervals of campaigning, he found repose with his wife, his children, and his mother, who was a woman of remarkable force of character, and who held great influence over her son. He had a strong attachment to this home of his childhood, and in after years, out of the midst of the American wilderness, his thoughts turned longingly towards it. Quand reverrai-je mon cher Candiac? In 1741, Montcalm took part in the Bohemian campaign. He was made colonel of the regiment of Auxerrois 2 years later, and passed unharmed through the severe campaign of 1744. In the next year he fought in Italy under Maréchal de Maillebois. In 1746, at the disastrous action under the walls of Piacenza, where he twice rallied his regiment, he received 5 sabre cuts, 2 of which were in the head, and was made prisoner. Returning to France on parole, he was promoted in the year following to the rank of brigadier, and being soon after exchanged, rejoined the army, and was again wounded by a musket shot. The peace of Aix-la-Chapelle now gave him a period of rest. At length, being on a visit to Paris late in the autumn of 1755, the minister d'Argenson hinted to him that he might be appointed to command the troops in America. He heard no more of the matter till, after his return home, he received from d'Argenson a letter dated at Versailles the 25th of January at midnight. Perhaps, monsieur, it began, you did not expect to hear from me again on the subject of the conversation I had with you the day you came to bid me farewell at Paris. Nevertheless, I have not forgotten for a moment the suggestion I then made you, and it is with the greatest pleasure that I announce to you that my views have prevailed. The King has chosen you to command his troops in North America, and will honor you on your departure with the rank of Major General. The Chevalier de Lévis, afterwards Marshal of France, was named as his second in command, with the rank of brigadier, and the Chevalier de Bourlamaque as his third, with the rank of colonel. But what especially pleased him was the appointment of his eldest son to command a regiment in France. He set out from Candiac for the court, and occupied himself on the way with reading Charlevoix. I take great pleasure in it, he writes from Lyons to his mother. He gives a pleasant account of Quebec. But be comforted, I shall always be glad to come home. At Paris he writes again, don't expect any long letter from me before the 1st of March. All my business will be done by that time, and I shall begin to breathe again. I have not yet seen the Chevalier de Montcalm, his son. Last night I came from Versailles, and am going back tomorrow. The King gives me 25,000 francs a year, as he did to Monsieur Dieskau, besides 12,000 for my equipment, which will cost me above 1,000 crowns more, but I cannot stop for that. I embrace my dearest and all the family. A few days later his son joined him. He is as thin and delicate as ever, but grows prodigiously tall. On the 2nd of March he informs his mother, My affairs begin to get on. A good part of the baggage went off the day before yesterday in the King's wagons. An assistant cook and 2 liverymen yesterday. I have got a good cook. Esteve, my secretary, will go on the 8th. Joseph and Dijon will follow me. Tomorrow evening I go to Versailles till Sunday, and will write from there to Madame de Montcalm, his wife. I have 3 aides-de-camp, one of them Bougainville, a man of parts, pleasant company. Madame Mazard was happily delivered on Wednesday, in extremity on Friday with a malignant fever. Saturday and yesterday reports favourable. I go there twice a day, and am just going now. She has a girl. I embrace you all. Again on the 15th. In a few hours I set out for Brest. Yesterday I presented my son, with whom I am well pleased, to all the royal family. I shall have a secretary at Brest, and will write more at length. On the 18th he writes from Rennes to his wife. I arrived, dearest, this morning, and stay here all day. I shall be at Brest on the 21st. Everything will be on board on the 26th. My son has been here since yesterday for me to coach him and get him a uniform made, in which he will give thanks for his regiment at the same time that I take leave in my embroidered coat. Perhaps I shall leave debts behind. I wait impatiently for the bills. You have my will. I wish you would get it copied and send it to me before I sail. Reaching Brest, the place of embarkation, he writes to his mother, I have business on hand still. My health is good, and the passage will be a time of rest. I embrace you and my dearest and my daughters. Love to all the family. I shall write up to the last moment. No translation can give an idea of the rapid, abrupt, elliptical style of this familiar correspondence, where the meaning is sometimes suggested by a single word, unintelligible to any but those for whom it is written. At the end of March, Montcalm, with all his following, was ready to embark, and 3 ships of the line, the Leopard, the Heroes, and the Illustre, fitted out as transports, were ready to receive the troops, while the general, with Lévis and Bourlamaque, were to take passage in the frigates Licorne, Sauvage, and Sirène. I like the Chevalier de Lévis, says Montcalm, and I think he likes me. His first aide-de-camp, Bougainville, pleased him, if possible, still more. This young man, son of a notary, had begun life as an advocate in the Parliament of Paris, where his abilities and learning had already made him conspicuous, when he resigned the gown for the sword and became a captain of dragoons. He was destined in later life to win laurels in another career, and to become one of the most illustrious of French navigators. Montcalm, himself a scholar, prized his varied talents and accomplishments, and soon learned to feel for him a strong personal regard. The troops destined for Canada were only 2 battalions, one belonging to the regiment of La Sarre, and the other to that of Royal Roussillon Louis XV, and Pompadour sent 100,000 men to fight the battles of Austria, and could spare but 1,200 to reinforce New France. These troops marched into Brest at early morning, breakfasted in the town, and went at once on board the transports, with an incredible gaiety, says Bougainville. What a nation is ours! Happy he who commands it, and commands it worthily. Montcalm and he embarked in the Licorne, and sailed on the 3rd of April, leaving Lévis and Bourlamaque to follow a few days later. The voyage was a rough one. I have been fortunate, writes Montcalm to his wife, in not being ill nor at all incommoded by the heavy gale we had in Holy Week. It was not so with those who were with me, especially Monsieur Estève, my secretary, and Joseph, who suffered cruelly, 17 days without being able to take anything but water. The season was very early for such a hard voyage, and it was fortunate that the winter has been so mild. We had very favourable weather till Monday the 12th, but since then, till Saturday evening, we had rough weather with a gale that lasted 90 hours, and put us in real danger. The forecastle was always under water, and the waves broke twice over the quarter-deck. From the 27th of April to the evening of the 4th of May, we had fogs, great cold, and an amazing quantity of icebergs. On the 30th, when luckily the fog lifted for a time, we counted 16 of them. The day before, one drifted under the bowsprit, grazed it, and might have crushed us if the deck officer had not called out quickly, "Luff." After speaking of our troubles and sufferings, I must tell you of our pleasures, which were fishing for cod and eating it. The taste is exquisite. The head, tongue, and liver are morsels worthy of an epicure. Still, I would not advise anybody to make the voyage for their sake. My health is as good as it has been for a long time. I found it a good plan to eat little and take no supper, a little tea now and again, and plenty of lemonade. Nevertheless, I have taken very little liking for the sea, and I think that when I shall be so happy as to rejoin you, I shall end my voyages there. I don't know when this letter will go. I shall send it by the first ship that returns to France, and keep on writing till then. It is pleasant, I know, to hear particulars about the people one loves, and I thought that my mother and you, my dearest and most beloved, would be glad to read all these dull details. We heard Mass on Easter Day. All the week before it was impossible because the ship rolled so that I could hardly keep my legs. If I had dared, I think I should have had myself lashed fast. I shall not soon forget that Holy Week. The letter was written on the 11th of May in the St. Lawrence, where the ship lay at anchor, 10 leagues below Quebec, stopped by ice from proceeding farther. Montcalm made his way to the town by land, and soon after learned with great satisfaction that the other ships were safe in the river below. "I see," he writes again, "that I shall have plenty of work. Our campaign will soon begin. Everything is in motion. Don't expect details about our operations. Generals never speak of movements till they are over. I can only tell you that the winter has been quiet enough, though the savages have made great havoc in Pennsylvania and Virginia, and carried off, according to their custom, men, women, and children. I beg you will have high mass said at Montpelier or Vauvert to thank God for our safe arrival and ask for good success in future." End of section 28. Section 29 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11, Part 2. Vaudreuil, the Governor-General, was at Montreal, and Montcalm sent a courier to inform him of his arrival. He soon went thither in person, and the two men met for the first time. The new general was not welcome to Vaudreuil, who had hoped to command the troops himself, and had represented to the court that it was needless and inexpedient to send out a general officer from France. The court had not accepted his views, and hence it was with more curiosity than satisfaction that he greeted the colleague who had been assigned him. He saw before him a man of small stature, with a lively countenance, a keen eye, and in moments of animation, rapid, vehement utterance, and nervous gesticulation. Montcalm, we may suppose, regarded the governor with no less attention. Pierre-François Rigaud, Marquis de Vaudreuil, who had governed Canada early in the century, and he himself had been governor of Louisiana. He had not the force of character which his position demanded, lacked decision in time of crisis, and, though tenacious of authority, was more jealous in asserting than self-reliant in exercising it. One of his traits was a sensitive egotism, which made him forward to proclaim his own part in every success, and to throw on others the burden of every failure. He was facile by nature, and capable of being led by such as had skill and temper for the task. But the impetuous Montcalm was not of their number, and the fact that he was born in France would in itself have thrown obstacles in his way to the good graces of the governor. Vaudreuil, Canadian by birth, loved the colony and its people, and distrusted old France and all that came of it. He had been bred, moreover, to the naval service, and like other Canadian governors, his official correspondence was with the Minister of Marine, while that of Montcalm was with the Minister of War. Even had nature made him less suspicious, his relations with the general would have been critical. Montcalm commanded the regulars from France, whose very presence was in the eyes of Vaudreuil an evil, though a necessary one. Their chief was, it is true, subordinate to him in virtue of his office of governor, yet it was clear that for the conduct of the war the trust of the government was mainly in Montcalm, and the Minister of War had even suggested that he should have the immediate command, not only of the troops from France, but of the colony regulars and the militia. An order of the King to this effect was sent to Vaudreuil, with instructions to communicate it to Montcalm, or withhold it as he should think best. He lost no time in replying that the general ought to concern himself with nothing but the command of the troops from France, and he returned the order to the minister who sent it. The governor and the general represented the two parties which were soon to divide Canada, those of New France and of Old. A like antagonism was seen in the forces commanded by the two chiefs. These were of three kinds: the troops de terre, troops of the line or regulars from France, the troops de la marine or colony regulars, and lastly the militia. The first consisted of the 4 battalions that had come over with Dieskau and the 2 that had come with Montcalm, comprising in all a little less than 3,000 men. Besides these, the battalions of Artois and Bourgogne, to the number of 1,100 men, were in garrison at Louisbourg. All these troops wore a white uniform faced with blue, red, yellow, or violet, a black 3-cornered hat, and gaiters, generally black from the foot to the knee. The subaltern officers in the French service were very numerous, and were drawn chiefly from the class of lesser nobles. A well-informed French writer calls them a generation of petits maîtres, dissolute, frivolous, heedless, light-witted, but brave always, and ready to die with their soldiers, though not to suffer with them. In fact, the course of the war was to show plainly that in Europe the regiments of France were no longer what they had once been. It was not so with those who fought in America. Here, for enduring gallantry, officers and men alike deserve nothing but praise. The Troupe de la Marine had for a long time formed the permanent military establishment of Canada. Though attached to the Naval Department, they served on land and were employed as a police within the limits of the colony, or as garrisons of the outlying forts, where their officers busied themselves more with fur trading than with their military duties. Thus they had become ill-disciplined and inefficient, till the hard hand of Duquesne restored them to order. They originally consisted of 28 independent companies, increased in 1750 to 30 companies, at first of 50 and afterwards of 65 men each, forming a total of 1,950 rank and file. In March 1757, 10 more companies were added. Their uniform was not unlike that of the troops attached to the War Department, being white with black facings. They were enlisted for the most part in France, but when their term of service expired, and even before in time of peace, they were encouraged to become settlers in the colony, as was also the case with their officers, of whom a great part were of European birth. Thus the relations of the Troupes de la Marine with the colony were close, and formed a sort of connecting link between the troops of the line and the native militia. Besides these colony regulars, there was a company of colonial artillery, consisting this year of 70 men, and replaced in 1757 by 2 companies of 50 men each. All the effective male population of Canada, from 15 years to 60, was enrolled in the militia, and called into service at the will of the governor. They received arms, clothing, equipment, and rations from the king, but no pay, and instead of tents they made themselves huts of bark or branches. The best of them were drawn from the upper parts of the colony, where habits of bush-ranging were still in full activity. Their fighting qualities were much like those of the Indians, whom they rivaled in endurance and in the arts of forest war. As bush-fighters they had few equals. They fought well behind earthworks, and were good at a surprise or sudden dash. But for regular battle on the open field they were of small account, being disorderly and apt to break and take to cover at the moment of crisis. They had no idea of the great operations of war. At first they despised the regulars for their ignorance of woodcraft, and thought themselves able to defend the colony alone, while the regulars regarded them in turn with a contempt no less unjust. They were excessively given to gasconade, and every true Canadian boasted himself a match for 3 Englishmen at least. In 1750 the militia of all ranks counted about 13,000, and 8 years later the number had increased to about 15,000. Until the last 2 years of the war, those employed in actual warfare were but few. Even in the critical year 1758, only about 1,100 were called to arms, except for 2 or 3 weeks in summer, though about 4,000 were employed in transporting troops and supplies, for which service they received pay. To the white fighting force of the colony are to be added the red men. The most trusty of them were the mission Indians, living within or near the settled limits of Canada, chiefly the Hurons of Lorette, the Abenakis of St. Francis and Batiscan, the Iroquois of Caughnawaga and La Présentation, and the Iroquois and Algonquins of the two mountains on the Ottawa. Besides these, all the warriors of the west and north, from Lake Superior to the Ohio, and from the Alleghanies to the Mississippi, were now at the beck of France. As to the Iroquois or Five Nations, who remained in their ancient seats within the present limits of New York, their power and pride had greatly fallen, and crowded as they were between the French and the English, they were in a state of vacillation, some leaning to one side, some to the other, and some to each in turn. As a whole, the best that France could expect from them was neutrality. Montcalm at Montreal had more visits than he liked from his red allies. "They are vilains, messieurs," he informs his mother, "even when fresh from their toilet, at which they pass their lives. You would not believe it, but the men always carry to war, along with their tomahawk and gun, a mirror to daub their faces with various colors, and arrange feathers on their heads and rings in their ears and noses. They think it a great beauty to cut the rim of the ear and stretch it till it reaches the shoulder. Often they wear a laced coat with no shirt at all. You would take them for so many masqueraders or devils. One needs the patience of an angel to get on with them. Ever since I have been here, I have had nothing but visits, harangues, and deputations of these gentry. The Iroquois ladies, who always take part in their government, came also and did me the honor to bring me belts of wampum, which will oblige me to go to their village and sing the war song. They are only a little way off. Yesterday we had 83 warriors here, who have gone out to fight. They make war with astounding cruelty, sparing neither men, women, nor children, and take off your scalp very neatly, an operation which generally kills you. Everything is horribly dear in this country, and I shall find it hard to make the two ends of the year meet, with the 25,000 francs the King gives me. The Chevalier de Lévis did not join me till yesterday. His health is excellent. In a few days I shall send him to one camp, and Monsieur de Bourlamaque to another, for we have 3 of them, one at Carillon, 80 leagues from here, towards the place where Monsieur de Dieskau had his affair last year, another at Frontenac, 60 leagues, and the third at Niagara, 140 leagues. I don't know when or whither I shall go myself. That depends on the movements of the enemy. It seems to me that things move more slowly in this new world, and I shall have to moderate my activity accordingly. Nothing but the King's service and the wish to make a career for my son could prevent me from thinking too much of my expatriation, my distance from you, and the dull existence here, which would be duller still if I did not manage to keep some little of my natural gaiety. The military situation was somewhat perplexing. Iroquois spies had brought reports of great preparations on the part of the English. As neither party dared offend these wavering tribes, their warriors could pass with impunity from one to the other, and were paid by each for bringing information, not always trustworthy. They declared that the English were gathering in force to renew the attempt made by Johnson the year before against Crown Point and Ticonderoga, as well as that made by Shirley against Forts Frontenac and Niagara. Vaudreuil had spared no effort to meet the double danger. Lotbinière, a Canadian engineer, had been busied during the winter in fortifying Ticonderoga, while Pouchot, a captain in the battalion of Béarn, had rebuilt Niagara, and 2 French engineers were at work in strengthening the defences of Frontenac. The governor even hoped to take the offensive, anticipate the movements of the English, capture Oswego, and obtain the complete command of Lake Ontario. Early in the spring a blow had been struck which materially aided these schemes. The English had built 2 small forts to guard the great carrying place on the route to Oswego. One of these, Fort Williams, was on the Mohawk. The other, Fort Bull, a mere collection of storehouses surrounded by a palisade, was 4 miles distant, on the bank of Wood Creek. Here, a great quantity of stores and ammunition had imprudently been collected against the opening campaign. In February, Vaudreuil sent Léry, a colony officer, with 362 picked men, soldiers, Canadians, and Indians, to seize these 2 posts. Towards the end of March, after extreme hardship, they reached the road that connected them, and at 5:30 in the morning captured 12 men going with wagons to Fort Bull. Learning from them the weakness of that place, they dashed forward to surprise it. The 30 provincials of Shirley's regiment who formed the garrison had barely time to shut the gate, while the assailants fired on them through the loopholes, of which they got possession in the tumult. Léry called on the defenders to yield, but they refused and pelted the French for an hour with bullets and hand grenades. The gate was at last beat down with axes, and they were summoned again, but again refused and fired hotly through the opening. The French rushed in, shouting "Vive le Roi," and a frightful struggle followed. All the garrison were killed, except 2 or 3 who hid themselves till the slaughter was over. The fort was set on fire and blown to atoms by the explosion of the magazines, and Léry then withdrew, not venturing to attack Fort Williams. Johnson, warned by Indians of the approach of the French, had pushed up the Mohawk with reinforcements, but came too late. Vaudreuil, who always exaggerates any success in which he has had part, says that besides bombs, bullets, cannonballs, and other munitions, 45,000 pounds of gunpowder were destroyed on this occasion. It is certain that damage enough was done to retard English operations in the direction of Oswego, sufficiently to give the French time for securing all their posts on Lake Ontario. Before the end of June, this was in good measure done. The battalion of Béarn lay encamped before the now strong fort of Niagara, and the battalions of Guienne and La Sarre, with a body of Canadians, guarded Frontenac against attack. Those of Lorraine and Languedoc had been sent to Ticonderoga, while the governor, with Montcalm and Lévis, still remained at Montreal watching the turn of events. Hitherto came the intendant François Bigot, the most accomplished knave in Canada, yet indispensable for his vigor and executive skill. Bougainville, who had disarmed the jealousy of Vaudreuil, and now stood high in his good graces, and the adjutant general Montreuil, clearly a vain and pragmatic personage, who, having come to Canada with Dieskau the year before, thought it behooved him to give the general the advantage of his experience. "I like Monsieur de Montcalm very much," he writes to the minister, "and will do the impossible to deserve his confidence. I have spoken to him in the same terms as to Monsieur Dieskau. Thus, trust only the French regulars for an expedition, but use the Canadians and Indians to harass the enemy. Don't expose yourself. Send me to carry your orders to points of danger. The colony officers do not like those from France. The Canadians are independent, spiteful, lying, boastful, very good for skirmishing, very brave behind a tree, and very timid when not under cover. I think both sides will stand on the defensive. It does not seem to me that Monsieur de Montcalm means to attack the enemy, and I think he is right. In this country 1,000 men could stop 3,000. Monsieur de Vaudreuil overwhelms me with civilities," Montcalm writes to the Minister of War. "I think he is pleased with my conduct towards him, and that it persuades him that there are general officers in France who can act under his orders without prejudice or ill humor. I am on good terms with him," he says again, "but not in his confidence, which he never gives to anybody from France. His intentions are good, but he is slow and irresolute." Indians presently brought word that 10,000 English were coming to attack Ticonderoga. A reinforcement of colony regulars was at once dispatched to join the 2 battalions already there. A 3rd battalion, Royal Roussillon, was sent after them. The militia were called out and ordered to follow with all speed, while both Montcalm and Lévis hastened to the supposed scene of danger. They embarked in canoes on the Richelieu, coasted the shore of Lake Champlain, passed Fort Frederick or Crown Point, where all was activity and bustle, and reached Ticonderoga at the end of June. They found the fort, on which Lotbinière had been at work all winter, advanced towards completion. It stood on the crown of the promontory, and was a square with 4 bastions, a ditch blown out in some parts of the solid rock, bomb-proofs, barracks of stone, and a system of exterior defences as yet only begun. The rampart consisted of 2 parallel walls 10 feet apart, built of the trunks of trees, and held together by transverse logs dovetailed at both ends, the space between being filled with earth and gravel well packed. Such was the first Fort Ticonderoga, or Carillon, a structure quite distinct from the later fort of which the ruins still stand on the same spot. The forest had been hewn away for some distance around, and the tents of the regulars and huts of the Canadians had taken its place. Innumerable bark canoes lay along the strand, and gangs of men toiled at the unfinished works. Ticonderoga was now the most advanced position of the French, and Crown Point, which had before held that perilous honor, was in the second line. Lévis, to whom had been assigned the permanent command of this post of danger, set out on foot to explore the neighboring woods and mountains, and slept out several nights before he reappeared at the camp. "I do not think," says Montcalm, "that many high officers in Europe would have occasion to take such tramps as this. I cannot speak too well of him. Without being a man of brilliant parts, he has good experience, good sense, and a quick eye. And though I had served with him before, I never should have thought that he had such promptness and efficiency. He has turned his campaigns to good account." Lévis writes of his chief with equal warmth. "I do not know if the Marquis de Montcalm is pleased with me, but I am sure that I am very much so with him, and shall always be charmed to serve under his orders. It is not for me, Monseigneur, to speak of you of his merit and his talents. You know him better than anybody else, but I may have the honor of assuring you that he has pleased everybody in this colony, and manages affairs with the Indians extremely well. The danger from the English proved to be still remote, and there was ample leisure in the camp. Duchat, a young captain in the battalion of Languedoc, used it in writing to his father a long account of what he saw about him. The forests full of game, the ducks, geese, and partridges, the prodigious flocks of wild pigeons that darkened the air, the bears, the beavers, and above all the Indians, their canoes, dress, ball play, and dances. We are making here, says the military prophet, a place that history will not forget. The English colonies have 10 times more people than ours, but these wretches have not the least knowledge of war, and if they go out to fight, they must abandon wives, children, and all that they possess. Not a week passes but the French send them a band of hairdressers, whom they would be very glad to dispense with. It is incredible what a quantity of scalps they bring us. In Virginia they have committed unheard-of cruelties, carried off families, burned a great many houses, and killed an infinity of people. These miserable English are in the extremity of distress, and repent too late the unjust war they began against us. It is a pleasure to make war in Canada. One is troubled neither with horses nor baggage. The king provides everything. But it must be confessed that if it costs no money, one pays for it in another way, by seeing nothing but peas and bacon on the mess table. Luckily the lakes are full of fish, and both officers and soldiers have to turn fishermen. Meanwhile, at the head of Lake George, the raw bands of ever active New England were mustering for the fray. End of section 29. Section 30 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12, Part 1, 1756, Oswego. When at the end of the last year Shirley returned from his bootless Oswego campaign, he called a council of war at New York and laid before it his scheme for the next summer's operations. It was a comprehensive one: to master Lake Ontario by an overpowering naval force and seize the French forts upon it, Niagara, Frontenac, and Toronto; attack Ticonderoga and Crown Point on the one hand, and Fort Duquesne on the other, and at the same time perplex and divide the enemy by an inroad down the Chaudière upon the settlements about Quebec. The council approved the scheme, but to execute it, the provinces must raise at least 16,000 men. This they refused to do. Pennsylvania and Virginia would take no active part, and were content with defending themselves. The attack on Fort Duquesne was therefore abandoned, as was also the diversion towards Quebec. The New England colonies were discouraged by Johnson's failure to take Crown Point, doubtful of the military abilities of Shirley, and embarrassed by the debts of the last campaign. But when they learned that Parliament would grant a sum of money in partial compensation for their former sacrifices, they plunged into new debts without hesitation, and raised more men than the general had asked. Though, with their usual jealousy, they provided that their soldiers should be employed for no other purpose than the attack on Ticonderoga and Crown Point. Shirley chose John Winslow to command them, and gave them a commission to that effect, while he, to clinch his authority, asked and obtained supplementary commissions from every governor that gave men to the expedition. For the movement against the fort of Lake Ontario, which Shirley meant to command in person, he had the remains of his own and Pepperell's regiments, the 2 shattered battalions brought over by Braddock, the Jersey Blues, 4 provincial companies from North Carolina, and the 4 King's companies of New York. His first care was to recruit their ranks and raise them to their full complement, which, when effected, would bring them up to the insufficient strength of about 4,400 men. While he was struggling with contradictions and cross-purposes, a withering blow fell upon him. He learned that he was superseded in the command. The cabal formed against him, with Delancey at its head, had won over Sir Charles Hardy, the new governor of New York, and had painted Shirley's conduct in such colour that the ministry removed him. It was essential for the campaign that a successor should be sent at once, to form plans on the spot and make preparations accordingly. The ministry were in no such haste. It was presently announced that Colonel David Webb would be sent to America, followed by General James Abercrombie, who was to be followed in turn by the Earl of Loudon, the destined commander-in-chief. Shirley was to resign his command to Webb, Webb to Abercrombie, and Abercrombie to Loudon. It chanced that the 2 former arrived in June at about the same time, while the Earl came in July, and meanwhile it devolved on Shirley to make ready for them. Unable to divine what their plans would be, he prepared the campaign in accordance with his own. His star, so bright a 12-month before, was now miserably dimmed. In both his public and private life he was the butt of adversity. He had lost 2 promising sons. He had made a mortifying failure as a soldier, and triumphant enemies were rejoicing in his fall. It is to the credit of his firmness and his zeal in the cause that he set himself to his task with as much vigor as if he and not others were to gather the fruits. His chief care was for his favorite enterprise in the direction of Lake Ontario. Making Albany his headquarters, he rebuilt the fort at the great carrying place destroyed in March by the French, sent troops to guard the perilous route to Oswego, and gathered provisions and stores at the posts along the way. Meanwhile, the New England men, strengthened by the levies of New York, were mustering at Albany for the attack of Crown Point. At the end of May, they moved a short distance up the Hudson and encamped at a place called Half Moon, where the navigation was stopped by rapids. Here and at the posts above were gathered something more than 5,000 men, as raw and untrained as those led by Johnson in the summer before. The 4 New England colonies were much alike in their way of raising and equipping men, and the example of Massachusetts may serve for them all. The Assembly, or General Court, voted the required number and chose a committee of war authorized to impress provisions, munitions, stores, clothing, tools, and other necessaries, for which fair prices were to be paid within 6 months. The governor issued a proclamation calling for volunteers, If the full number did not appear within the time named, the colonels of militia were ordered to muster their regiments and immediately draft out of them enough men to meet the need. A bounty of $6 was offered this year to stimulate enlistment, and the pay of a private soldier was fixed at £1 6s. a month, Massachusetts currency. If he brought a gun, he had an additional bounty of $2. A powder horn, bullet pouch, blanket, knapsack, and wooden bottle or canteen were supplied by the province, and if he brought no gun of his own, a musket was given him, for which, as for the other articles, he was to account at the end of the campaign. In the next year it was announced that the soldier should receive, besides his pay, a coat and soldier's hat. The coat was of coarse blue cloth, to which breeches of red or blue were afterwards added. Along with his rations he was promised a gill of rum each day, a privilege of which he was extremely jealous, deeply resenting every abridgment of it. He was enlisted for the campaign and could not be required to serve above a year at farthest. The complement of a regiment was 500, divided into companies of 50, and as the men and officers of each were drawn from the same neighborhood, they generally knew each other. The officers, though nominally appointed by the Assembly, were for the most part the virtual choice of the soldiers themselves, from whom they were often indistinguishable in character and social standing. Hence, discipline was weak. The pay, or, as it was called, the wages of a colonel, was £12 16s. Massachusetts currency a month, that of a captain £5 8s, an advance on the pay of the last year, and that of a chaplain £6 8s. Penalties were enacted against irreligion, immorality, drunkenness, debauchery, and profaneness. The ordinary punishments were the wooden horse, irons, or in bad cases, flogging. Much difficulty arose from the different rules adopted by the various colonies for the regulation of their soldiers. Nor was this the only source of trouble. Besides its war committee, the Assembly of each of the 4 New England colonies chose another committee for clothing, arming, paying, victualling, and transporting its troops. They were to go to the scene of operations, hire wagons, oxen, and horses, build boats and vessels, and charge themselves with the conveyance of all supplies belonging to their respective governments. They were to keep in correspondence with the Committee of War at home, to whom they were responsible, and the officer commanding the contingent of their colony was required to furnish them with guards and escorts. Thus, 4 independent committees were engaged in the work of transportation at the same time, over the same roads, for the same object. Each colony chose to keep the control of its property in its own hands. The inconveniences were obvious. "I wish to God," wrote Lord Loudon to Winslow, "you could persuade your people to go all one way." The committees themselves did not always find their task agreeable. One of the number, John Ashley of Massachusetts, writes in dudgeon to Governor Phipps, "Sir, I am apt to think that things have been misrepresented to your honour, or else I am certain I should not suffer in my character, and be styled a damned rascal, and ought to be put in irons, etc., when I am certain I have exerted myself to the utmost of my ability to expedite the business assigned me by the General Court." At length, late in the autumn, Loudon persuaded the colonies to forego this troublesome sort of independence and turn over their stores to the Commissary General, receipts being duly given. From Winslow's headquarters at Half Moon, a road led along the banks of the Hudson to Stillwater, whence there was water carriage to Saratoga. Here stores were again placed in wagons and carried several miles to Upper Falls, thence by boat to Fort Edward, and thence 14 miles across country to Fort William Henry at Lake George, where the army was to embark for Ticonderoga. Each of the points of transit below Fort Edward was guarded by a stockade and 2 or more companies of provincials. They were much pestered by Indians, who now and then scalped a straggler, and escaped with their usual nimbleness. From time to time strong bands of Canadians and Indians approached by way of South Bay or Wood Creek, and threatened more serious mischief. It is surprising that some of the trains were not cut off, for the escorts were often reckless and disorderly to the last degree. Sometimes the invaders showed great audacity. Early in June, Colonel Fitch at Albany scrawls a hasty note to Winslow. Friday, 11 o'clock. Sir, about a half an hour since, a party of near 50 French and Indians had the impudence to come down to the river opposite to this city and captivate 2 men. And Winslow replies with equal quaintness, "We daily discover the Indians about us, but not yet have been so happy to obtain any of them." Colonel Jonathan Bagley commanded at Fort William Henry, where gangs of men were busied under his eye in building 3 sloops and making several hundred whaleboats to carry the army of Ticonderoga. The season was advancing fast, and Winslow urged him to hasten on the work, to which the humorous Bagley answered, "Shall leave no stone unturned, every wheel shall go that rum and human flesh can move." A fortnight after he reports, "I must really confess I have almost wore the men out, poor dogs. Pray where are the committee, or what are they about?" He sent scouts to watch the enemy, with results not quite satisfactory. There is a vast deal of news here. Every party brings abundance, but all different. Again, a little later, "I constantly keep out small scouting parties to the eastward and westward of the lake, and make no discovery but the tracks of small parties who are plaguing us constantly. But what vexes me most, we can't catch one of the sons of. I have sent out skulking parties some distance from the sentries in the night to lie still in the bushes to intercept them, but the flies are so plenty our people can't bear them." Colonel David Wooster at Fort Edward was no more fortunate in his attempts to take satisfaction on his midnight visitors, and reports that he has not thus far been able to give those villains a dressing. The English, however, were fast learning the art of forest war, and the partisan chief, Captain Robert Rogers, began already to be famous. On the 17th of June, he and his band lay hidden in the bushes within the outposts of Ticonderoga, and made a close survey of the fort and surrounding camps. His report was not cheering. Winslow's so-called army had now grown to nearly 7,000 men, and these, it was plain, were not too many to drive the French from their stronghold. While Winslow pursued his preparations, tried to settle disputes of rank among the colonels of the several colonies, and strove to bring order out of the little chaos of his command, Sir William Johnson was engaged in a work for which he was admirably fitted. This was the attaching of the Five Nations to the English interest. Along with his patent of baronetcy, which reached him about this time, he received, direct from the Crown, the commission of Colonel, Agent, and sole superintendent of the Six Nations and other northern tribes. Henceforth he was independent of governors and generals, and responsible to the court alone. His task was a difficult one. The Five Nations would fain have remained neutral, and let the European rivals fight it out. But on account of their local position they could not. The exaction and lies of the Albany traders, the frauds of land speculators, the contradictory action of the different provincial governments, joined to English weakness and management in the last war, all conspired to alienate them and to aid the efforts of the French agents, who cajoled and threatened them by turns. But for Johnson these intrigues would have prevailed. He had held a series of councils with them at Fort Johnson during the winter, and not only drew from them a promise to stand by the English, but persuaded all the confederated tribes, except the Cayugas, to consent that the English should build forts near their chief towns under the pretexts of protecting them from the French. In June he went to Onondaga, well escorted, for the way was dangerous. This capital of the Confederacy was under a cloud. It had just lost one red head, its chief sachem, and first of all it behooved the baronet to condole the affliction. The ceremony was long, with compliments, lugubrious speeches, wampum belts, the scalp of an enemy to replace the departed, and a final glass of rum for each of the assembled mourners. The conferences lasted a fortnight, and when Johnson took his leave, the tribes stood pledged to lift the hatchet for the English. When he returned to Fort Johnson, a fever seized him, and he lay helpless for a time, then rose from his sickbed to meet another congregation of Indians. These were deputies of the Five Nations, with Mohegans from the Hudson, and Delawares and Shawanoes from the Susquehanna, whom he had persuaded to visit him in hope that he might induce them to cease from murdering the border settlers. All their tribesmen were in arms against the English, but he prevailed at last, and they accepted the war belt at his hands. The Delaware complained that their old conquerors, the Five Nations, had forced them to wear the petticoat, that is, to be counted not as warriors but as women. Johnson, in presence of all the assembly, now took off the figurative garment and pronounced them henceforth men. A grand war dance followed. 150 Mohawks, Oneidas, Onondagas, Delawares, Shawanoes, and Mohegans stamped, whooped, and yelled all night. In spite of Piquet, the two Joncaires, and the rest of the French agents, Johnson had achieved a success. But would the Indians keep their word? It was more than doubtful. While some of them treated with him on the Mohawk, others treated with Vaudreuil at Montreal. A display of military vigor on the English side, crowned by some signal victory, would alone make their alliance sure. It was not the French only who thwarted the efforts of Johnson, for while he strove to make friends of the Delawares and Shawanoes, Governor Morris of Pennsylvania declared war against them, and Governor Belcher of New Jersey followed his example, though persuaded at last to hold his hand till the baronet had tried the virtue of pacific measures. End of section 30. Section 31 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12, Part 2. What Shirley longed for was the collecting of a body of Five Nation warriors at Oswego to aid him in his cherished enterprise against Niagara and Frontenac. The warriors had promised him to come, but there was small hope that they would do so. Meanwhile he was at Albany, pursuing his preparations, posting his scanty force in the forts newly built on the Mohawk and the Great Carrying Place, and sending forward stores and provision. Having no troops to spare for escorts, he invented a plan which, like everything he did, was bitterly criticized. He took into pay 2,000 boatmen, gathered from all parts of the country, including many whalemen from the eastern coasts of New England, divided them into companies of 50, armed each with a gun and a hatchet, and placed them under the command of Lieutenant Colonel John Bradstreet. Thus organized, they would, he hoped, require no escort. Bradstreet was a New England officer who had been a captain in the last war, somewhat dogged and self-opinioned, but brave, energetic, and well fitted for this kind of service. In May, Vaudreuil sent Coulon de Villiers with 1,100 soldiers, Canadians and Indians, to harass Oswego and cut its communication with Albany. Nevertheless, Bradstreet safely conducted a convoy of provisions and military stores to the garrison, and on the 3rd of July set out on his return with the empty boats. The party were pushing their way up the river in 3 divisions. The first of these, consisting of 100 boats and 300 men, with Bradstreet at their head, were about 9 miles from Oswego, when, at 3 p.m, they received a heavy volley from the forest on the east bank. It was fired by a part of Villiers' command, consisting, by English accounts, of about 700 men. A considerable number of the boatmen were killed or disabled, and the others made for the shelter of the western shore. Some prisoners were taken in the confusion, and if the French had been content to stop there, they might fairly have claimed a kind of victory. But eager to push their advantage, they tried to cross under cover of an island just above. Bradstreet saw the movement and landed on the island with 6 or 8 followers, among whom was young Captain Schuyler, afterwards General Schuyler of the Revolution. Their fire kept the enemy in check till others joined them, to the number of about 20. These, a second and third time, beat back the French, who now gave over the attempt and made for another fort at some distance above. Bradstreet saw their intention, and collecting 250 men, was about to advance up the west bank to oppose them, when Dr. Kirkland, a surgeon, came to tell him that the 2nd Division of boats had come up, and that the men had landed. Bradstreet ordered them to stay where they were and defend the lower crossing, then hastened forward, but when he reached the upper fort, the French had passed the river, and were ensconced in a pine swamp near the shore. Here he attacked them, and both parties fired at each other from behind trees for an hour, with little effect. Bradstreet at length encouraged his men to make a rush at the enemy, who were put to flight and driven into the river, where many were shot or drowned as they tried to cross. Another party of the French had meanwhile passed by a ford still higher up to support their comrades, but the fight was over before they reached the spot, and they in their turn were set upon and driven back across the stream. Half an hour after, Captain Patton arrived from Onondaga with the grenadiers of Shirley's regiment, and late in the evening 200 men came from Oswego to reinforce the victors. In the morning Bradstreet prepared to follow the French to their camp, 12 miles distant, but was prevented by a heavy rain which lasted all day. On the Monday following he and his men reached Albany, bringing 2 prisoners, 80 French muskets, and many knapsacks picked up in the woods. He had lost between 60 and 70 killed, wounded, and taken. This affair was trumpeted through Canada as a victory of the French. Their notices of it are discordant, though very brief. One of them says that Villiers had 400 men, another gives him 500, and a third 800, against 1,500 English, of whom they killed 800 or an Englishman apiece. A fourth writer boasts that 600 Frenchmen killed 900 English. A fifth contents himself with 400, but thinks that 40 more would have been slain if the Indians had not fired too soon. He says further that there were 300 boats, and presently forgetting himself, adds that 500 were taken or destroyed. A sixth announces a great capture of stores and provisions, though all the boats were empty. A seventh reports that the Canadians killed about 300, and would have killed more but for the bad quality of their tomahawks. An eighth, with rare modesty, puts the English loss at 50 or 60. That of Villiers is given in every proportion of killed or wounded, from 1 up to 10. Thus was Canada roused to martial ardor, and taught to look for future triumphs cheaply bought. The success of Bradstreet silenced for a time the enemies of Shirley. His cares, however, redoubled. He was anxious for Oswego, as the 2 prisoners declared that the French meant to attack it, instead of waiting to be attacked from it. Nor was the news from that quarter reassuring. The engineer, McKellar, wrote that the works were incapable of defence, and Colonel Mercer, the commandant, reported general discontent in the garrison. Captain John Vickers, an invalid officer of Shirley's regiment, arrived at Albany with yet more deplorable accounts. He had passed the winter at Oswego, where he declared the dearth of food to have been such that several councils of war had been held on the question of abandoning the place from sheer starvation. More than half his regiment died of hunger or disease, and in his own words, had the poor fellows lived, they must have eaten one another. Some of the men were lodged in barracks, though without beds, while many lay all winter in huts on the bare ground. Scurvy and dysentery made frightful havoc. In January, says Vickers, we were informed by the Indians that we were to be attacked. The garrison was then so weak that the strongest guard we proposed to mount was a subaltern and 20 men, but we were seldom able to mount more than 16 or 18, and half of these were obliged to have sticks in their hands to support them. The men were so weak that the sentries often fell down on their posts, and lay there till the relief came and lifted them up. His own company of 50 was reduced to 10. The other regiment of the garrison, Pepperell's, or the 51st, was quartered at Fort Ontario, on the other side of the river, and being better sheltered, suffered less. The account given by Vickers of the state of the defences was scarcely more flattering. He reported that the principal fort had no cannon on the side most exposed to attack. 2 pieces had been mounted on the trading house in the centre, but as the concussion shook down the stones from the wall whenever they were fired, they had since been removed. The second work, called Fort Ontario, he had not seen since it was finished, having been too ill to cross the river. Of the third, called New Oswego, or Fort Rascal, he testified thus: "It never was finished, and there were no loopholes in the stockades, so that they could not fire out of the fort but by opening the gate and firing out of that." Through the spring and early summer, Shirley was gathering recruits, often of the meanest quality, and sending them to Oswego to fill out the 2 emaciated regiments. The place must be defended at any cost. Its fall would ruin not only the enterprise against Niagara and Frontenac, but also that against Ticonderoga and Crown Point, since, having nothing more to fear on Lake Ontario, the French could unite their whole force on Lake Champlain, whether for defense or attack. Towards the end of June, Abercrombie and Webb arrived at Albany, bringing a reinforcement of 900 regulars, consisting of Otway's regime, or a part of it, and a body of Highlanders. Shirley resigned his command, and Abercrombie requested him to go to New York, wait there till Lord Loudon arrived, and lay before him the state of affairs. Shirley waited till the 23rd of July, when the Earl at length appeared. He was a rough Scotch lord, hot and irascible, and the communications of his predecessor made, no doubt in a manner somewhat pompous and self-satisfied, did not please him. "I got from Major General Shirley," he says, "a few papers of very little use, only he insinuated to me that I would find everything prepared, and have nothing to do but pull laurels, which I understand was his constant conversation before my arrival." Loudon sailed up the Hudson in no placid mood. On reaching Albany, he abandoned the attempt against Niagara and Frontenac, and had resolved to turn his whole force against Ticonderoga, when he was met by an obstacle that both perplexed and angered him. By a royal order lately issued, all general and field officers with provincial commissions were to take rank only as eldest captains when serving in conjunction with regular troops. Hence the whole provincial army, as Winslow observes, might be put under the command of any British major. The announcement of this regulation naturally caused great discontent. The New England officers held a meeting and voted with one voice that in their belief its enforcement would break up the provincial army and prevent the raising of another. Loudon, hearing of this, desired Winslow to meet him at Albany for a conference on the subject. Thither Winslow went with some of his chief officers. The Earl asked them to dinner, and there was much talk, with no satisfactory result. Whereupon, somewhat chafed, he required Winslow to answer in writing, yes or no, whether the provincial officers would obey the commander-in-chief and act in conjunction with the regulars. Thus forced to choose between acquiescence and flat mutiny, they declared their submission to his orders, at the same time asking as a favour that they might be allowed to act independently, to which Loudon gave for the present an unwilling assent. Shirley, who in spite of his removal from command had the good of the service deeply at heart, and was much troubled at this affair, and wrote strong letters to Winslow in the interest of harmony. Loudon next proceeded to examine the state of the provincial forces, and sent Lieutenant Colonel Burton of the regulars to observe and report upon it. Winslow by this time had made a forward movement, and was now at Lake George with nearly half his command, while the rest were at Fort Edward under Lyman, or in detachments at Saratoga and the other small posts below. Burton found Winslow's men encamped with their right on what are now the grounds of Fort William Henry Hotel, and their left extending southward between the mountain in their front and the marsh in their rear. There are here, he reports, about 2,500 men, 500 of them sick, the greatest part of them what they call poorly. They bury from 5 to 8 daily, and officers in proportion extremely indolent and dirty to a degree. Then, in vernacular English, he describes the infectious condition of the fort, which was full of the sick. Their camp, he proceeds, is nastier than anything I could conceive. Their kitchens, graves, and places for slaughtering cattle, all mixed through their encampment. A great waste of provisions, the men having just what they please. No great command kept up. Colonel Gridley governs the general, not in the least alert. Only one advanced guard of a subaltern and 24 men. The cannon and stores in great confusion. Of the camp at Fort Edward he gives a better account. It is much cleaner than at Fort William Henry, but not sufficiently so to keep the men healthy. A much better command kept up here. General Lyman very ready to order out to work and to assist the engineers with any number of men they require, and keeps a succession of scouting parties out towards Wood Creek and South Bay. The prejudice of the regular officer may have colored the picture, but it is certain that the sanitary condition of the provincial camps was extremely bad. A grievous sickness among the troops, writes a Massachusetts surgeon at Fort Edward. We bury 5 or 6 a day, not more than 2/3 of our army fit for duty. Long encampments are the bane of New England men. Like all raw recruits, they did not know how to take care of themselves, and their officers had not the experience, knowledge, or habit of command to enforce sanitary rules. The same evils were found among the Canadians when kept long in one place. Those in the camp of Villiers are reported at this time nearly all sick. Another penman, very different from the military critic, was also on the spot, noting down every day what he saw and felt. This was John Graham, minister of Suffield in Connecticut, and now chaplain of Lyman's regiment. His spirit, by nature far from buoyant, was depressed by bodily ailments, and still more by the extremely secular character of his present surroundings. It appears by his diary that he left home under great exercise of mind, and was detained at Albany for a time being, as he says, taken with an ague fit and a quinsy, but at length he reached the camp at Fort Edward, where deep despondency fell upon him. Labour under great discouragements, says the diary, under date of July 28th, for find my business but mean in the esteem of many, and think there's not much for a chaplain to do. Again, Tuesday, August the 17th, breakfasted this morning with the general, but a graceless meal, never a blessing asked, nor thanks given. At the evening, sacrifice a more open scene of wickedness. The general and head officers, with some of the regular officers, in General Lyman's tent, within 4 rods of the place of public prayers. None came to prayers, but they fixed a table without the door of the tent, where a head colonel was posted to make punch in the sight of all. They within, drinking, talking, and laughing during the whole of the service, to the disturbance and disaffection of most present. This was not only a bare neglect, but an open contempt of the worship of God by the heads of this army. 'Twas but last Sabbath that General Lyman spent the time of divine service in the afternoon in his tent, drinking in company with Mr. Gordon, a regular officer. I have oft heard cursing and swearing in his presence by some provincial field officers, but never heard a reproof nor so much as a check to them come from his mouth, though he never uses such language himself. Lord, what is man? Truly the May game of fortune. Lord, make me know my duty and what I ought to do. That night his sleep was broken and his soul troubled by angry voices under his window, when one Colonel Glazier was berating in unhallowed language the captain of the guard, and here the captain's journal abruptly ends. End of section 31. Section 32 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12, Part 3. A brother minister, bearing no likeness to the worthy Graham, appeared on the same spot some time after. This was Chaplain William Crawford of Worcester, who, having neglected to bring money to the war, suffered much annoyance aggravated by what he thought a want of due consideration for his person and office. His indignation finds vent in a letter to his townsman, Timothy Payne, member of the General Court. No man can reasonably expect that I can with any propriety discharge the duty of a chaplain when I have nothing either to drink nor any conveniency to write a line other than to sit down upon a stump and put a piece of paper upon my knee. As for Mr. Weld, another chaplain, he is easy and silent whatever treatment he meets with, and I suppose they ought to find me the same easy and ductile person. But may the wide yawning earth devour me first. The state of the camp is just such as one at home would guess it to be. Nothing but a hurry and confusion of vice and wickedness, with a Stygian atmosphere to breathe in. The vice and wickedness of which he complains appear to have consisted in a frequent infraction of the standing order against cursing and swearing, as well as that which required attendance on daily prayers, and enjoined the people to appear in a decent manner, clean and shaved, at the 2 Sunday sermons. At the beginning of August, Winslow wrote to the committees of the several provinces, "It looks as if it won't be long before we are fit for a remove, that is, for an advance on Ticonderoga." On the 12th, Loudon sent Webb with the 44th Regiment and some of Bradstreet's boatmen to reinforce Oswego. They had been ready for a month, but confusion and misunderstanding arising from the change of command had prevented their departure. Yet the utmost anxiety had prevailed for the safety of that important post, and on the 28th Surgeon Thomas Williams wrote, "Whether Oswego is yet ours is uncertain. Would hope it is, as the reverse would be such a terrible shock as the country never felt, and may be a sad omen of what is coming upon poor sinful New England. Indeed, we can't expect anything but to be severely chastened till we are humbled for our pride and haughtiness." His foreboding proved true. Webb had scarcely reached the great carrying place when tidings of disaster fell upon him like a thunderbolt. The French had descended in force upon Oswego, taken it with all its garrison, and, as report ran, were advancing into the province 6,000 strong. Wood Creek had just been cleared with great labor of the trees that choked it. Webb ordered others to be felled and thrown into the stream to stop the progress of the enemy. Then, with shameful precipitation, he burned the forts of the carrying place and retreated down the Mohawk to German Flats. Loudon ordered Winslow to think no more of Ticonderoga, but to stay where he was and hold the French in check. All was astonishment and dismay at the sudden blow. Oswego has changed masters, and I think we may justly fear that the whole of our country will soon follow, unless a merciful God prevent and awake a sinful people to repentance and reformation. Thus wrote Dr. Thomas Williams to his wife from the camp at Fort Edward. "Such a shocking affair has never found a place in English annals," wrote the surgeon's young relative, Colonel William Williams. "The loss is beyond account, but the dishonour done His Majesty's arms is infinitely greater." Since Vaudreuil became chief of the colony, he had nursed the plan of seizing Oswego, yet hesitated to attempt it. Montcalm declares that he confirmed the governor's wavering purpose, but Montcalm himself had hesitated. In July, however, there came exaggerated reports that the English were moving upon Ticonderoga in greatly increased numbers, and both Vaudreuil and the general conceived that a feint against Oswego would draw off the strength of the assailants, and, if properly and secretly executed, might even be turned successfully into a real attack. Vaudreuil thereupon recalled Montcalm from Ticonderoga. Leaving the post in the keeping of Levis and 3,000 men, he embarked on Lake Champlain, rowed day and night, and reached Montreal on the 19th. Troops were arriving from Quebec, and Indians from the far west. A band of Menomonees from beyond Lake Michigan, naked, painted, plumed, greased, stamping, uttering sharp yelps, shaking feathered lances, brandishing tomahawks, danced the war dance before the governor, to the thumping of the Indian drum. Bougainville looked on astonished, and thought the Pyrrhic dance of the Greek. Montcalm and he left Montreal on the 21st, and reached Fort Frontenac in 8 days. Rigaud, brother of the governor, had gone thither some time before, and crossed with 700 Canadians to the south side of the lake, where Villiers was encamped at Niagara Bay, now Sackett's Harbour, with such of his detachment as war and disease had spared. Rigaud relieved him and took command of the united bands. With their aid, the engineer, Descombles, reconnoitred the English forts and came back with the report that success was certain. It was but a confirmation of what had already been learned from deserters and prisoners, who declared that the main fort was but a loopholed wall held by 600 or 700 men, ill-fed, discontented, and mutinous. Others said that they had been driven to desert by the want of good food, and that within a year 1,200 men had died of disease at Oswego. The battalions of La Sarre, Guyenne, and Béarn, with the colony regulars, a body of Canadians, and about 250 Indians, were destined for the enterprise. The whole force was a little above 3,000, abundantly supplied with artillery. La Sarre and Guyenne were already at Fort Frontenac. Béarn was at Niagara, whence it arrived in a few days, much buffeted by the storms of Lake Ontario. On the 4th of August all was ready. Montcalm embarked at night with the 1st Division, crossed in darkness to Wolfe Island, lay there hidden all day, and embarking again in the evening, joined Rigaud at Niagara Bay at 7 o'clock in the morning of the 6th. The 2nd Division followed, with provisions, hospital train, and 80 artillery boats, and on the 8th all were united at the bay. On the 9th, Rigaud, covered by the universal forest, marched in advance to protect the landing of the troops. Montcalm followed with the 1st Division, and coasting the shore in bateaux, landed at midnight of the 10th within half a league of the first English fort. 4 cannon were planted in battery upon the strand, and the men bivouacked by their boats. So skilful were the assailants and so careless the assailed that the English knew nothing of their danger, till in the morning a reconnoitring canoe discovered the invaders. 2 armed vessels soon came to cannonade them, but their light guns were no match for the heavy artillery of the French, and they were forced to keep the offing. Descombles, the engineer, went before dawn to reconnoitre the fort, with several other officers and a party of Indians. While he was thus employed, one of the savages, hungry for scalps, took him in the gloom for an Englishman and shot him dead. Captain Pouchot, of the battalion of Béarn, replaced him, and the attack was pushed vigorously. The Canadians and Indians, swarming through the forest, fired all day on the fort under cover of the trees. The 2nd Division came up with 22 more cannon, and at night the first parallel was marked out at 180 yards from the rampart. Stumps were grubbed up, fallen trunks shoved aside, and a trench dug, sheltered by fascines, gabions, and a strong abattis. Fort Ontario, counted as the best of the 3 forts at Oswego, stood on a high plateau at the east or right side of the river where it entered the lake. It was in the shape of a star, and was formed of trunks of trees set upright in the ground, hewn flat on two sides and closely fitted together, an excellent defence against musketry or swivels, but worthless against cannon. The garrison, 370 in all, were the remnants of Pepperell's regiment, joined to raw recruits lately sent up to fill the places of the sick and the dead. They had 8 small cannon and a mortar, with which, on the next day, Friday, the 13th, they kept up a brisk fire till towards night, when, after growing more rapid for a time, it ceased, and the fort showed no sign of life. Not a cannon had yet opened on them from the trenches, but it was certain that with the French artillery once in action, their wooden rampart would be shivered to splinters. Hence it was that Colonel Mercer, commandant at Oswego, thinking it better to lose the fort than to lose both fort and garrison, signalled to them from across the river to abandon their position and join him on the other side. Boats were sent to bring them off, and they passed over unmolested, after spiking their cannon and firing off their ammunition or throwing it into the well. The fate of Oswego was now sealed. The principal work, called Old Oswego, or Fort Pepperell, stood at the mouth of the river on the west side, nearly opposite Fort Ontario, and less than 500 yards distant from it. The trading house, which formed the centre of the place, was built of rough stone laid in clay, and the wall which enclosed it was of the same materials. Both would crumble in an instant at the touch of a 12-pound shot. Towards the west and south they had been protected by an outer line of earthworks, mounted with cannon and forming an entrenched camp, while the side towards Fort Ontario was left wholly exposed, in the rash confidence that this work, standing on the opposite heights, would guard against attack from that quarter. On a hill, 1/4 of a mile beyond Old Oswego, stood the unfinished stockade called New Oswego, Fort George, or by reason of its worthlessness, Fort Rascal. It had served as a cattle pen before the French appeared, but was now occupied by 150 Jersey provincials. Old Oswego, with its outwork, was held by Shirley's regiment, chiefly invalids and raw recruits, to whom were now joined the garrison of Fort Ontario and a number of sailors, boatmen, and labourers. Montcalm lost no time. As soon as darkness set in, he began a battery at the brink of the height on which stood the captured fort. His whole force toiled all night, digging, setting gabions, and dragging up cannon, some of which had been taken from Braddock. Before daybreak, 20 heavy pieces had been brought to the spot, and 9 were already in position. The work had been so rapid that the English imagined their enemies to number 6,000 at least. The battery soon opened fire. Grape and round shot swept the entrenchment and crashed through the rotten masonry. The English, says a French officer, were exposed to their shoe buckles. Their artillery was pointed the wrong way, in expectation of an attack not from the east but from the west. They now made a shelter of pork barrels, 3 high and 3 deep, planted cannon behind them, and returned the French fire with some effect. Early in the morning Montcalm had ordered Rigaud to cross the river with the Canadians and Indians. There was a ford 3/4 of a league above the forts, and here they passed over unopposed, the English not having discovered the movement. The only danger was from the river. Some of the men were forced to swim,
Others waded to the waist, others to the neck, but they all crossed safely, and presently showed themselves at the edge of the woods, yelling and firing their guns, too far for much execution, but not too far to discourage the garrison. The garrison were already disheartened. Colonel Mercer, the soul of the defence, had just been cut in two by a cannon shot while directing the gunners. Up to this time the defenders had behaved with spirit, but despair now seized them, increased by the screams and entreaties of the women, of whom there were more than 100 in the place. There was a council of officers, and then the white flag was raised. Bougainville went to propose terms of capitulation. The cries, threats, and hideous howling of "our Canadians and Indians," says Vaudreuil, made them quickly decide. This, observes the Reverend Father Claude Godefroy Coquard, reminds me of the fall of Jericho before the shouts of the Israelites. The English surrendered prisoners of war to the number, according to the governor, of 1,600, which included the sailors, labourers, and women. The Canadians and Indians broke through all restraint and fell to plundering. There was an opening of rum barrels and a scene of drunkenness, in which some of the prisoners had their share, while others tried to escape in the confusion and were tomahawked by the excited savages. Many more would have been butchered but for the efforts of Montcalm, who by unstinted promises succeeded in appeasing his ferocious allies, whom he dared not offend. It will cost the king, he says, 8,000 or 10,000 livres in presents. The loss on both sides is variously given. By the most trustworthy accounts, that of the English did not reach 50 killed, and that of the French was still less. In the forts and vessels were found above 100 pieces of artillery, most of them swivels and other light guns, with a large quantity of powder, shot, and shell. The victors burned the forts and the vessels on the stocks, destroyed such provisions and stores as they could not carry away, and made the place a desert. The priest Piquet, who had joined the expedition, planted amid all the ruin a tall cross, graven with the words, "In hoc signo vicunt," and near it was set a pole bearing the arms of France, with the inscription, "Manibus date lilia plenis." Then the army decamped, loaded with prisoners and spoil, descended to Montreal, hung the captured flags in the churches, and sang Te Deum in honor of their triumph. It was the greatest that the French arms had yet achieved in America. The defeat of Braddock was an Indian victory. This last exploit was the result of bold enterprise and skilful tactics. With its laurels came its fruits. Hated Oswego had been laid in ashes, and the would-be assailants forced to a vain and hopeless defence. France had conquered the undisputed command of Lake Ontario, and her communications with the West were safe. A small garrison at Niagara and another at Frontenac would now hold these posts against any effort that the English could make this year, and the whole French force could concentrate at Ticonderoga, repel the threatened attack, and perhaps retort it by seizing Albany. If the English on the other side had lost a great material advantage, they had lost no less in honor. The news of the surrender was received with indignation in England and in the colonies. Yet the behavior of the garrison was not so discreditable as it seemed. The position was indefensible, and they could have held out at best, by a few days more. They yielded too soon, but unless Webb had come to their aid, which was not to be expected, they must have yielded at last. The French had scarcely gone when 2 English scouts, Thomas Harris and James Connor, came with a party of Indians to the scene of desolation. The ground was strewn with broken casks and bread sodden with rain. The remains of burnt bateaux and whaleboats were scattered along the shore. The great stone trading house in the old fort was a smoking ruin. Fort Rascal was still burning on the neighbouring hill. Fort Ontario was a mass of ashes and charred logs, and by it stood 2 poles on which were written words which the visitors did not understand. They went back to Fort Johnson with their story, and Oswego reverted for a time to the bears, foxes, and wolves. End of section 32. Section 33 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13, Part 1, 1756 to 1757, Partisan War. Shirley's grand scheme for cutting New France in twain had come to wreck. There was an element of boyishness in him. He made bold plans without weighing too closely his means of executing them. The year's campaign would in all likelihood have succeeded if he could have acted promptly, if he had had ready to his hand a well-trained and well-officered force, furnished with material of war and means of transportation, and prepared to move as soon as the streams and lakes of New York were open, while those of Canada were still sealed with ice. But timely action was out of his power. The army that should have moved in April was not ready to move till August. Of the 9 discordant semi-republics whom he asked to join in the work, 3 or 4 refused. Some of the others were lukewarm, and all were slow. Even Massachusetts, usually the foremost, failed to get all her men into the field till the season was nearly ended. Having no military establishment, the colonies were forced to improvise a new army for every campaign. Each of them watched its neighbours, or, jealous lest it should do more than its just share, waited for them to begin. Each popular assembly acted under the eye of a frugal constituency, who, having little money, were as chary of it as their descendants are lavish, and most of them were shaken by internal conflicts, more absorbing than the great question on which hung the fate of the continent. Only the 4 New England colonies were fully earnest for the war, and one even of these was ready to use the crisis as a means of extorting concessions from its governor in reward for grants of money and men. When the lagging contingents came together at last, under a commander whom none of them trusted, they were met by strategical difficulties which would have perplexed older soldiers and an abler general, for they were forced to act on the circumference of a vast semicircle, in a labyrinth of forests without roads, and choked with every kind of obstruction. Opposed to them was a trained army, well organized and commanded, focused at Montreal and moving for attack or defense on 2 radiating lines, one towards Lake Ontario and the other towards Lake Champlain, supported by a martial peasantry, supplied from France with money and material, dependent on no popular vote, having no will but that of its chief, and ready on the instant to strike to right or left as the need required. It was a compact military absolutism confronting a heterogeneous group of industrial democracies, where the force of numbers was neutralized by diffusion and incoherence. A long and dismal apprenticeship waited them before they could hope for success, nor could they ever put forth their full strength without a radical change of political conditions and an awakened consciousness of common interests and a common cause. It was the sense of powerlessness arising from the want of union that, after the fall of Oswego, spread alarm through the northern and middle colonies, and drew these desponding words from William Livingstone of New Jersey: "The colonies are nearly exhausted, and their funds already anticipated by expensive, unexecuted projects. Jealous are they of each other, some ill-constituted, others shaken with intestine divisions, and, if I may be allowed the expression, parsimonious even to prodigality. Our assemblies are diffident of their governors. Governors despise their assemblies, and both mutually misrepresent each other to the court of Great Britain. Military measures," he proceeds, "demand secrecy and despatch. But when so many divided provinces must agree to join in them, secrecy and despatch are impossible. In conclusion, he exclaims, Canada must be demolished. Delendra est Carthago, or we are undone." But Loudon was not Scipio, and cis-Atlantic Carthage was to stand for some time longer. The Earl, in search of a scapegoat for the loss of Oswego, naturally chose Shirley, attacked him savagely, told him that he was of no use in America, and ordered him to go home to England without delay. Shirley, who was then in Boston, answered this indecency with dignity and effect. The chief fault was with Loudon himself, whose late arrival in America had caused a change of command and of plans in the crisis of the campaign. Shirley well knew the weakness of Oswego, and in early spring had sent 2 engineers to make it defensible, with particular instructions to strengthen Fort Ontario. But they, thinking that the chief danger lay on the west and south, turned all their attention thither, and neglected Ontario till it was too late. Shirley was about to reinforce Oswego with a strong body of troops, when the arrival of Abercrombie took the control out of his hands and caused ruinous delay. He cannot, however, be acquitted of mismanagement in failing to supply the place with wholesome provisions in the preceding autumn, before the streams were stopped with ice. Hence came the ravages of disease and famine, which before spring reduced the garrison to 140 effective men. Yet there can be no doubt that the change of command was a blunder. This is the view of Franklin, who knew Shirley well, and thus speaks of him. He would, in my opinion, if continued in place, have made a much better campaign than that of Loudon, which was frivolous, expensive, and disgraceful to our nation beyond conception. For though Shirley was not bred a soldier, he was sensible and sagacious in himself, and attentive to good advice from others, capable of forming judicious plans, and quick and active in carrying them into execution. He sailed for England in the autumn, disappointed and poor. The bull-headed Duke of Cumberland had been deeply prejudiced against him, and it was only after long waiting that this strenuous champion of British interests was rewarded in his old age with the petty government of the Bahamas.
Loudon had now about 10,000 men at his command, though not all fit for duty. They were posted from Albany to Lake George. The Earl himself was at Fort Edward, while about 3,000 of the provincials still lay under Winslow at the lake. Montcalm faced them at Ticonderoga with 5,300 regulars and Canadians, in a position where they could defy 3 times their number. "The sons of Belial are too strong for me," jocosely wrote Winslow, and he set himself to entrenching his camp. Then had the forest cut down for the space of a mile from the lake to the mountains, so that the trees, lying in what he calls a promiscuous manner, formed an almost impenetrable abattis. An escaped prisoner told him that the French were coming to visit him with 14,000 men, but Montcalm thought no more of stirring than Loudon himself, and each stood watching the other, with the lake between them, till the season closed. Meanwhile, the western borders were still ravaged by the tomahawk. New York, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Maryland, and Virginia all writhed under the infliction. Each had made a chain of blockhouses and wooden forts to cover its frontier, and manned them with disorderly bands, lawless and almost beyond control. The case was at the worst in Pennsylvania, where the tedious quarreling of governor and assembly, joined to the doggedly pacific attitude of the Quakers, made vigorous defense impossible. Rewards were offered for prisoners and scalps, so bountiful that the hunting of men would have been a profitable vocation, but for the extreme wariness and agility of the game. Some of the forts were well-built stockades, others were almost worthless, but the enemy rarely molested even the feeblest of them, preferring to ravage the lonely and unprotected farms. There were 2 or 3 exceptions. A Virginian fort was attacked by a war party under an officer named Duville, who was killed, and his followers were put to flight. The assailants were more fortunate at a small stockade called Fort Granville, on the Juniata. A large body of French and Indians attacked it in August, while most of the garrison were absent protecting the farmers at their harvest. They set it on fire, and in spite of a most gallant resistance by the young lieutenant left in command, took it and killed all but one of the defenders. What sort of resistance the Pennsylvanian borderers would have made under political circumstances less adverse may be inferred from an exploit of Colonel John Armstrong, a settler of Cumberland. After the loss of Fort Granville, the governor of the province sent him 300 men to attack the Delaware town of Kittanning, a populous nest of savages on the Allegheny, between 2 French posts of Duquesne and Venango. Here most of the war parties were fitted out, and the place was full of stores and munitions furnished by the French. Here, too, lived the redoubted chief called Captain Jacobs, the terror of the English border. Armstrong set out from Fort Shirley, the farthest outpost, on the last of August, and after a week was within 6 miles of the Indian town. By rapid marching and rare good luck, his party had escaped discovery. It was 10 o'clock at night, with a bright moon. The guides were perplexed, and knew neither the exact position of the place nor the paths that led to it. The adventurers threaded the forest in single file, over hills and through hollows, bewildered and anxious, stopping to watch and listen. At length they heard in the distance the beating of an Indian drum, and the whooping of warriors in the war dance. Guided by the sounds, they cautiously moved forward,
till those in the front, scrambling down a rocky hill, found themselves on the banks of the Alleghany, about 100 rods below Kittaning. The moon was near setting, but they could dimly see the town beyond a great intervening field of corn. At that moment, says Armstrong, an Indian whistled in a very singular manner, about 30 perches from our front, in the foot of the cornfield. He thought they were discovered, but one Baker, a soldier well versed in Indian ways, told him that it was only some village gallant calling to a young squaw. The party then crouched in the bushes and kept silent. The moon sank behind the woods, and fires soon glimmered through the field, kindled to drive off mosquitoes by some of the Indians, who, as the night was warm, had come out to sleep in the open air. The eastern sky began to redden with the approach of day. Many of the party, spent with a rough march of 30 miles, had fallen asleep. They were now cautiously roused, and Armstrong ordered nearly half of them to make their way along the ridge of a bushy hill that overlooked the town, till they came opposite to it, in order to place it between two fires. 20 minutes were allowed them for the movement, but they lost their way in the dusk and reached their station too late. When the time had expired, Armstrong gave the signal to the left with him, who dashed into the cornfield, shooting down the astonished savages or driving them into the village, where they turned and made desperate fight. It was a cluster of 30 log cabins, the principal being that of the chief Jacobs, which was loopholed for musketry and became the centre of resistance. The fight was hot and stubborn. Armstrong ordered the town to be set on fire, which was done, though not without loss, for the Delawares at this time were commonly armed with rifles, and used them well. Armstrong himself was hit in the shoulder. As the flames rose and the smoke grew thick, a warrior in one of the houses sang his death song, and a squaw in the same house was heard to cry and scream. Rough voices silenced her, and then the inmates burst out, but were instantly killed. The fire caught the house of Jacobs, who, trying to escape through an opening in the roof, was shot dead. Bands of Indians were gathering beyond the river, firing from the other bank, and even crossing to help their comrades. But the assailants held to their work till the whole place was destroyed. During the burning of the houses, says Armstrong, we were agreeably entertained by the quick succession of charged guns, gradually firing off as reached by the fire, but much more so with the vast explosion of sundry bags and large kegs of gunpowder, wherewith almost every house abounded. The prisoners afterwards informing us that the Indians had frequently said they had a sufficient stock of ammunition for 10 years' war with the English. These prisoners were 11 men, women, and children, captured in the border settlements, and now delivered by their countrymen. Their day was far spent when the party withdrew, carrying their wounded on Indian horses, and moving perforce with extreme slowness, though expecting an attack every moment. None took place, and they reached the settlements at last, having brought their success with the loss of 17 killed and 13 wounded. A medal was given to each officer, not by the Quaker-ridden Assembly, but by the City Council of Philadelphia. The report of this affair, made by Dumas, commandant at Fort Duquesne, is worth noting. He says that Attique, the French name of Kittaning, was attacked by Le Général Washington with 300 or 400 men on horseback, that the Indians gave way, but that 5 or 6 Frenchmen who were in the town held the English in check till the fugitives rallied; that Washington and his men then took to flight, and would have been pursued but for the loss of some barrels of gunpowder which chanced to explode during the action. Dumas adds that several large parties are now on the track of the enemy, and he hopes will cut them to pieces. He then asks for a supply of provisions and merchandise to replace those which the Indians of Attique had lost by a fire. Like other officers of the day, he would admit nothing but successes in the department under his command. Vaudreuil wrote singular dispatches at this time to the minister at Versailles. He takes credit to himself for the number of war parties that his officers kept always at work, and fills page after page with details of the coup they had struck. How one brought in 2 English scalps, another 3, another 1, and another 7. He owns that they committed frightful cruelties, mutilating and sometimes burning their prisoners. But he expresses no regret, and probably felt none, since he declares that the object of this murderous warfare was to punish the English till they longed for peace. The waters and mountains of Lake George, and not the western borders, were the chief centre of partisan war. Ticonderoga was a hornet's nest, pouring out swarms of savages to infest the highways and byways of the wilderness. The English at Fort William Henry, having few Indians, could not retort in kind, but they kept their scouts and rangers in active movement. What they most coveted was prisoners, as sources of information. One Kennedy, a lieutenant of provincials with 5 followers, white and red, made a march of rare audacity, passed all the French posts, took a scalp and 2 prisoners on the Richelieu, and burned a magazine of provisions between Montreal and St. George. The party were near famishing on the way back, and Kennedy was brought into Fort William Henry in a state of temporary insanity from starvation. Other provincial officers, Peabody, Hazen, Waterbury, and Miller, won a certain distinction in this adventurous service, though few were so conspicuous as the blunt and sturdy Israel Putnam. Winslow writes in October that he has just returned from the best scout yet made, and that being a man of strict truth, he may be entirely trusted. Putnam had gone with 6 followers down Lake George in a whaleboat to a point on the east side, opposite the present village of Hague, hid the boat, crossed northeasterly to Lake Champlain, 3 miles from the French fort, climbed the mountain that overlooks it, and made a complete reconnaissance, then approached it, chased 3 Frenchmen who escaped within the lines, climbed the mountain again, and moving westward along the ridge, made a minute survey of every outpost between the fort and Lake George. These adventures were not always fortunate. On the 19th of September, Captain Hodges and 50 men were ambushed a few miles from Fort William Henry by thrice their number of Canadians and Indians, and only 6 escaped. Thus the record stands in the letter book of Winslow. By visiting the encampments of Ticonderoga, one may learn how the blow was struck. End of section 33. Section 34 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13, Part 2. After much persuasion, much feasting, and much consumption of tobacco and brandy, 400 Indians, Christians from the missions and heathen from the far west,
were persuaded to go on a grand war party with the Canadians. Of these last, there were 100, a wild crew, bedecked and bedaubed like their Indian companions. Perrier, an officer of colony regulars, had nominal command of the whole, and among the leaders of the Canadians was the famous bushfighter, Marin. Bougainville was also of the party. In the evening of the 16th, they all embarked in canoes at the French advance post commanded by Contrecoeur, near the present steamboat landing, passed in the gloom under the bare steeps of Rogers Rock, paddled a few hours, landed on the west shore, and sent scouts to reconnoitre. These came back with their reports on the next day, and an Indian crier called the chiefs to council. Bougainville describes them as they stalked gravely to the place of meeting, wrapped in coloured blankets, with lances in their hands. The accomplished young aide-de-camp studied his strange companions with an interest not unmixed with disgust. Of all caprice, he says, Indian caprice is the most capricious. They were insolent to the French, made rules for them which they did not observe themselves, and compelled the whole party to move when and whither they pleased. Hiding the canoes and lying close in the forest by day, they all held their nocturnal course southward, by the lofty heights of Black Mountain, and among the islets of the Narrows till the 18th. That night the Indian scouts reported that they had seen the fires of an encampment on the west shore, on which the whole party advanced to the attack an hour before dawn, filing silently under the dark arches of the forest, the Indians nearly naked and streaked with their war paint of vermilion and soot. When they reached the spot, they found only the smouldering fires of a deserted bivouac. Then there was a consultation, ending, after much dispute, with the choice by the Indians of 110 of their most active warriors to attempt some stroke in the neighbourhood of the English fort. Marin joined them with 30 Canadians, and they set out on their errand, while the rest encamped to await the result. At night the adventurers returned, raising the death cry and firing their guns, somewhat depressed by losses they had suffered, but boasting that they had surprised 53 English and killed or taken all but one. It was perhaps a modest and perhaps an involuntary exaggeration. The very recital of the cruelties they committed on the battlefield is horrible, writes Bougainville. The ferocity and insolence of these black-souled barbarians makes one shudder. It is an abominable kind of war. The air one breathes is contagious of insensibility and hardness. This was but one of the many such parties sent out from Ticonderoga this year. Early in September, a band of New England Rangers came to Winslow's camp, with the 3 prisoners taken within the lines of Ticonderoga. Their captain was Robert Rogers of New Hampshire, a strong, well-knit figure, in dress and appearance more woodsman than soldier, with a clear, bold eye, and features that would have been good but for the ungainly proportions of the nose. He had passed his boyhood in the rough surroundings of a frontier village. Growing to manhood, he engaged in some occupation which, he says, led him to frequent journeyings in the wilderness between the French and English settlements, and gave him a knowledge of both. It taught him also to speak a little French.
He does not disclose the nature of this mysterious employment, but there can be little doubt that it was a smuggling trade with Canada. His character leaves much to be desired. He had been charged with forgery or complicity in it, seems to have had no scruple in matters of business, and after the war was accused of treasonable dealings with the French and Spaniards in the West. He was ambitious and violent, yet able in more ways than one, by no means uneducated, and so skilled in woodcraft, so energetic and resolute, that his services were invaluable. In recounting his own adventures, his style is direct, simple without boasting, and to all appearance without exaggeration. During the past summer he had raised a band of men, chiefly New Hampshire borderers, and made a series of daring excursions, which gave him a prominent place in this hardy byplay of war. In the spring of the present year he raised another company, and was commissioned as its captain, with his brother Richard as his first lieutenant, and the intrepid John Stark as his second. In July still another company was formed, and Richard Rogers was promoted to command it. Before the following spring there were 7 such, and more were afterwards added, forming a battalion dispersed on various service, but all under the orders of Robert Rogers, with the rank of major. These rangers wore a sort of woodland uniform, which varied in the different companies, and were armed with smooth-bore guns, loaded with buckshot, bullets, or sometimes both. The best of them were commonly employed on Lake George, and nothing can surpass the adventurous hardihood of their lives. Summer and winter, day and night, were alike to them. Embarked in whaleboats or birch canoes, they glided under the silent moon or in the languid glare of a breathless August day, when islands floated in dreamy haze, and the hot air was thick with odours of the pine, or in the bright October when the jay screamed from the woods, squirrels gathered their winter hoard, and congregated blackbirds chattered farewell to their summer haunts. When gay mountains basked in light, maples dropped leaves of rustling gold, sumacs glowed like rubies under the dark green of the unchanging spruce, and mossed rocks with all their painted plumage lay double in the watery mirror. That festal evening of the year, when jocund nature disrobes herself to wake again refreshed in the joy of her undying spring. Or, in the tomb-like silence of the winter forest, with breath frozen on his beard, the ranger strode on snowshoes over the spotless drifts, and like Durer's night, a ghastly death stalked ever at his side. There were those among them for whom this stern life had a fascination that made all other existence tame. Rogers and his men had been in active movement since midwinter. In January they skated down Lake George, past Ticonderoga, hid themselves by the forest road between that post and Crown Point, intercepted 2 sledges loaded with provisions, and carried the drivers to Fort William Henry. In February they climbed a hill near Crown Point, and made a plan of the works, then lay in ambush by the road from the fort to the neighbouring village, captured a prisoner, burned houses and barns, killed 50 cattle, and returned without loss. At the end of the month they went again to Crown Point, burned more houses and barns, and reconnoitred Ticonderoga on the way back. Such excursions were repeated throughout the spring and summer. The reconnaissance of Ticonderoga and the catching of prisoners there for the sake of information were always capital objects. The valley, 4 miles in extent, that lay between the foot of Lake George and the French fort, was at this time guarded by 4 distinct outposts or fortified camps, watched as it was at all points and ranged incessantly by Indians in the employ of France. Rogers and his men knew every yard of the ground. On a morning in May he lay in ambush with 11 followers on a path between the fort and the nearest camp. A large body of soldiers passed. The Rangers counted 118 and lay close in their hiding place. Soon after came a party of 22. They fired on them, killed 6, captured 1, and escaped with him to Fort William Henry. In October, Rogers was passing with 20 men in 2 whaleboats through the seeming solitude of the Narrows when a voice called to them out of the woods. It was that of Captain Shepherd of the New Hampshire regiment, who had been captured 2 months before, and had lately made his escape. He told them that the French had the fullest information of the numbers and movements of the English, that letters often reached them from within the English lines, and that Lydius, a Dutch trader at Albany, was their principal correspondent. Arriving at Ticonderoga, Rogers cautiously approached the fort, till about noon he saw a sentinel on the road leading thence to the woods. Followed by 5 of his men, he walked directly towards him. The man challenged, and Rogers answered in French. Perplexed for a moment, the soldier suffered him to approach, till, seeing his mistake, he called out in amazement, "Qui êtes-vous?" Rogers was the answer, and the sentinel was seized, led in hot haste to the boats, and carried to the English fort, where he gave important information. An exploit of Rogers towards midsummer greatly perplexed the French. He embarked at the end of June with 50 men in 5 whaleboats, made light and strong expressly for this service, rowed about 10 miles down Lake George, landed on the east side, carried the boats 6 miles over a gorge of the mountains, launched them again in South Bay, and rowed down the narrow prolongation of Lake Champlain under cover of darkness. At dawn they were within 6 miles of Ticonderoga. They landed, hid their boats, and lay close all day. Embarking again in the evening, they rowed with muffled oars under the shadow of the eastern shore, and passed so close to the French fort that they heard the voices of the sentinels calling the watchword. In the morning they had left it 5 miles behind. Again they hid in the woods, and from their lurking place saw bateaux passing, some northward and some southward along the narrow lake. Crown Point was 10 or 12 miles further on. They tried to pass it after nightfall, but the sky was too clear and the stars too bright, and as they lay hidden the next day, nearly 100 boats passed before them on the way to Ticonderoga. Some other boats, which appeared about noon, landed near them, and they watched the soldiers at dinner within a musket shot of their lurking place. The next night was more favorable. They embarked at 9 in the evening, passed Crown Point unseen, and hid themselves as before, 10 miles below. It was the 7th of July. 30 boats and a schooner passed them, returning towards Canada. On the next night they rowed 15 miles farther, and then sent men to reconnoitre, who reported a schooner at anchor about a mile off. They were preparing to board her when 2 sloops appeared, coming up the lake at but a short distance from the land. They gave them a volley and called on them to surrender, but the crews put off in boats and made for the opposite shore. They followed and seized them. Out of 12 men their fire had killed 3 and wounded 2, one of whom, says Rogers in his report, could not march, therefore we put an end to him, to prevent discovery. They sank the vessels, which were laden with wine, brandy, and flour, hid their boats on the west shore, and returned on foot with their prisoners. Some weeks after, Rogers returned to the place where he had left the boats, embarked in them, reconnoitred the lake nearly to St. John, hid them again 8 miles north of Crown Point, took 3 prisoners near that post, and carried them to Fort William Henry. In the next month the French found several English boats in a small cove north of Crown Point. Bougainville propounds 5 different hypotheses to account for their being there, and exploring parties were sent out in the vain attempt to find some water passage by which they could have reached the spot without passing under the guns of 2 French forts. The French, on their side, still kept their war parties in motion, and Vaudreuil faithfully chronicled in his despatches every English scalp they brought in. He believed in Indians, and sent them to Ticonderoga in numbers that were sometimes embarrassing. Even Pottawatamis from Lake Michigan were prowling around Winslow's camp and silently killing his sentinels with arrows, while their medicine men remained at Ticonderoga, practicing sorcery and divination to aid the warriors or learn how it fared with them. Bougainville writes in his journal on the 15th of October, "Yesterday the old Pottawatamis who had stayed here made medicine to get news of their brethren. The lodge trembled, the sorcerer sweated drops of blood, and the devil came at last and told him that the warriors would come back with scalps and prisoners. A sorcerer in the medicine lodge is exactly like the Pythoness on the tripod, or the witch Canidia invoking the shades. The diviner was not wholly at fault. 3 days after, the warriors came back with a prisoner." Till November, the hostile forces continued to watch each other from the opposite ends of Lake George. Loudon repeated his orders to Winslow to keep the defensive, and wrote sarcastically to the colonial minister, "I think I shall be able to prevent the provincials doing anything very rash, without their having it in their power to talk in the language of this country, that they could have taken all Canada if they had not been prevented by the King's servants." Winslow tried to console himself for the failure of the campaign, and wrote in his odd English to Shirley, "Am sorry that this year's performance has not succeeded as was intended. Have only to say I pushed things to the utmost of my power to have been sooner in motion, which was the only thing that should have carried us to Crown Point. And though I am sensible that we are doing our duty in acting on the defensive, yet it makes no éclat, and answers to little purpose in the eyes of my constituents." On the 1st of the month, the French began to move off towards Canada, and before many days Ticonderoga was left in the keeping of 5 or 6 companies. Winslow's men followed their example. Major Eyre, with 400 regulars, took possession of Fort William Henry, and the provincials marched for home, their ranks thinned by camp diseases and smallpox. In Canada, the regulars were quartered on the inhabitants, who took the infliction as a matter of course.
In the English provinces the question was not so simple. Most of the British troops were assigned to Philadelphia, New York, and Boston, and Loudon demanded free quarters for them, according to usage then prevailing in England during war. Nor was the demand in itself unreasonable, seeing that the troops were sent over to fight the battles of the colonies. In Philadelphia, lodgings were given them in the public houses, which, however, could not hold them all. A long dispute followed between the governor, who seconded Loudon's demand, and the Assembly, during which about half the soldiers lay on straw in outhouses and sheds till near midwinter, many sickening and some dying from exposure. Loudon grew furious and threatened, if shelter were not provided, to send Webb with another regiment and billet the whole on the inhabitants, on which the Assembly yielded and quarters were found. End of section 34. Section 35 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13, Part 3. In New York, the privates were quartered in barracks, but the officers were left to find lodgings for themselves. Loudon demanded that provision be made for them also. The city council hesitated, afraid of incensing the people if they complied. Kruger, the mayor, came to remonstrate. "God damn my blood," replied the Earl, "if you do not billet my officers upon free quarters this day, I'll order here all the troops in North America, and billet them myself upon this city." Being no respecter of persons, at least in the provinces, he began with Oliver de Lancey, brother of the late acting governor, and sent 6 soldiers to lodge under his roof. De Lancey swore at the unwelcome guests, on which Loudon sent him 6 more. A subscription was then raised among the citizens, and the required quarters were provided. In Boston there was for the present less trouble. The troops were lodged in the barracks of Castle William, and furnished with blankets, cooking utensils, and other necessaries. Major Eyre and his soldiers, in their wilderness exile by the borders of Lake George, whiled the winter away with few other excitements than the evening howl of wolves from the frozen mountains, or some nocturnal savage shooting at a sentinel from behind a stump on the moonlit fields of snow. A livelier incident at last broke the monotony of their lives. In the middle of January, Rogers came with his rangers from Fort Edward, bound on a scouting party towards Crown Point. They spent 2 days at Fort William Henry in making snowshoes and other preparation, and set out on the 17th. Captain Spikeman was second in command, with Lieutenants Stark and Kennedy, several other subalterns, and 2 gentlemen volunteers enamored of adventure. They marched down the frozen lake and encamped at the Narrows. Some of them, unaccustomed to snowshoes, had become unfit for travel, and were sent back, thus reducing the number to 74. In the morning they marched again by icicled rocks and ice-bound waterfalls, mountains grey with naked woods, and fir trees bowed down with snow. On the 19th they reached the west shore, about 4 miles south of Rogers Rock, marched west of north 8 miles, and bivouacked among the mountains. On the next morning they changed their course, marched east of north all day, passed Ticonderoga undiscovered, and stopped at night some 5 miles beyond it. The weather was changing, and rain was coming on.
They scraped away the snow with their snowshoes, piled it in a bank around them, made beds of spruce boughs, built fires, and lay down to sleep, while the sentinels kept watch in the outer gloom. In the morning there was a drizzling rain, and the softened snow stuck to their snowshoes. They marched eastward 3 miles through the dripping forest, till they reached the banks of Lake Champlain, near what is now called 5 Mile Point, and presently saw a sledge, drawn by horses, moving on the ice from Ticonderoga towards Crown Point. Rogers sent Stark along the shore to the left to head it off, while he, with another party covered by the woods, moved in the opposite direction to stop its retreat. He soon saw 8 or 10 more sledges following the first, and sent a messenger to prevent Stark from showing himself too soon. But Stark was already on the ice. All the sledges turned back in hot haste. The Rangers ran in pursuit and captured 3 of them, with 7 men and 6 horses, while the rest escaped to Ticonderoga. The prisoners, being separately examined, told an ominous tale. There were 350 regulars at Ticonderoga. 200 Canadian and 45 Indians had lately arrived there, and more Indians were expected that evening, all destined to waylay the communications between the English forts, and all prepared to march at a moment's notice. The Rangers were now in great peril. The fugitives would give warning of their presence, and the French and Indians, in overwhelming force, would no doubt cut off their retreat. Rogers at once ordered his men to return to their last night's encampment, rekindle the fires, and dry their guns, which were wet by the rain of the morning. Then they marched southward in single file through the snow-encumbered forest. Rogers and Kennedy in the front, Spikeman in the centre, and Stark in the rear. In this order they moved on over broken and difficult ground till 2 in the afternoon, when they came upon a valley or hollow, scarcely a musket shot wide, which ran across their line of march, and, like all the rest of the country, was buried in thick woods. The front of the line had descended the first hill, and was mounting that on the farther side, when the foremost men heard a low, clicking sound, like the cocking of a great number of guns, and in an instant a furious volley blazed out of the bushes on the ridge above them. Kennedy was killed outright, as also was Gardner, one of the volunteers. Rogers was grazed in the head by a bullet, and others were disabled or hurt. The rest returned the fire, while a swarm of French and Indians rushed upon them from the ridge and the slopes on either hand, killing several more, Spikeman among the rest, and capturing others. The Rangers fell back across the hollow and regained the hill they had just descended. Stark, with the rear, who were at the top when the fray began, now kept the assailants in check by a brisk fire till their comrades joined them. Then the whole party, spreading themselves among the trees that covered the declivity, stubbornly held their ground and beat back the French in repeated attempts to dislodge them. As the assailants were more than 2 to 1, what Rogers had most to dread was a movement to outflank him and get into his rear. This they tried twice, and were twice repulsed by a party held in reserve for the purpose. The fight lasted several hours, during which there was much talk between the combatants. The French called out that it was a pity so many brave men should be lost, that larger reinforcements were expected every moment, and that the Rangers would then be cut to pieces without mercy. whereas if they surrendered at once they should be treated with the utmost kindness. They called to Rogers by name, and expressed great esteem for him. Neither threats nor promises had any effect, and the firing went on till darkness stopped it. Towards evening Rogers was shot through the wrist, and one of the men, John Shute, used to tell in his old age how he saw another ranger trying to bind the captain's wound with the ribbon of his own queue. As Ticonderoga was but 3 miles off, it was destruction to stay where they were, and they withdrew under cover of night, reduced to 48 effective and 6 wounded men. 14 had been killed and 6 captured. Those that were left reached Lake George in the morning, and Stark, with 2 followers, pushed on in advance to bring a sledge for the wounded. The rest made their way to the Narrows, where they encamped, and presently descried a small dark object on the ice far behind them. It proved to be one of their own number, Sergeant Joshua Martin, who had received a severe wound in the fight and was left for dead, but by desperate efforts had followed on their tracks, and was now brought to camp in a state of exhaustion. He recovered and lived to an advanced age. The sledge sent by Stark came in the morning, and the whole party soon reached the fort. Abercrombie, on hearing of the affair, sent them a letter of thanks for gallant conduct. Rogers reckons the number of his assailants at about 250 in all. Vaudreuil says that they consisted of 89 regulars and 90 Canadians and Indians. With his usual boastful exaggeration, he declares that 40 English were left dead on the field, and that only 3 reached Fort William Henry alive. He says that the fight was extremely hot and obstinate, and admits that the French lost 37 killed and wounded. Rogers makes the number much greater. That it was considerable is certain, as Lusignan, commandant at Ticonderoga, wrote immediately for reinforcements. The effects of his wound and an attack of smallpox kept Rogers quiet for a time. Meanwhile the winter dragged slowly away, and the ice of Lake George, cracking with change of temperature, uttered its strange cry of agony, heralding that dismal season when winter begins to relax its grip, but spring still holds aloof, when the sap stirs in the sugar maples, but the buds refuse to swell, and even the catkins of the willow will not burst their brown integuments. When the forest is patched with snow, though on its sunny slopes one hears in the stillness the whisper of trickling waters that ooze from the half-thawed soil and saturated beds of fallen leaves. When clouds hang low on the darkened mountains, and cold mists entangle themselves in the tops of the pines. Now a dull rain, now a sharp morning frost, and now a storm of snow powdering the waste and wrapping it again in the pall of winter. In this cheerless season, on St. Patrick's Day, the 17th of March, the Irish soldiers who formed a part of the garrison of Fort William Henry were paying homage to their patron saint in libations of heretic rum, the product of New England stills, and it is said that John Stark's Rangers forgot theological differences in their zeal to share the festivity. The story adds that they were restrained by their commander, and that their enforced sobriety proved the saving of the fort. This may be doubted, for without counting the English soldiers of the garrison who had no special call to be drunk that day, the fort was in no danger till 24 hours after, when the revellers had time to rally from their pious carouse. Whether Rangers or British soldiers, it is certain that watchmen were on the alert during the night between the 18th and the 19th, and that towards 1 in the morning they heard a sound of axes far down the lake, followed by the faint glow of a distant fire. The inference was plain that an enemy was there, and that the necessity of warming himself had overcome his caution. Then all was still for some 2 hours, when, listening in the pitchy darkness, the watchers heard the footstep of a great body of men approaching on the ice, which at the time was bare of snow. The garrison were at their posts, and all the cannon on the side towards the lake vomited grape and round shot in the direction of the sound, which thereafter was heard no more. Those who made it were a detachment called by Vaudreuil an army, sent by him to seize the English fort. Shirley had planned a similar stroke against Ticonderoga a year before, but the provincial levies had come in so slowly, and the ice had broken up so soon, that the scheme was abandoned. Vaudreuil was more fortunate. The whole force, regulars, Canadians, and Indians, was ready to his hand. No pains were spared in equipping them. Overcoats, blankets, bearskins to sleep on, tarpaulins to sleep under, spare moccasins, spare mittens, kettles, axes, needles, awls, flint and steel, and many miscellaneous articles were provided, to be dragged by the men on light Indian sledges, along with provisions for 12 days. The cost of the expedition is set at 1,000,000 francs, answering to more than as many dollars of the present time. To the disgust of the officers from France, the governor named his brother Rigaud for the chief command, and before the end of February the whole party was on its march along the ice of Lake Champlain. They rested nearly a week at Ticonderoga, where no less than 300 short scaling ladders, so constructed that 2 or more could be joined in one, had been made for them, and here too they received a reinforcement, which raised their number to 1,600. Then, marching 3 days along Lake George, they neared the fort on the evening of the 18th and prepared for a general assault before daybreak. The garrison, including Rangers, consisted of 346 effective men. The fort was not strong, and a resolute assault by numbers so superior must, it seems, have overpowered the defenders. But the Canadians and Indians who composed most of the attacking force were not suited for such work, and, disappointed in his hope of a surprise, Rigaud withdrew them at daybreak after trying in vain to burn the buildings outside. A few hours after, the whole body reappeared, filing off to surround the fort, on which they kept up a brisk but harmless fire of musketry. In the night they were heard again on the ice, approaching as if for an assault, and the cannon, firing towards the sound, again drove them back. There was silence for a while, till tongues of flame lighted up the gloom, and 2 sloops, ice-bound in the lake, and a large number of bateaux on the shore, were seen to be on fire. A party sallied to save them, but it was too late. In the morning they were all consumed, and the enemy had vanished. It was Sunday, the 20th. Everything was quiet till noon, when the French filed out of the woods and marched across the ice in procession, ostentatiously carrying their scaling ladders, and showing themselves to the best effect. They stopped at a safe distance, fronting towards the fort, and several of them advanced, waving a red flag. An officer with a few men went to meet them, and returned bringing Le Mercier, chief of the Canadian artillery, who, being led blindfold into the fort, announced himself as bearer of a message from Rigaud. He was conducted to the room of Major Eyre, where all the British officers were assembled, and after mutual compliments he invited them to give up the place peaceably, promising the most favourable terms, and threatening a general assault and massacre in case of refusal. Eyre said that he should defend himself to the last, and the envoy, again blindfolded, was led back to whence he came. The whole French force now advanced as if to storm the works, and the garrison prepared to receive them. Nothing came of it but a fusillade, to which the British made no reply. At night the French were heard advancing again, and each man nerved himself for the crisis. The real attack, however, was not against the fort, but against the buildings outside, which consisted of several storehouses, a hospital, a sawmill, and the huts of the rangers, besides a sloop on the stocks and piles of planks and cordwood. Covered by the night, the assailants crept up with faggots of resinous sticks, placed them against the farther side of the buildings, kindled them, and escaped before the flame rose, while the garrison, straining their ears in the thick darkness, fired wherever they heard a sound. Before morning all around them was in a blaze, and they had much ado to save the fort barracks from the shower of burning cinders. At 10 o'clock the fires had subsided, and a thick fall of snow began, filling the air with a restless chaos of large, moist flakes. This lasted all day and all the next night, till the ground and the ice were covered to a depth of 3 feet and more. The French lay close in their camps till a little before dawn on Tuesday morning, when 20 volunteers from the regulars made a bold attempt to burn the sloop on the stocks, with several storehouses and other structures, and several hundred scows and whaleboats which had thus far escaped. They were only in part successful, but they fired the sloop and some buildings near it, and stood far out on the ice watching the flaming vessel, a superb bonfire amid the wilderness of snow. The spectacle cost the volunteers a fourth of their number killed and wounded. On Wednesday morning the sun rose bright on a scene of wintry splendor, and the frozen lake was dotted with Rigaud's retreating followers, toiling towards Canada on snowshoes. Before they reached it, many of them were blinded for a while by the insufferable glare, as their comrades led them homewards by the hand. End of section 35.
Section 36 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14, Part 1, 1757, Montcalm and Vaudreuil. Spring came at last, and the Dutch burghers of Albany heard, faint from the far height, the clamour of the wildfowl streaming in long files northward to their summer home. As the aerial travellers winged their way, the seat of war lay spread beneath them like a map. First the blue Hudson, slumbering among its forests with the forts along its banks, Half Moon, Stillwater, Saratoga, and the geometric lines and earthen mounds of Fort Edward. Then a broad belt of dingy evergreen, and beyond, released from wintry fetters, the glistening breast of Lake George, with Fort William Henry at its side. amid charred ruins and a desolation of prostrate forests. Hence the lake stretched northward, like some broad river trenched between mountain ranges, still, leafless, and grey. Then they looked down on Ticonderoga, with the flag of the Bourbons like a flickering white speck waving on its ramparts, and next on Crown Point with its tower of stone. Lake Champlain now spread before them, widening as they flew. On the left, the mountain wilderness of the Adirondacks, like a stormy sea congealed. On the right, the long processions of the Green Mountains, and as far beyond, on the dim verge of the eastern sky, the White Mountains throned in savage solitude. They passed over the bastioned square of Fort St. John, Fort Chambly, guarding the rapids of the Richelieu, and the broad belt of the St. Lawrence, with Montreal seated on its bank. Here we leave them to build their nests and hatch their brood among the fens of the lonely north. Montreal, the military heart of Canada, was in the past winter its social centre also, where were gathered conspicuous representatives both of old France and of new, not men only, but women. It was a sparkling fragment of the reign of Louis XV, dropped into the American wilderness. Montcalm was here with his staff and his chief officers, now pondering schemes of war, and now turning in thought to his beloved Chateau of Candiac, his mother, children, and wife, to whom he sent letters with every opportunity. To his wife he writes, "Think of me affectionately. Give love to my girls. I hope next year I may be with you all. I love you tenderly, dearest." He says that he has sent her a packet of marten skins for a muff, and another time I shall send some to our daughter, but I should like better to bring them myself. Of this eldest daughter he writes in reply to a letter of domestic news from Madame de Montcalm. The new gown with blonde trimmings must be becoming, for she is pretty. Again, there is not an hour in the day when I do not think of you, my mother and my children. He had the tastes of a country gentleman, and was eager to know all that was passing on his estate. Before leaving home he had set up a mill to grind olives for oil, and was well pleased to hear of its prosperity. It seems to be a good thing, which pleases me very much. Bougainville and I talk a great deal about the oil mill. Some time after, when the King sent him the coveted decoration of the Cordon Rouge, he informed Madame de Montcalm of the honour done him, and added, "I think I am better pleased with what you tell me of the success of my oil mill." To his mother he writes of his absorbing occupations, and says, "You can tell, my dearest, that I have no time to occupy myself with the ladies, even if I wished to." Nevertheless, he now and then found leisure for some little solace in his banishment, for he writes to Bourlamaque, whom he had left at Quebec, after a visit which he himself made there early in the winter, "I am glad you sometimes speak of me to the three ladies of the Rue de Parloir, and I am flattered by their remembrance, especially by that of one of them, in whom I find at certain moments too much wit and too many charms for my tranquillity." These ladies of the Rue de Parloir are several times mentioned in his familiar correspondence with Bourlamaque. His station obliged him to maintain a high standard of living, to his great financial detriment, for Canadian prices were inordinate. I must live creditably, and so I do. 16 persons at table every day. Once a fortnight I dine with the Governor-General and with the Chevalier de Lévis, who lives well too. He has given 3 grand balls. As for me, up to Lent I gave, besides dinners, great suppers with ladies 3 times a week. They lasted till 2 in the morning, and then there was dancing, to which company came uninvited, but sure of a welcome from those who had been at supper. It is very expensive, not very amusing, and often tedious. At Quebec, where we spent a month, I gave receptions or parties, often at the Intendant's house. I like my gallant Chevalier de Lévis very much. Bourlamaque was a good choice. He is steady and cool with good parts. Bougainville has talent, a warm head, and warm heart. He will ripen in time. Write to Madame Cornier that I like her husband. He is perfectly well and as impatient for peace as I am. Love to my daughters and all affection and respect to my mother. I live only in the hope of joining you all again. Nevertheless, Montreal is as good a place as Alais even in time of peace, and better now because the government is here. For the Marquis de Vaudreuil, like me, spent only a month at Quebec. As for Quebec, it is as good as the best cities of France, except 10 or so. Clear sky, bright sun, neither spring nor autumn, only summer and winter. July, August, and September, hot as in Languedoc. Winter, insupportable. One must keep always indoors. The ladies spirituelles, galantes, dévotes. Gambling at Quebec, dancing and conversation at Montreal. My friends the Indians, who are often unbearable, and whom I treat with perfect tranquillity and patience, are fond of me. If I were not a sort of general, though very subordinate to the governor, I could gossip about the plans of the campaign, which it is likely will begin on the 10th or 15th of May. I work at the plan of the last affair, Rigaud's expedition to Fort William Henry, which might have turned out better, though good as it was. I wanted only 800 men. If I had my way, Monsieur de Lévis or Monsieur de Bougainville would have had charge of it. However, the thing was all right and in good hands. The governor, who is extremely civil to me, gave it to his brother. He thought him more used to winter marches. Adieu, my heart, I adore and love you. To meet his manifold social needs, he sends to his wife orders for prunes, olives, anchovies, muscat wines, capers, sausages, confectionery, cloth for liveries, and many other such items, also for scent bags of 2 kinds, and perfumed pomatum for presents, closing in postscript with an injunction not to forget 12 pint bottles of English lavender. Some months after, he writes to Madame de Saint-Véran, I have got everything that was sent me from Montpellier except the sausages. I have lost 1/3 of what was sent from Bordeaux. The English captured it on board a ship called La Superbe, and I have reason to fear that everything sent from Paris is lost on board La Liberté. I am running into debt here. Pshaw, I must live. I do not worry myself. Best love to you, my mother. When Rigaud was about to march with his detachment against Fort William Henry,
Montcalm went over to La Prairie to see them. I reviewed them, he writes to Bourlamaque, and gave the officers a dinner, which, if anybody else had given it, I should have said was a grand affair. There were 2 tables for 36 persons in all. On Wednesday there was an assembly at Madame Varin's. On Friday the Chevalier de Lévis gave a ball. He invited 65 ladies, and got only 30, with a great crowd of men. Rooms well lighted, excellent order, excellent service, plenty of refreshments of every sort all through the night, and the company stayed till 7 in the morning. As for me, I went to bed early. I had that day 8 ladies at a supper given to Madame Varin. Tomorrow I shall have 6 at another supper, given to I don't know whom, but inclined to think it will be La Rocheboucauld. The gallant Chevalier is to give us still another ball. Lent put a check on these festivities. Tomorrow, he tells Bourlamaque, I shall throw myself into devotion with might and main, à corps perdu. It will be easier for me to detach myself from the world and turn heavenward here at Montreal than it would be at Quebec. And some time after, Bougainville spent Monday delightfully at Île Sainte Hélène, and Tuesday devoutly with the Sulpician fathers at the mountain. I was there myself at 4 o'clock, and did them the civility to sup in their refectory at 6:15. In May there was a complete revival of social pleasures, and Montcalm wrote to Bourlamaque, Madame de Beaubassin's supper was very gay. There were toasts to the Rue de Parloir and to the General. Today I must give a dinner to Madame de Saint-Ours, which will be a little more serious. Péan is gone to establish himself at La Chine, and will come back with La Barolon, who goes thither with a husband of hers bound to the Ohio with Villejoin and Louvigny. The Chevalier de Lévis amuses himself very much here. He and his friends spend all their time with Madame de Lenisse. Under these gaieties and gallantries there were bitter heart-burnings. Montcalm hints at some of them in a letter to Bourlamaque, written at a time of the expedition to Fort William Henry, which, in the words of Montcalm, who would have preferred another commander, the governor had ordered to march under the banners of Brother Rigaud. After he got my letter on Sunday evening, says the disappointed general, Monsieur de Vaudreuil sent me his secretary with the instructions he had given his brother, which he had hitherto withheld. This gave rise after dinner to a long conversation with him, and I hope, for the good of the service, that his future conduct will prove the truth of his words. I spoke to him with frankness and firmness of the necessity I was under of communicating to him my reflections, but I did not name any of the persons who, to gain his good graces, busy themselves with destroying his confidence in me. I told him that he would always find me disposed to aid in measures tending to our success, even should his views, which always ought to prevail, be different from mine, but that I dared flatter myself that he would henceforward communicate his plans to me sooner, for though his knowledge of the country gave greater weight to his opinions, he might rest satisfied that I should second him in methods and details. This explanation passed off becomingly enough, and ended with a proposal to dine on a moose's nose, an esteemed morsel. the day after tomorrow. I burn your letters, monsieur, and I beg you to do the same with mine, after making a note of anything you may want to keep. But Bourlamaque kept all the letters and bound them in a volume which still exists. Montcalm was not at this time fully aware of the feeling of Vaudreuil towards him. The touchy egotism of the governor and his jealous attachment to the colony led him to claim for himself and the Canadians the merit of every achievement and to deny it to the French troops and their general. Before the capture of Oswego was known, he wrote to the naval minister that Montcalm would never have dared attack that place if he had not encouraged him and answered his timid objections. I am confident that I shall reduce it, he adds. My expedition is sure to succeed if Monsieur de Montcalm follows the directions I have given him. When the good news came, he immediately wrote again, declaring that the victory was due to his brother Rigaud and the Canadians, who, he says, has been ill used by the general and not allowed either to enter the fort or share the plunder, any more than the Indians, who were so angry at the treatment they had met that he had great difficulty in appeasing them. He hints that the success was generally ascribed to him. There has been a great deal of talk here, but I will not do myself the honour of repeating it to you, especially as it relates to myself. I know how to do violence to my self-love. The measures I took assured our victory, in spite of opposition. If I had been less vigilant and firm, Oswego would still be in the hands of the English. I cannot sufficiently congratulate myself on the zeal which my brother and the Canadians and Indians showed on this occasion, for without them my orders would have been given in vain. The hopes of His Britannic Majesty have vanished, and will hardly revive again, for I shall take care to crush them in the bud. End of section 36. Section 37 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14, Part 2. The pronouns I and my recur with monotonous frequency in his correspondence. I have laid waste all the British provinces. By promptly uniting my forces at Carillon, I have kept General Loudon in check, though he had at his disposal an army of about 20,000 men, and so, without end in all varieties of repetition, it is no less characteristic that he here assigns to his enemies double their actual force. He has the faintest of praise for the troops from France. They are generally good, but thus far they have not absolutely distinguished themselves. I do justice to the firmness they showed at Oswego, but it was only the colony troops, Canadians and Indians, who attacked the forts. Our artillery was directed by the Chevalier Le Mercier and Monsieur Fremont, colony officers, and was served by our colony troops and our militia. The officers from France are more inclined to defence than attack. Far from spending the least thing here, they lay by their pay. They saved the money allowed them for refreshments, and had it in pocket at the end of the campaign. They get a profit, too, out of their provisions, by having certificates made under borrowed names, so that they can draw cash for them on their return.
It is the same with the soldiers, who also sell their provisions to the king and get paid for them. In conjunction with Monsieur Bigot, I labor to remedy all these abuses, and the rules we have established have saved the king a considerable expense. Monsieur de Montcalm has complained very much of these rules. The Intendant Bigot, who here appears as a reformer, was the centre of a monstrous system of public fraud and robbery, while the charges against the French officers are unsupported. Vaudreuil, who never loses an opportunity of disparaging them, proceeds thus. The troops from France are not on very good terms with our Canadians. What can the soldiers think of them when they see their officers threaten them with sticks or swords? The Canadians are obliged to carry these gentry on their shoulders, through the cold water, over rocks that cut their feet, and if they make a false step, they are abused. Can anything be harder? Finally, Monsieur de Montcalm is so quick-tempered that he goes to the length of striking the Canadians. How can he restrain his officers when he cannot restrain himself? Could any example be more contagious? This is the way our Canadians are treated. They deserve something better. He then enlarges on their zeal, hardihood, and bravery, and adds that nothing but their blind submission to his commands prevents many of them from showing resentment at the usage they had to endure. The Indians, he goes on to say, are not so gentle and yielding, and but for his brother Rigaud and himself might have gone off in a rage. After the campaign of Oswego, they did not hesitate to tell me that they would go wherever I sent them, provided I did not put them under the orders of Monsieur de Montcalm. They told me positively that they could not bear his quick temper. I shall always maintain the most perfect union and understanding with Monsieur le Marquis de Montcalm, but I shall be forced to take measures which will assure to our Canadians and Indians treatment such as their zeal and services merit. To the subject of his complaints, Vaudreuil used a different language. For Montcalm says, after mentioning that he had had occasion to punish some of the Canadians at Oswego, I must do Monsieur de Vaudreuil the justice to say that he approved my proceedings. He treated the general with the blandest politeness. He is a good-natured man, continued Montcalm, mild, with no character of his own, surrounded by people who try to destroy all his confidence in the general of the troops from France. I am praised excessively in order to make him jealous, excite his Canadian prejudices, and prevent him from dealing with me frankly, or adopting my views when he can help it. He elsewhere complains that Vaudreuil gave to both him and Lévis orders couched in such equivocal terms that he could throw the blame on them in case of reverse. Montcalm liked the militia no better than the governor liked the regulars. I have used them with good effect, though not in places exposed to the enemy's fire. They know neither discipline nor subordination, and think themselves in all respects the first nation on earth. He is sure, however, that they like him. I have gained the utmost confidence of the Canadians and Indians, and in the eyes of the former, when I travel or visit their camps, I have the air of a tribune of the people. The affection of the Canadians for me is so strong that there are moments when it astonishes the governor. "The Indians are delighted with me," he says in another letter. "The Canadians are pleased with me. Their officers esteem and fear me, and would be glad if the French troops and their general could be dispensed with, and so should I." And he writes to his mother, "The part I have to play is unique. I am a general-in-chief subordinated, sometimes with everything to do, and sometimes nothing. I am esteemed, respected, beloved, envied, hated. I pass for proud, supple, stiff, yielding, polite, devout, gallant, etc., and I long for peace." The letters of the governor and those of the general, it will be seen, contradict each other flatly at several points. Montcalm is sustained by his friend Bougainville, who says that the Indians had a great liking for him, and that he knew how to manage them as well as if he had been born in their wigwams. And while Vaudreuil complains that the Canadians are ill-used by Montcalm, Bougainville declares that the regulars are ill-used by Vaudreuil. One must be blind not to see that we are treated as the Spartans treated the Helloes. He then comments on the jealous reticence of the governor. The Marquis de Montcalm has not the honor of being consulted, and it is generally through public rumor that he first hears of Monsieur de Vaudreuil's military plans. He calls the governor a timid man who can neither make a resolution nor keep one, and he gives another trait of him, illustrating it, after his usual way, by a parallel from the classics. When V produces an idea, he falls in love with it, as Pygmalion did with his statue. I can forgive Pygmalion, for what he produced was a masterpiece. The exceeding touchiness of the governor was sorely tried by certain indiscretions on the part of the general, who in his rapid and vehement utterance sometimes forgot the rules of prudence. His anger, though not deep, was extremely impetuous, and it is said that his irritation against Vaudreuil sometimes found escape in the presence of servants and soldiers. There was no lack of reporters, and the governor was told everything. The breach widened apace, and Canada divided itself into two camps, that of Vaudreuil with the colony officers, civil and military, and that of Montcalm with the officers from France. The principal exception was the Chevalier de Lévis. This brave and able commander had an easy and adaptable nature, which made him a sort of connecting link between the two parties. One should be on good terms with everybody, was a maxim which he sometimes expressed, and on which he shaped his conduct with notable success. The Intendant Bigot, also an adroit and accomplished person, had the skill to avoid breaking with either side. But now the season of action was near, and domestic strife must give place to efforts against the common foe. God or devil, Montcalm wrote to Bourlamaque, we must do something and risk a fight. If we succeed, we can, all three of us, you, Lévis, and I, ask for promotion. Burn this letter. The prospects, on the whole, were hopeful. The victor at Oswego had wrought marvels among the Indians, inspired the faithful, confirmed the wavering, and daunted the ill-disposed. The whole West was astir, ready to pour itself again in blood and fire against the English border, and even the Cherokees and the Choctaws, old friends of the British colonies, seemed on the point of turning against them. The Five Nations were hard won for France. In November, a large deputation of them came to renew the chain of friendship at Montreal. "I have laid Oswego in ashes," said Vaudreuil. "The English quail before me. Why do you nourish serpents in your bosom? They mean only to enslave you." The deputies trampled underfoot the medals the English had given them, and promised the devourer of villages, for so they styled the governor, that they would never more lift the hatchet against his children. The chief difficulty was to get rid of them, for being clothed and fed at the expense of the king, they were in no haste to take leave, and learning that New Year's Day was a time of visits, gifts, and health drinking, they declared that they would stay to share its pleasures, which they did to their own satisfaction and the annoyance of those who were forced to entertain them and their squaws. An active siding with France was to be expected only from the western bands of the Confederacy. Neutrality alone could be hoped for from the others, who were too near the English safely to declare against them, while from one of the tribes, the Mohawks, even neutrality was doubtful. Vaudreuil, while disliking the French regulars, felt that he could not dispense with them, and had asked for a reinforcement. His request was granted, and the colonial minister informed him that 2,400 men had been ordered to Canada to strengthen the colony regulars and the battalions of Montcalm. This, according to the estimate of the minister, would raise the regular force in Canada to 6,600 rank and file. The announcement was followed by another, less agreeable. It was to the effect that a formidable squadron was fitting out in British ports. Was Quebec to be attacked, or Louisbourg? Louisbourg was beyond reach of succor from Canada. It must rely on its own strength and on help from France. But so long as Quebec was threatened, all the troops in the colony must be held ready to defend it, and the hope of attacking England in her own domains must be abandoned. Till these doubts were solved, nothing could be done, and hence great activity in catching prisoners for the sake of news. A few were brought in, but they knew no more of the matter than the French themselves, and Vaudreuil and Montcalm rested for a while in suspense. The truth, had they known it, would have gladdened their hearts. The English preparations were aimed at Louisbourg. In the autumn before, Loudon, prejudiced against all plans of his predecessor Shirley, proposed to the ministry a scheme of his own, involving a possible attack on Quebec, but with the reduction of Louisbourg as its immediate object. An important object, no doubt, but one that had no direct bearing on the main question of controlling the interior of the continent. Pitt, then for a brief space at the head of the government, accepted the suggestion and set himself to executing it. But he was hampered by opposition, and early in April was forced to resign. Then followed a contest of rival claimants to office, and the war against France was made subordinate to disputes of personal politics. Meanwhile, one Florence Hensey, a spy at London, had informed the French court that a great armament was fitting out for America, though he could not tell its precise destination. Without loss of time, 3 French squadrons were sent across the Atlantic, with orders to rendezvous at Louisbourg, the conjectured point of attack. The English were as tardy as their enemies were prompt. Everything depended on speed, yet their fleet, under Admiral Holborn, consisting of 15 ships of the line and 3 frigates, with about 5,000 troops on board, did not get to sea till the 5th of May, when it made sail for Halifax, where Loudon was to meet it with additional forces. Loudon had drawn off the best part of the troops from the northern frontier, and they were now at New York waiting for embarkation. That the design might be kept secret, he laid an embargo on colonial shipping, a measure which exasperated the colonists, without answering its purpose, now ensured a long delay, during which the troops, the provincial levies, the transports designed to carry them, and the ships of war which were to serve as escort, all lay idle. In the interval, Loudon showed great activity in writing despatches and other avocations more or less proper to a commander, being always busy, without, according to Franklin, accomplishing anything. One Innis, who had come with the message from the governor of Pennsylvania, and had waited above a fortnight for the general's reply, remarked of him that he was like St. George on a tavern sign, always on horseback, and never riding on. Yet nobody longed more than he to reach the rendezvous at Halifax. He was waiting for news of Holborn, and he waited in vain. He knew only that a French fleet had been seen off the coast strong enough to overpower his escort and sink all his transports. But the season was growing late. He must act quickly if he was to act at all. He and Sir Charles Hardy agreed between them that the risk must be run, and on the 20th of June the whole force put to sea. They met no enemy, and entered Halifax harbour on the 30th. Holborn and his fleet had not yet appeared, but his ships soon came straggling in, and before the 10th of July all were at anchor before the town. Then there was more delay. The troops, nearly 12,000 in all, were landed, and weeks were spent in drilling them and planting vegetables for their refreshment. Sir Charles Hay was put under arrest for saying that the nation's money was spent in sham battles and raising cabbages. Some attempts were made to learn the state of Louisbourg, and Captain Gorham of the Rangers, who reconnoitred it from a fishing vessel, brought back an imperfect report, upon which, after some hesitation, it was resolved to proceed to the attack. The troops were embarked again, and all was ready, when, on the 4th of August, a sloop came from Newfoundland, bringing letters found on board a French vessel lately captured. From these it appeared that all 3 of the French squadrons were united in the harbour of Louisbourg, to the number of 22 ships of the line, besides several frigates, and that the garrison had been increased to a total force of 7,000 men, ensconced in the strongest fortress of the continent. So far as concerned the naval force, the account was true. La Motte, the French admiral, had with him a fleet carrying an aggregate of 1,360 cannon, anchored in a sheltered harbour under the guns of the town. Success was now hopeless, and the costly enterprise was at once abandoned. Loudon with his troops sailed back for New York, and Admiral Holborn, who had been joined by 4 additional ships, steered for Louisbourg in hopes that the French fleet would come out and fight him. He cruised off the port, but La Motte did not accept the challenge. The elements declared for France. A September gale of fury rare even on that tempestuous coast burst upon the British fleet. It blew a perfect hurricane, says the unfortunate admiral, and drove us right on shore. One ship was dashed on the rocks, 2 leagues from Louisbourg. A shifting of the wind in the nick of time saved the rest from total wreck. 9 were dismasted. Others threw their cannon into the sea. Not one was left fit for immediate action, and had La Motte sailed out of Louisbourg, he would have had them all at his mercy. Delay, the source of most of the disasters that befell England and her colonies at this dismal epoch, was the ruin of the Louisbourg expedition. The greater part of La Motte's fleet reached its destination a full month before that of Holborn. Had the reverse taken place, the fortress must have fallen. As it was, the ill-starred attempt, drawing off the British forces from the frontier, where they were needed most, did for France more than she could have done for herself, and gave Montcalm and Vaudreuil the opportunity to execute a scheme which they had nursed since the fall of Oswego. End of section 37. Section 38 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15, Part 1, 1757. Fort William Henry. I am going on the 9th to sing the war song of the Lake of Two Mountains, and on the next day at Sault St. Louis, a long, tiresome ceremony. On the 12th I am off, and I count on having news to tell you by the end of this month or the beginning of the next. Thus Montcalm wrote to his wife from Montreal early in July. All doubts had been solved. Prisoners taken on the Hudson and dispatches from Versailles had made it certain that Loudon was bound to Louisbourg, carrying with him the best of the troops that had guarded the New York frontier. The time was come not only to strike the English on Lake George, but perhaps to seize Fort Edward and carry terror to Albany itself. Only one difficulty remained, the want of provisions. Agents were sent to collect corn and bacon among the inhabitants. The curés and militia captains were ordered to aid in the work, and enough was presently found to feed 12,000 men for a month. The emissaries of the governor had been busy all winter among the tribes of the west and north, and more than 1,000 savages, lured by prospect of gifts, scalps, and plunder, were now encamped at Montreal. Many of them had never visited a French settlement before. All were eager to see Montcalm, whose exploit in taking Oswego had inflamed their imagination, and one day, on a visit of ceremony, an orator from Michilimackinac addressed the general thus: "We wanted to see this famous man who tramples the English under his feet. We thought we should find him so tall that his head would be lost in the clouds. But you are a little man, my father. It is when we look into your eyes that we see the greatness of the pine tree and the fire of the eagle." It remained to muster the mission Indians settled in or near the limits of the colony, and it was to this end that Montcalm went to sing the war song with the converts of the Two Mountains. Rigaud, Bougainville, young Longueuil, and others were of the party, and when they landed, the Indians came down to the shore, their priests at their head, and greeted the general with a volley of musketry, then received him after dark in their Grand Council Lodge, where the circle of wild and savage visages, half seen in the dim light of a few candles, suggested to Bougainville a midnight conclave of wizards. He acted vicariously the chief part in the ceremony. I sang the war song in the name of Monsieur de Montcalm, and was much applauded. It was nothing but these words, "Let us trample the English under our feet," chanted over and over again, in cadence with the movements of the savages. Then came the war feast, against which occasion Montcalm had caused 3 oxen to be roasted. On the next day the party went to Caughnawaga, or Sault St. Louis, where the ceremony was repeated, and Bougainville, who again sang the war song in the name of his commander, was requited by adoption into the clan of the Turtle. 3 more oxen were solemnly devoured, and with one voice the warriors took up the hatchet. Meanwhile troops, Canadians and Indians, were moving by detachments up Lake Champlain. Fleets of bateaux and canoes followed each other day by day along the capricious lake, in calm or storm, sunshine or rain, till, towards the end of July, the whole force was gathered at Ticonderoga, the base of the intended movement. Bourlamaque had been there since May with the battalions of Béarn and Royal Roussillon, finishing the fort, sending out war parties, and trying to discover the force and designs of the English at Fort William Henry. Ticonderoga is a high, rocky promontory between Lake Champlain on the north and the mouth of the outlet of Lake George on the south. Near its extremity and close to the fort were still encamped the 2 battalions under Bourlamaque, while bateaux and canoes were passing incessantly up the river of the outlet. There were scarcely 2 miles of navigable water, at the end of which the stream fell foaming over a high ledge of rock that barred the way. Here the French were building a sawmill, and a wide space had been cleared to form an encampment defended on all sides by an abattis, within which stood the tents of the battalions of La Reine, La Sarre, Languedoc, and Guyenne, all commanded by Lévis. Above the cascade the stream circled through the forest in a series of beautiful rapids, and from the camp of Lévis a road 1.5 miles long had been cut to the navigable water above. At the end of this road there was another fortified camp, formed of colony regulars, Canadians and Indians, under Rigaud. It was scarcely a mile farther to Lake George, where on the western side there was an outpost, chiefly of Canadians and Indians, while advanced parties were stationed at Bald Mountain, now called Rogers Rock, and elsewhere on the lake, to watch the movements of the English. The various encampments just mentioned were ranged along a valley extending 4 miles from Lake Champlain to Lake George, and bordered by mountains wooded to the top. Here was gathered a martial population of 8,000 men, including the brightest civilization and the darkest barbarism. From the scholar soldier Montcalm and his no less accomplished aide-de-camp, from Lévis, conspicuous for graces of person, from a throng of courtly young officers, who would have seemed out of place in that wilderness had they not done their work so well in it, from these to the foulest man-eating savage of the uttermost northwest. Of Indian allies there were nearly 2,000. One of their tribes, the Iowas, spoke a language which no interpreter understood, and they all bivouacked where they saw fit, for no man could control them. I see no difference, says Bougainville, in the dress, ornaments, dances, and songs of the various Western nations. They go naked, excepting a strip of cloth passed through a belt, and paint themselves black, red, blue, and other colours. Their heads are shaved and adorned with bunches of feathers, and they wear rings of brass wire in their ears. They wear beaver-skin blankets, and carry lances, bows, and arrows, and quivers made of the skins of beasts. For the rest, they are straight, well-made, and generally very tall. Their religion is brute paganism. I will say it once for all. One must be the slave of these savages, listen to them day and night, in council and in private, whenever the fancy takes them, or whenever a dream, a fit of the vapours, or their perpetual craving for brandy gets possession of them, besides which they are always wanting something for their equipment, arms, or toilet, and the general of the army must give written orders for the smallest trifle. An eternal, wearisome detail, of which one has no idea in Europe. It was not easy to keep them fed. Rations would be served to them for a week. They would consume them in 3 days, and come for more. On one occasion they took the matter into their own hands, and butchered and devoured 18 head of cattle intended for the troops. Nor did any officer dare oppose this Saint Bartholomew of the oxen, as Bougainville calls it. Their paradise is to be drunk, says the young officer. Their paradise was rather a hell, for sometimes when mad with brandy, they grappled and tore each other with their teeth like wolves. They were continually making medicine, that is, consulting the Manitou, to whom they hung up offerings, sometimes a dead dog, and sometimes the belt cloth which formed their only garment. The mission Indians were better allies than these heathens of the West, and their priests, who followed them to the war, had great influence over them. They were armed with guns, which they well knew how to use. Their dress, though savage, was generally decent, and they were not cannibals, though in other respects they retained all their traditional ferocity and most of their traditional habits. They held frequent war feasts, one of which is described by Roubaud, Jesuit missionary of the Abenakis of St. Francis, whose flock formed a part of the company present. Imagine, says the father, a great assembly of savages adorned with every ornament most suited to disfigure them in European eyes, painted with vermilion, white, green, yellow, and black made of soot and the scrapings of pots. A single savage face combines all these different colours, methodically laid on with the help of a little tallow, which serves for pomatum. The head is shaved except at the top, where there is a small tuft, to which are fastened feathers, a few beads of wampum, or some such trinket. Every part of the head has its ornament. Pendants hang from the nose and also from the ears, which are split in infancy and drawn down by weights till they flap at last against the shoulders. The rest of the equipment answers to this fantastic decoration. A shirt bedaubed with vermilion, wampum collars, silver bracelets, a large knife hanging on the breast, moose skin moccasins, and a belt of various colours, always absurdly combined. The sachems and war chiefs are distinguished from the rest, the latter by a gorget, and the former by a medal, with the king's portrait on one side, and on the other Mars and Bellona holding hands, with the device Virtues et Honour. Thus attired, the company sat in 2 lines facing each other, with kettles in the middle filled with meat chopped for distribution. To a dignified silence succeeded songs, sung by several chiefs in succession, and compared by the narrator to the howling of wolves. Then followed a speech from the chief orator, highly commended by Ribaud, who could not help admiring this effort of savage eloquence. After the harangue, he continued, they proceeded to nominate the chiefs who were to take command. As soon as one was named, he rose and took the head of some animal that had been butchered for the feast. He raised it aloft so that all the company could see it, and cried, "Behold the head of the enemy." Applause and cries of joy rose from all parts of the assembly. The chief, with the head in his hand, passed down between the lines, singing his war song, bragging of his exploits, taunting and defying the enemy, and glorifying himself beyond all measure. To hear his self-laudation in these moments of martial transport, one would think him a conquering hero ready to sweep everything before him. As he passed in front of the other savages, they would respond by dull, broken cries jerked up from the depths of their stomachs, and accompanied by movements of their bodies so odd that one must be well used to them to keep countenance. In the course of his song, the chief would utter from time to time some grotesque witticism. Then he would stop, as if pleased with himself, or rather to listen to the 1,000 confused cries of applause that greeted his ears. He kept up his martial promenade as long as he liked the sport, and when he had had enough, ended by flinging down the head of the animal with an air of contempt, to show that his warlike appetite craved meat of another sort. Others followed with similar songs and pantomime, and the festival was closed at last by ladling out the meat from the kettles and devouring it. Ribaud was one day near the fort, when he saw the shore lined with 1,000 Indians, watching 4 or 5 English prisoners, who, with the war party that had captured them, were approaching in a boat from the farther side of the water. Suddenly the whole savage crew broke away together and ran into the neighboring woods, whence they soon emerged, yelling diabolically, each armed with a club. The wretched prisoners were to be forced to run the gauntlet, which would probably have killed them. They were saved by the chief who commanded the war party, and who, on the persuasion of a French officer, claimed them as his own and forbade the game, upon which, according to rule in such case, the rest abandoned it. On this same day the missionary met troops of Indians conducting several bands of English prisoners along the road that led through the forest from the camp of Lévis. Each of the captives was held by a cord made fast about the neck, and the sweat was starting from their brows in the extremity of their horror and distress. Ribaud's tent was at this time in the camp of the Ottawas. He presently saw a large number of them squatted about a fire, before which meat was roasting on sticks stuck in the ground, and approaching, he saw that it was the flesh of an Englishman, other parts of which were boiling in a kettle, while nearby sat 8 or 10 of the prisoners, forced to see their comrade devoured. The horror-stricken priest began to remonstrate, on which a young savage fiercely replied in broken French, "You have French taste, I have Indian. This is good meat for me," and the feasters pressed him to share it. Bougainville says that this abomination could not be prevented, which only means that if force had been used to stop it, the Ottawas would have gone home in a rage. They were therefore left to finish their meal undisturbed. Having eaten one of their prisoners, they began to treat the rest with the utmost kindness, bringing them white bread and attending to all their wants. A seeming change of heart due to the fact that they were a valuable commodity, for which the owners hoped to get a good price at Montreal. Montcalm wished to send them thither at once, to which after long debate the Indians consented, demanding, however, a receipt in full, and bargaining that the captives should be supplied with shoes and blankets. These unfortunates belonged to a detachment of 300 provincials, chiefly New Jersey men, sent from Fort William Henry under command of Colonel Parker to reconnoitre the French outposts. Montcalm's scouts discovered them, on which a band of Indians, considerably more numerous, went to meet them under a French partisan named Corbière, and ambushed themselves not far from Sabbath Day Point. Parker had rashly divided his force, and at daybreak of the 26th of July, 3 of his boats fell into the snare, and were captured without a shot. 3 others followed in ignorance of what had happened, and shared the fate of the first. When the rest drew near, they were greeted by a deadly volley from the thickets, and a swarm of canoes darted out upon them. The men were seized with such a panic that some of them jumped into the water to escape, while the Indians leapt after them and speared them with their lances like fish. Terrified, says Bougainville, by the sight of these monsters, their agility, their firing, and their yells, they surrendered almost without resistance. About 100, however, made their escape. The rest were killed or captured, and 3 of the bodies were eaten on the spot. The journalist adds that the victory so elated the Indians that they became insupportable. But here in the forests of America we can no more do without them than without cavalry on the plain. Another success at about the same time did not tend to improve their manners. 150 of them, along with a few Canadians under Marin, made a dash at Fort Edward, killed or drove in the pickets, and returned with 32 scalps and a prisoner. It was found, however, that the scalps were far from representing an equal number of heads, the Indians having learned the art of making 2 or 3 out of 1 by judicious division. Preparations were urged on with the utmost energy. Provisions, camp equipage, ammunition, cannon, and bateaux were dragged by gangs of men up the road from the camp of Levis to the head of the rapids. The work went on through heat and rain, by day and night, till at the end of July all was done. Now, on the eve of departure, Montcalm, anxious for harmony among his red allies, called them to a grand council near the camp of Rigaud. 41 tribes and sub-tribes, Christian and heathen, from the east and from the west, were represented in it. Here were the mission savages, Iroquois of Caughnawaga, Two Mountains, and La Présentation, Hurons of Lorette and Detroit, Nipissings of Lake Nipissing, Abenakis of St. Francis, Bécancour, Missisquoi, and the Penobscot, Algonkins of Three Rivers and Two Mountains, Micmacs and Malecits from Acadia, in all 800 chiefs and warriors. With these came the heathen of the west, Ottawas of 7 distinct bands, Ojibwas from Lake Superior, and Mississaugas from the region of Lakes Erie and Huron, Potawatomis and Menominees from Lake Michigan, Sacs, Foxes, and Winnebagos from Wisconsin, Miamis from the prairies of Illinois, and Iowas from the banks of the Des Moines. 979 chiefs and warriors, men of the forests and men of the plains, hunters of the moose and hunters of the buffalo, bearers of steel hatchets and stone war-clubs, of French guns and of flint-headed arrows. All sat in silence, decked with ceremonial paint, scalp locks, eagle plumes, or horns of buffalo, and the dark and wild assemblage was edged with white uniforms of officers from France, who came in numbers to the spectacle. Other officers were also here, all belonging to the colony. They had been appointed to the command of the Indian allies, over whom, however, they had little or no real authority. First among them was the bold and hardy Saint Luc de la Corne, who was called General of the Indians, and under him were others, each assigned to some tribe or group of tribes, the intrepid Marin, Charles Langlade, who had left his squaw wife at Michilimackinac to join the war, Niverville, Languis, Laplante, Hertel, Longueuil, Herbin, Lorimière, Sabrevois, and Fleurimont, men familiar from childhood with forests and savages. Each tribe had its interpreter, often as lawless as those with whom he had spent his life, and for the converted tribes there were 3 missionaries, Piquet for the Iroquois, Mathavet for the Nipissings, who were half heathen, and Roubaud for the Abenakis. End of section 38. Section 39 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15, Part 2. There was some complaint among the Indians because they were crowded upon by the officers who came as spectators. This difficulty being removed, the council opened, Montcalm having already explained his plans to the chief and told them the part he expected them to play. Penahool, chief of the Ottawas and senior of all the assembly, rose and said, "My father, I, who have counted more moons than any here, thank you for the good words you have spoken. I approve them. Nobody ever spoke better. It is the Manitou of war who inspires you." Kikensick, chief of the Nipissings, rose in behalf of the Christian Indians and addressed the heathen of the West. "Brothers, we thank you for coming to help us defend our land against the English. Our cause is good. The Master of Life is on our side. Can you doubt it, brothers, after the great blow you have just struck? It covers you with glory. The lake red with the blood of Corlaer, the English, bears witness forever to your achievement. We too share your glory and are proud of what you have done." Then turning to Montcalm, "We are even more glad than you, my father, who have crossed the great water, not for your own sake, but to obey the great King and defend his children. He has bound us all together by the most solemn of ties. Let us take care that nothing shall separate us." The various interpreters, each in turn, having explained this speech to the assembly, it was received with ejaculations of applause, and when they had ceased, Montcalm spoke as follows: "Children, I am delighted to see you all joined in this good work. So long as you remain one, the English cannot resist you. The great King has sent me to protect and defend you, but above all, he has charged me to make you happy and unconquerable, by establishing among you the union which ought to prevail among brothers, children of one father, the great Onontio." Then he held out a prodigious wampum belt of 6,000 beads. "Take this sacred pledge of his word. The union of the beads of which it is made is the sign of your united strength. By it I bind you all together, so that none of you can separate from the rest till the English are defeated and their fort destroyed." Pennahool took up the belt and said, "Behold, brothers, a circle drawn around us by the great Onontio. Let none of us go out from it, for so long as we keep in it, the Master of Life will help all our undertakings." Other chiefs spoke to the same effect, and the council closed in perfect harmony. Its various members bivouacked together at the camp by the lake, and by their carelessness soon set it on fire, whence the place became known as the Burned Camp. Those from the missions confessed their sins all day, while their heathen brothers hung an old coat and a pair of leggings on a pole as tribute to the Manitou. This greatly embarrassed the three priests who were about to say Mass, but doubted whether they ought to say it in presence of a sacrifice to the devil. Hereupon they took counsel of Montcalm. "Better say it so than not at all," replied the military casuist. Brandy being prudently denied them, the allies grew restless, and the greater part paddled up the lake to a spot near the place where Parker had been defeated. Here they encamped to wait the arrival of the army, and amused themselves meantime with killing rattlesnakes, there being a populous den of those reptiles among the neighboring rocks. Montcalm sent a circular letter to the regular officers, urging them to dispense for a while with luxuries and even comforts. "We have but few bateaux, and these are so filled with stores that a large division of the army must go by land." And he directed that everything not absolutely necessary should be left behind, and that a canvas shelter to every 2 officers should serve them for a tent, and a bearskin for a bed. "Yet I do not forbid a mattress," he adds. "Age and infirmities may make it necessary to some, but I shall not have one myself, and make no doubt that all who can will willingly imitate me." The bateau lay ready by the shore, but could not carry the whole force, and Lévis received orders to march by the side of the lake with 2,500 men, Canadians, regulars, and Iroquois. He set out at daybreak of the 30th of July, his men carrying nothing but their knapsacks, blankets, and weapons. Guided by the unerring Indians, they climbed the steep gorge at the side of Rogers Rock, gained the valley beyond, and marched southward along a Mohawk trail which threaded the forest in a course parallel to the lake. The way was of the roughest. Many straggled from the line, and 2 officers completely broke down. The first destination of the party was the mouth of Ganooski Bay, now called Northwest Bay, where they were to wait for Montcalm and kindle 3 fires as a signal that they had reached the rendezvous. Montcalm left a detachment to hold Ticonderoga, and there, on the 1st of August at 2 in the afternoon, he embarked at the burned camp with all his remaining force. Including those with Lévis, the expedition counted about 7,600 men, of whom more than 1,600 were Indians. At 5 p.m. they reached the place where the Indians, having finished their rattlesnake hunt, were smoking their pipes and waiting for the army. The Red Warriors embarked and joined the French flotilla, and now, as evening drew near, was seen one of those wild pageantries of war which Lake George has often witnessed. A restless multitude of birch canoes, filled with painted savages, glided by shores and islands like troops of swimming waterfowl. 250 bateaux came next, moved by sail and oar, some bearing the Canadian militia and some the battalions of Old France, in trim and gay attire. First La Reine and Languedoc, then the Colony regulars, then La Sarre and Guyenne, then the Canadian Brigade of Courtemanche, then the cannon and mortars, each on a platform sustained by 2 bateaux, lashed side by side, and rowed by the militia of Saint-Ours. Then the battalions of Béarn and Royal Roussillon, then the Canadians of Gaspé, with the provision bateau and the field hospital, and lastly a rear guard of regulars closed the line. So under the flush of sunset they held their course along the romantic lake to play their part in the historic drama that lends a stern enchantment to its fascinating scenery. They passed the Narrows in mist and darkness, and when, a little before dawn, they rounded the high promontory of Tongue Mountain, they saw, far on the right, 3 fiery sparks shining through the gloom. These were the signal fires of Lévis, to tell them that he had reached the appointed spot. Lévis had arrived the evening before, after his hard march through the sultry midsummer forest. His men had now rested for a night, and at 10 in the morning he marched again. Montcalm followed at noon, and coasted the western shore, till, towards evening, he found Lévis waiting for him by the margin of a small bay not far from the English fort, though hidden from it by a projecting point of land. Canoes and bateaux were drawn up on the beach, and the united forces made their bivouac together. The earthen mounds of Fort William Henry still stand by the brink of Lake George, and seated at the sunset of an August day under the pines that cover them, one gazes on a scene of soft and soothing beauty, where dreamy waters reflect the glories of the mountains and the sky. As it is today, so it was then, all breathed repose and peace. The splash of some leaping trout, or the dipping wing of a passing swallow, alone disturbed the summer calm of that unruffled mirror. About 10 o'clock at night 2 boats set out from the fort to reconnoitre. They were passing a point of land on their left, 2 miles or more down the lake, when the men on board descried through the gloom a strange object against the bank, and they rowed towards it to learn what it might be. It was an awning over the bateau that carried Roubaud and his brother missionaries. As the rash oarsmen drew near, the bleating of a sheep in one of the French provision boats warned them of danger, and turning they pulled for their lives towards the eastern shore. Instantly more than 1,000 Indians threw themselves into their canoes and dashed in hot pursuit, making the lake and the mountains ring with the din of their war whoops. The fugitives had nearly reached land when their pursuers opened fire. They replied, shot one Indian dead, and wounded another, then snatched their oars again and gained the beach. But the whole savage crew was upon them. Several were killed, 3 were taken, and the rest escaped in the dark woods. The prisoners were brought before Montcalm, and gave him valuable information of the strength and position of the English. The Indian who was killed was a noted chief of the Nipissings, and his tribesmen howled in grief for their bereavement. They painted his face with vermilion, tied feathers in his hair, hung pendants in his ears and nose, clad him in a resplendent war-dress, put silver bracelets on his arms, hung a gorget on his breast with a flame-colored ribbon, and seated him in state on the top of a hillock, with his lance in his hand, his gun in the hollow of his arm, his tomahawk in his belt, and his kettle by his side. Then they all crouched about him in lugubrious silence. A funeral harangue followed, and next a song and solemn dance to the booming of the Indian drum. In the grey of the morning they buried him as he sat, and placed food in the grave for his journey to the land of souls. As the sun rose above the eastern mountains, the French camp was all astir. The column of Lévis, with Indians to lead the way, moved through the forest towards the fort, and Montcalm followed with the main body. Then the artillery boats rounded the point that had hid them from the sight of the English, saluting them as they did so with musketry and cannon, while a host of savages put out upon the lake, ranged their canoes abreast in a line from shore to shore, and advanced slowly, with measured paddle strokes and yells of defiance. The position of the enemy was full in sight before them. At the head of the lake, towards the right, stood the fort, close to the edge of the water. On its left was a marsh, then the rough piece of ground where Johnson had encamped 2 years before, then a low, flat, rocky hill crowned with an entrenched camp, and lastly, on the extreme left, another marsh. Far around the fort and up the slopes of the western mountain, the forest had been cut down and burned, and the ground was cumbered with blackened stumps and charred carcasses and limbs of fallen trees, strewn in savage disorder one upon another. This was the work of Winslow in the autumn before. Distant shouts and war cries, the clatter of musketry, white puffs of smoke in the dismal clearing, and along the scorched edge of the bordering forest, told that Lévis's Indians were skirmishing with parties of the English, who had gone out to save the cattle roaming in the neighbourhood, and burn some outbuildings that would have favoured the besiegers. Others were taking down the tents that stood on a plateau near the foot of the mountain on the right, and moving them to the entrenchment on the hill. The garrison sallied from the fort to support their comrades, and for a time the firing was hot. Fort William Henry was an irregular bastioned square, formed by embankments of gravel surmounted by a rampart of heavy logs, laid in tiers crossed one upon another, the interstices filled with earth. The lake protected it on the north, the marsh on the east, and ditches with chevaux de frise on the south and west. 17 cannon, great and small, besides several mortars and swivels, were mounted upon it, and a brave Scotch veteran, Lieutenant Colonel Munro of the 35th Regiment, was in command. General Webb lay 14 miles distant at Fort Edward, with 2,600 men, chiefly provincials. On the 25th of July, he had made a visit to Fort William Henry, examined the place, given some orders, and returned on the 29th. He then wrote to the governor of New York, telling him that the French were certainly coming, begging him to send up the militia, and saying, "I am determined to march to Fort William Henry with the whole army under my command as soon as I shall hear of the farther approach of the enemy." Instead of doing so, he waited 3 days, and then sent up a detachment of 200 regulars under Lieutenant Colonel Young and 800 Massachusetts men under Colonel Fry. This raised the force at the lake to 2,200, including sailors and mechanics, and reduced that of Webb to 1,600, besides half as many more distributed at Albany and the intervening forts. If, according to his spirited intention, he should go to the rescue of Monroe, he must leave some of his troops behind him to protect the lower posts from a possible French inroad by way of South Bay. Thus his power of aiding Monroe was slight. So rashly had Loudon, intent on Louisbourg, left this frontier open to attack. The defect, however, was as much in Webb himself as in his resources. His conduct in the past year had raised doubts of his personal courage, and this was the moment for answering them. Great as was the disparity of numbers, the emergency would have justified an attempt to save Monroe at any risk. That officer sent him a hasty note, written at 9 o'clock on the morning of the 3rd, telling him that the French were in sight on the lake, and in the next night 3 rangers came to Fort Edward, bringing another short note dated at 6 in the evening, announcing that the firing had begun, and closing with the words, "I believe you will think it proper to send a reinforcement as soon as possible." Now, if ever, was the time to move, before the fort was invested and access cut off. But Webb lay quiet, sending expresses to New England for help which could not possibly arrive in time. On the next night, another note came from Monroe to say that the French were upon him in great numbers, well supplied with artillery, but that the garrison were all in good spirits. "I make no doubt," wrote the hard-pressed officer, "that you will soon send us a reinforcement." And again on the same day, "We are very certain that a part of the enemy have got between you and us upon the high road, and would therefore be glad if it meets with your approbation. The whole army was marched." But Webb gave no sign. When the skirmishing around the fort was over, La Corne, with a body of Indians, occupied the road that led to Fort Edward, and Lévis encamped hard by to support him, while Montcalm proceeded to examine the ground and settle his plan of attack. He made his way to the rear of the entrenched camp and reconnoitred it, hoping to carry it by assault, but it had a breastwork of stones and logs, and he thought the attempt too hazardous. The ground where he stood was that where Dieskau had been defeated, and as the fate of his predecessor was not of flattering augury, he resolved to besiege the fort in form. He chose for the site of his operations the ground now covered by the village of Caldwell. A little to the north of it was a ravine, beyond which he formed his main camp, while Lévis occupied a tract of dry ground beside the marsh,
whence he could easily move to intercept succours from Fort Edward on the one hand, or repel a sortie from Fort William Henry on the other. A brook ran down the ravine and entered the lake at a small cove protected from the fire of the fort by a point of land, and at this place, still called Artillery Cove, Montcalm prepared to debark his cannon and mortars. Having made his preparations, he sent Fontbrun, one of his aides-de-camp, with a letter to Monro. "I owe it to humanity," he wrote, "to summon you to surrender. At present I can restrain the savages and make them observe the terms of a capitulation, as I might not have the power to do under other circumstances, and an obstinate defence on your part could only retard the capture of the place a few days, and endanger an unfortunate garrison which cannot be relieved. In consequence of the dispositions I have made, I demand a decisive answer within an hour." Monro replied that he and his soldiers would defend themselves to the last. While the flags of truce were flying, the Indians swarmed over the fields before the fort, and when they learned the result, an Abenaki chief shouted in broken French, "You won't surrender? Fire away then, and fight your best, for if I catch you, you shall get no quarter." Monro emphasized his refusal by a general discharge of his cannon. The trenches were opened on the night of the 4th, a task of extreme difficulty, as the ground was covered by a profusion of half-burned stumps, roots, branches, and fallen trunks. 800 men toiled till daylight with pick, spade, and axe, while the cannon from the fort flashed through the darkness, and grape and round shot whistled and screamed over their heads. Some of the English balls reached the camp beyond the ravine, and disturbed the slumbers of the officers off duty as they lay wrapped in their blankets and bearskins. Before daybreak, the first parallel was made. A battery was nearly finished on the left, and another was begun on the right. The men now worked under cover, safe in their burrows. One gang relieved another, and the work went on all day. The Indians were far from doing what was expected of them. Instead of scouting in the direction of Fort Edward to learn the movements of the enemy and prevent surprise, they loitered about the camp and in the trenches, or amused themselves by firing at the fort from behind stumps and logs. Some, in imitation of the French, dug little trenches for themselves, in which they wormed their way towards the rampart, and now and then picked off an artilleryman, not without loss on their own side. On the afternoon of the 5th, Montcalm invited them to a council, gave them belts of wampum, and mildly remonstrated with them. "Why expose yourselves without necessity? I grieve bitterly over the losses that you have met, for the least among you is precious to me. No doubt it is a good thing to annoy the English, but that is not the main point. You ought to inform me of everything the enemy is doing, and always keep parties on the road between the two forts." And he gently hinted that their place was not in his camp, but in that of Levis, where missionaries were provided for such of them as were Christians, and food and ammunition for them all. They promised with excellent docility to do everything he wished, but added that there was something on their hearts. Being encouraged to relieve themselves of the burden, they complained that they had not been consulted as to the management of the siege, but were expected to obey orders like slaves. "We know more about fighting in the woods than you," said their orator. Ask our advice, and you will be the better for it. End of section 39.
Section 40 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15, Part 3. Montcalm assured them that if they had been neglected, it was only through the hurry and confusion of the time, expressed high appreciation of their talents for bush-fighting, promised them ample satisfaction, and ended by telling them that in the morning they should hear the big guns. This greatly pleased them, for they were extremely impatient for the artillery to begin. About sunrise, the battery of the left opened with 8 heavy cannon and a mortar, joined on the next morning by the battery of the right with 11 pieces more. The fort replied with spirit. The cannon thundered all day, and from 100 peaks and crags the astonished wilderness roared back the sound. The Indians were delighted. They wanted to point the guns, and to humor them they were now and then allowed to do so. Others lay behind logs and fallen trees, and yelled their satisfaction when they saw the splinters fly from the wooden rampart. Day after day the weary roar of the distant cannonade fell on the ears of Webb in his camp at Fort Edward. "I have not yet received the least reinforcements," he writes to Loudon. "This is the disagreeable situation we are at present in. The fort, by the heavy firing we hear from the lake, is still in our possession, but I fear it cannot long hold out against so warm a cannonading, if I am not reinforced by a sufficient number of militia to march to their relief." The militia were coming, but it was impossible that many could reach him in less than a week. Those from New York alone were within call, and 2,000 of them arrived soon after he sent Loudon the above letter. Then, by stripping all the forts below, he could bring together 4,500 men, while several French deserters assured him that Montcalm had nearly 12,000. To advance to the relief of Monroe with a force so inferior, through a defile of rocks, forests, and mountains, made by nature for ambuscades, and this too with troops who had neither the steadiness of regulars nor the bush-fighting skill of Indians, was an enterprise for firmer nerve than his. He had already warned Monroe to expect no help from him. At midnight of the 4th, Captain Bartman, his aide-de-camp, wrote, "The general has ordered me to acquaint you he does not think it prudent to attempt a junction or to assist you till reinforced by the militia of the colonies, for the immediate march of which repeated expresses have been sent." The letter then declared that the French were in complete possession of the road between the two forts, that a prisoner just brought in reported their force in men and cannon to be very great, and that unless the militia come soon, Monroe had better make what terms he could with the enemy. The chance was small that this letter would reach its destination, and in fact the bearer was killed by La Corne's Indians, who in stripping the body found the hidden paper and carried it to the general. Montcalm kept it several days, till the English rampart was half battered down, and then, after saluting his enemy with a volley from all his cannon, he sent it with a graceful compliment to Monroe. It was Bougainville who carried it, preceded by a drummer and a flag. He was met at the foot of the glacis, blindfolded, and led through the fort and along the edge of the lake to the entrenched camp, where Monroe was at the time. He returned many thanks, writes his emissary in his diary, for the courtesy of our nation, and protested his joy at having to do with so generous an enemy. This was his answer to the Marquis de Montcalm. Then they led me back, always with eyes blinded, and our batteries began to fire again as soon as we thought that the English grenadiers who escorted me had had time to re-enter the fort. I hope General Webb's letter may induce the English to surrender the sooner." By this time the sappers had worked their way to the angle of the lake, where they were stopped by a marshy hollow, beyond which was a tract of high ground reaching to the fort and serving as the garden of the garrison. Logs and fascines in large quantities were thrown into the hollow, and hurdles were laid over them to form a causeway for the cannon. Then the sap was continued up the acclivity beyond. A trench was opened in the garden, and a battery begun, not 250 yards from the fort. The Indians, in great number, crawled forward among the beans, maize, and cabbages, and lay there ensconced. On the night of the 7th, 2 men came out of the fort, apparently to reconnoitre with a view to a sortie, when they were greeted by a general volley and a burst of yells which echoed among the mountains, followed by responsive whoops pealing through the darkness from the various camps and lurking places of the savage warriors, far and near. The position of the besieged was now deplorable. More than 300 of them had been killed and wounded. Smallpox was raging in the fort. The place was a focus of infection, and the casemates were crowded with the sick. A sortie from the entrenched camp and another from the fort had been repulsed with loss. All their large cannon and mortars had been burst or disabled by shot. Only 7 small pieces were left fit for service, and the whole of Montcalm's 31 cannon and 15 mortars and howitzers would soon open fire, while the walls were already breached and an assault was imminent. Through the night of the 8th they fired briskly from all their remaining pieces. In the morning the officers held a council, and all agreed to surrender if honourable terms could be had. A white flag was raised, a drum was beat, and Lieutenant Colonel Young, mounted on horseback, for a shot in the foot had disabled him from walking, went, followed by a few soldiers, to the tent of Montcalm. It was agreed that the English troops should march out with the honours of war and be escorted to Fort Edward by a detachment of French troops, that they should not serve for 18 months, and that all French prisoners captured in America since the war began should be given up within 3 months. The stores, munitions, and artillery were to be the prize of the victors, except 1 field piece which the garrison were to retain in recognition of their brave defense. Before signing the capitulation, Montcalm called the Indian chiefs to council and asked them to consent to the conditions and promise to restrain their young warriors from any disorder. They approved everything and promised everything. The garrison then evacuated the fort and marched to join their comrades in the entrenched camp, which was included in the surrender. No sooner were they gone than a crowd of Indians clambered through the embrasures in search of rum and plunder. All the sick men, unable to leave their beds, were instantly butchered. "I was witness of this spectacle," says the missionary Roubaud. "I saw one of these barbarians come out of the casemates with a human head in his hand, from which the blood ran in streams, and which he paraded as if he had got the finest prize in the world. There was little left to plunder, and the Indians, joined by the more lawless of the Canadians, turned their attention to the entrenched camp, where all the English were now collected. The French guard stationed there could not or would not keep out the rabble. By the advice of Montcalm, the English stove their rum barrels, but the Indians were drunk already with homicidal rage, and the glitter of their vicious eyes told of the devil within. They roamed among the tents, intrusive, insolent, their visages besmirched with war paint, grinning like fiends as they handled in anticipation of the knife the long hair of cowering women, of whom, as well as children, there were many in the camp, all crazed with fright. Since the last war, the England border population had regarded Indians with a mixture of detestation and horror. Their mysterious warfare of ambush and surprise, their midnight onslaughts, their butcheries, their burnings, and all their nameless atrocities, had been for years the theme of fireside story, and the dread they excited was deepened by the distrust and dejection of the time. The confusion in the camp lasted through the afternoon. The Indians, says Bougainville, wanted to plunder the chests of the English. The latter resisted, and there was fear that serious disorder would ensue. The Marquis de Montcalm ran thither immediately, and used every means to restore tranquillity. Prayers, threats, caresses, interposition of officers and interpreters who have some influence over these savages. We shall be but too happy if we can prevent a massacre. Detestable position, of which nobody who has not been in it can have any idea, and which makes victory itself a sorrow to the victors. The Marquis spared no effort to prevent the rapacity of the savages, and I must say it of certain persons associated with them, from resulting in something worse than plunder. At last, at 9 o'clock in the evening, order seemed restored. The Marquis even induced the Indians to promise that, besides the escort agreed upon in the capitulation, 2 chiefs for each tribe should accompany the English on their way to Fort Edward. He also ordered La Corne and the other Canadian officers attached to the Indians to see that no violence took place. He might well have done more. In view of the disorders of the afternoon, it would not have been too much if he had ordered the whole body of regular troops, whom alone he could trust for the purpose, to hold themselves ready to move to the spot in case of outbreak, and shelter their defeated foes behind a hedge of bayonets. Bougainville was not to see what ensued, for Montcalm now sent him to Montreal as a special messenger to carry news of the victory. He embarked at 10 o'clock. Returning daylight found him far down the lake, and as he looked on its still bosom flecked with mists, and its quiet mountains sleeping under the flush of dawn, there was nothing in the wild tranquillity of the scene to suggest the tragedy which even then was beginning on the shore he had left behind. The English in their camp had passed a troubled night, agitated by strange rumors. In the morning something like a panic seized them, for they distrusted not the Indians only, but the Canadians. In their haste to be gone, they got together at daybreak, before the escort of 300 regulars had arrived. They had their muskets, but no ammunition, and few or none of the provincials had bayonets. Early as it was, the Indians were on the alert, and indeed since midnight great numbers of them had been prowling about the skirts of the camp, showing, says Colonel Fry, more than usual malice in their looks. 17 wounded men of his regiment lay in huts, unable to join the march. In the preceding afternoon, Miles Whitworth, the regimental surgeon, had passed them over to the care of a French surgeon, according to an agreement made at the time of the surrender, but the Frenchman being absent, the other remained with them, attending to their wants. The French surgeon had caused special sentinels to be posted for their protection. These were now removed, at the moment when they were needed most, upon which, about 5 o'clock in the morning, the Indians entered the huts, dragged out the inmates, and tomahawked and scalped them all before the eyes of Whitworth and in presence of La Corne and other Canadian officers, as well as of a French guard stationed within 40 feet of the spot, and declares the surgeon under oath, none, either officer or soldier, protected the said wounded men. The opportune butchery relieved them of a troublesome burden. A scene of plundering now began. The escort had by this time arrived, and Monro complained to the officers that the capitulation was broken, but got no other answer than advice to give up the baggage to the Indians in order to appease them. To this the English at length agreed, but it only increased the excitement of the mob. They demanded rum, and some of the soldiers, afraid to refuse, gave it to them from their canteens, thus adding fuel to the flame. When after much difficulty the column at last got out of the camp and began to move along the road that crossed the rough plain between the entrenchment and the forest, the Indians crowded upon them, impeded their march, snatched caps, coats, and weapons from men and officers, tomahawked those that resisted, and seizing upon shrieking women and children, dragged them off or murdered them on the spot. It is said that some of the interpreters secretly fomented the disorder. Suddenly there rose the screech of the war-whoop. At this signal of butchery, which was given by Abenaki Christians from the mission of the Penobscot, a mob of savages rushed upon the New Hampshire men at the rear of the column, and killed or dragged away 80 of them. A frightful tumult ensued when Montcalm, Lévis, Bourlamaque, and many other French officers who had hastened from their camp on the first news of disturbance, threw themselves among the Indians and by promises and threats tried to allay their frenzy. "Kill me, but spare the English who are under my protection," exclaimed Montcalm. He took from one of them a young officer whom the savage had seized, upon which several other Indians immediately tomahawked their prisoners, lest they too should be taken from them. One writer says that a French grenadier was killed and 2 wounded in attempting to restore order, but the statement is doubtful. The English seemed paralyzed, and fortunately did not attempt a resistance, which, without ammunition as they were, would have ended in a general massacre. Their broken columns straggled forward in wild disorder, amid the din of whoops and shrieks, till they reached the French advance guard, which consisted of Canadians, and here they demanded protection from the officers, who refused to give it, telling them that they must take to the woods and shift for themselves. Fry was seized by a number of Indians who, brandishing spears and tomahawks, threatened him with death and tore off his clothing, leaving nothing but breeches, shoes, and shirt. Repelled by the officers of the guard, he made for the woods. A Connecticut soldier who was present says of him that he leapt upon an Indian who stood in his way, disarmed and killed him, and then escaped. But Fry himself does not mention the incident. Captain Burke, also of the Massachusetts regiment, was stripped after a violent struggle of all his clothes, then broke loose, gained the woods, spent the night shivering in the thick grass of a marsh, and on the next day reached Fort Edward. Jonathan Carver, a provincial volunteer, declares that, when the tumult was at his height, he saw officers of the French army walking about at a little distance and talking with seeming unconcern. 3 or 4 Indians seized him, brandished their tomahawks over his head, and tore off most of his clothes, while he vainly claimed protection from a sentinel who called him an English dog and violently pushed him back among his tormentors. 2 of them were dragging him towards the neighboring swamp, when an English officer, stripped of everything but his scarlet breeches, ran by. One of Carver's captors sprang upon him, but was thrown to the ground, whereupon the other went to the aid of his comrade and drove his tomahawk into the back of the Englishman. As Carver turned to run, an English boy, about 12 years old, clung to him and begged for help. They ran on together for a moment, when the boy was seized, dragged from his protector, and, as Carver judged by his streaks, was murdered. He himself escaped to the forest, and after 3 days of famine reached Fort Edward. The bonds of discipline seem for the time to have been completely broken, for while Montcalm and his chief officers used every effort to restore order, even at the risk of their lives, many other officers, chiefly of the militia, failed atrociously to do their duty. How many English were killed it is impossible to tell with exactness. Roubaud says that he saw 40 or 50 corpses scattered about the field. Levis says 50, which does not include the sick and wounded before murdered in the camp and fort. It is certain that 600 or 700 persons were carried off, stripped, and otherwise maltreated. Montcalm succeeded in recovering more than 400 of them in the course of the day, and many of the French officers did what they could to relieve their wants by buying back from their captors the clothing that had been torn from them. Many of the fugitives had taken refuge in the fort, whither Munro himself had gone to demand protection for his followers, and here Roubaud presently found a crowd of half-frenzied women crying in anguish for husbands and children. All the refugees and redeemed prisoners were afterwards conducted to the entrenched camp, where food and shelter were provided for them, and a strong guard set for their protection until the 15th, when they were sent under an escort to Fort Edward. Here cannon had been fired at intervals to guide those who had fled to the woods, whence they came dropping in from day to day, half dead with famine. On the morning after the massacre, the Indians decamped in a body and set out for Montreal, carrying with them their plunder and some 200 prisoners, who, it is said, could not be got out of their hands. The soldiers were set to the work of demolishing the English fort, and the task occupied several days. The barracks were torn down, and the huge pine logs of the rampart thrown into a heap. The dead bodies that filled the casemates were added to the mass, and fire was set to the whole. The mighty funeral pyre blazed all night. Then on the 16th the army re-embarked. The din of 10,000 combatants, the rage, the terror, the agony were gone, and no living thing was left but the wolves that gathered from the mountains to feast upon the dead. End of section 40. Section 41 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16, 1757-1758. A Winter of Discontent. Loudon, on his way back from Halifax, was at sea off the coast of Nova Scotia, when a dispatch boat from Governor Pownall of Massachusetts startled him with news that Fort William Henry was attacked, and a few days after he learned by another boat that the fort was taken and that the capitulation inhumanly and villainously broken. On this he sent Webb orders to hold the enemy in check without risking a battle till he should himself arrive. "I am on the way," these were his words. "Were the force sufficient to turn the scale, with God's assistance, and then I hope we shall teach the French to comply with the laws of nature and humanity. For although I abhor barbarity, the knowledge I have of Mr. Vaudreuil's behavior when in Louisiana, from his own letters in my possession, and the murders committed at Oswego and now at Fort William Henry, will oblige me to make these gentlemen sick of such inhuman villainy whenever it is in my power." He reached New York on the last day of August, and heard that the French had withdrawn. He nevertheless sent his troops up the Hudson, thinking, he says, that he might still attack Ticonderoga, a wild scheme which he soon abandoned, if he ever seriously entertained it. Webb had remained at Fort Edward in mortal dread of attack. Johnson had joined him with a band of Mohawks, and on the day when Fort William Henry surrendered, there had been some talk of attempting to throw succors into it by night. Then came the news of its capture, and now, when it was too late, tumultuous mobs of militia came pouring in from the neighboring provinces. In a few days, thousands of them were bivouacked on the fields about Fort Edward, doing nothing, disgusted and mutinous, declaring that they were ready to fight, but not to lie still without tents, blankets, or kettles. Webb writes on the 14th that most of those from New York had deserted, threatening to kill their officers if they tried to stop them. Delancey ordered them to be fired upon. A sergeant was shot, others were put in arrest, and all was disorder till the 17th, when Webb, learning that the French were gone, sent them back to their homes. Close on the fall of Fort William Henry came crazy rumors of disaster, running like wildfire through the colonies. The number and ferocity of the enemy were grossly exaggerated. There was a cry that they would seize Albany and New York itself, while it was reported that Webb, as much frightened as the rest, was for retreating to the highlands of the Hudson. This was the day after the capitulation, when a part only of the militia had yet appeared. If Montcalm had seized the moment, and marched that afternoon to Fort Edward, it is not impossible that in the confusion he might have carried it by a coup de main. Here was an opportunity for Vaudreuil, and he did not fail to use it. Jealous of his rival's exploit, he spared no pains to tarnish it. Complaining that Montcalm had stopped halfway on the road to success, and instead of following his instructions, had contented himself with one victory where he should have gained two. But the governor had enjoined upon him as a matter of the last necessity that the Canadians should be at their homes before September to gather the crops, and he would have been the first to complain had the injunction been disregarded. To beseech Fort Edward was impossible, as Montcalm had no means of transporting cannon thither, and to attack Webb without them was a risk which he had not the rashness to incur. It was Bougainville who first brought Vaudreuil the news of the success on Lake George. A day or two after his arrival, the Indians, who had left the army after the massacre, appeared at Montreal, bringing about 200 English prisoners. The governor rebuked them for breaking the capitulation, on which the heathen savages of the West declared that it was not their fault, but that of the converted Indians, who, in fact, had first raised the war whoop. Some of the prisoners were presently bought from them at the price of 2 kegs of brandy each, and the inevitable consequences followed. "I thought," writes Bougainville, "that the governor would have told them that they should have neither provisions nor presents till all the English were given up, that he himself would have gone to their huts and taken the prisoners from them, and that the inhabitants would be forbidden under the severest penalties from selling or giving them brandy. I saw the contrary, and my soul shuddered at the sights my eyes beheld. On the 15th, at 2 o'clock, in the presence of the whole town, they killed one of the prisoners, put him into the kettle, and forced his wretched countrymen to eat of him." The intendant Bigot, the friend of the governor, confirms this story, and another French writer says that they compelled mothers to eat the flesh of their children. Bigot declares that guns, canoes, and other presents were given to the western tribes before they left Montreal, and he adds, "They must be sent home satisfied at any cost. Such were the pains taken to preserve allies who were useful chiefly through the terror inspired by their diabolical cruelties. This time their ferocity cost them dear. They had dug up and scalped the corpses in the graveyard of Fort William Henry, many of which were remains of victims of the smallpox, and the savages caught the disease, which is said to have made great havoc among them." Vaudreuil, in reporting what he calls my capture of Fort William Henry, takes great credit to himself for his generous procedures towards the English prisoners, alluding, it seems, to his having bought some of them from the Indians with the brandy which was sure to cause the murder of others. His obsequious to his red allies did not cease with permitting them to kill and devour before his eyes those whom he was bound in honor and duty to protect. He let them do what they pleased, says a French contemporary. They were seen roaming about Montreal, knife in hand, threatening everybody, and often insulting those whom they met. When complaint was made, he said nothing, far from it. Instead of reproaching them, he loaded them with gifts in the belief that their cruelty would then relent. Nevertheless, in about a fortnight, all, or nearly all, the surviving prisoners were brought out of their clutches, and then, after a final distribution of presents and a grand debauch at La Chine, the whole savage rout paddled for their villages. The campaign closed in November with a partisan exploit on the Mohawk. Here, at a place called German Flats, on the farthest frontier, there was a thriving settlement of German peasants from the Palatinate, who were so ill-disposed towards the English that Vaudreuil had had good hope of stirring them to revolt, while at the same time persuading their neighbors, the Oneida Indians, to take part with France. As his measures to this end failed, he resolved to attack them. Therefore, at 3 o'clock in the morning of the 12th of November, 300 colony troops, Canadians and Indians, under an officer named Belêtre, wakened the unhappy peasants by a burst of yells and attacked the small picket forts which they had built as places of refuge. These were taken one by one and set on fire. The 60 dwellings of the settlement, with their barns and outhouses, were all burned. 40 or 50 of the inhabitants were killed, and about 3 times that number, chiefly women and children, were made prisoners, including Johann Jost Petrie, the magistrate of the place. Fort Herkimer was not far off, with a garrison of 200 men under Captain Townsend, who at the first alarm sent out a detachment too weak to arrest the havoc, while Belêtre, unable to carry off his booty, set on his followers to the work of destruction, killed a great number of hogs, sheep, cattle, and horses, and then made a hasty retreat. Lord Howe, pushing up the river from Schenectady with troops and militia, found nothing but an abandoned slaughter field. Vaudreuil reported the affair to the court and summed up the results with pompous egotism. "I have ruined the plans of the English. I have disposed the Five Nations to attack them. I have carried consternation and terror into all those parts." Montcalm, his summer work over, went to Montreal, and thence in September to Quebec, a place more to his liking. "Come as soon as you can," he wrote to Bourlamaque, "and I will tell a certain fair lady how eager you are." Even Quebec was no paradise for him, and he writes again to the same friend, "My heart and my stomach are both ill at ease, the latter being the worse." To his wife he says, "The price of everything is rising. I am ruining myself. I owe the treasurer 12,000 francs. I long for peace and for you. In spite of the public distress, we have balls and furious gambling." In February he returned to Montreal in a sleigh on the ice of the St. Lawrence, a mode of travelling which he describes as cold but delicious. Montreal pleased him less than ever, especially as he was not in favour at what he calls the court, meaning the circle of the Governor-General. "I find this place so amusing," he writes ironically to Bourlamaque, "that I wish Holy Week could be lengthened, to give me a pretext for neither making nor receiving visits, staying at home and dining there almost alone. Burn all my letters, as I do yours." And in the next week, "Lent and devotion have upset my stomach and given me a cold, which does not prevent me from having the Governor-General at dinner today to end his Lenten fast, according to custom here." 2 days after, he announces, "Today a grand dinner at Martel's, 23 persons, all bigwigs, les grosses perruques, no ladies. We still have got to undergo those of Péan, Deschambault, and the Chevalier de Lévis. I spend almost every evening in my chamber, the place I like best, and where I am least bored." With the opening spring there were changes in the modes of amusement. Picnics began, Vaudreuil and his wife being often of the party, as too was Lévis. The governor also made visits of compliment at the houses of the seigneurial proprietors along the river. "Very much," says Montcalm, "as Henry VI did to the bourgeois notables of Paris. I live as usual, fencing in the morning, dining and passing the evening at home or at the governor's. Péan has gone up to Lachine to spend 6 days with the reigning sultana, Péan's wife, mistress of Bigot. As for me, my ennui increases. I don't know what to do or say or read or where to go, and I think that at the end of the next campaign I shall ask bluntly, blindly, for my recall, only because I am bored." His relations with Vaudreuil were a constant annoyance to him, notwithstanding the mask of mutual civility. "I never," he tells his mother, "ask for a place in the colony troops for anybody. You need not be an Oedipus to guess this riddle. Here are 4 lines from Colonial. Mon crime véritable est d'avoir aujourd'hui plus de nom que Vaudreuil, plus de vertus que lui. Et c'est de là que part cette secrète haine que le temps ne rendra que plus forte et plus pleine. Nevertheless, I live here on good terms with everybody, and do my best to serve the king. If they could but do without me, if they could but spring some trap on me, or if I should happen to meet with some check. Vaudreuil, meanwhile, had written to the court in high praise of Lévis, hinting that he, and not Montcalm, ought to have the chief command. Under the hollow gaieties of the ruling class lay a great public distress, which broke at last into riot. Towards midwinter no flour was to be had in Montreal, and both soldiers and people were required to accept a reduced ration, partly of horseflesh. A mob gathered before the governor's house, and a deputation of women beset him, crying out that the horse was the friend of man, and that religion forbade him to be eaten. In reply he threatened them with imprisonment and hanging, but with little effect, and the crowd dispersed, only to stir up the soldiers quartered in the houses of the town. The colony regulars, ill-disciplined at the best, broke into mutiny and excited the battalion of Béarn to join them. Vaudreuil was helpless. Montcalm was in Quebec, and the task of dealing with the mutineers fell upon Lévis, who proved equal to the crisis, took a high tone, threatened death to the first soldier who should refuse horseflesh, assured them at the same time that he ate it every day himself, and by a characteristic mingling of authority and tact, quelled the storm. The prospects of the next campaign began to open. Captain Pouchot had written from Niagara that 3,000 savages were waiting to be let loose against the English borders. "What a scourge!" exclaims Bougainville. "Humanity groans at being forced to use such monsters. What can be done against an invisible enemy who strikes and vanishes swift as the lightning? It is the destroying angel." Captain Hebecourt kept watch and ward at Ticonderoga, begirt with snow and ice, and much plagued by English rangers, who sometimes got into the ditch itself. This was to reconnoitre the place in preparation for a winter attack which Loudon had planned, but which, like the rest of his schemes, fell to the ground. Towards midwinter, a band of these intruders captured 2 soldiers and butchered some 15 cattle close to the fort, leaving, tied to the horns of one of them, a note addressed to the commandant in these terms: "I am obliged to you, sir, for the rest you have allowed me to take and the fresh meat you have sent me. I shall take good care of my prisoners. My compliments to the Marquis of Montcalm. Signed, Rogers." A few weeks later, Hebecourt had his revenge. About the middle of March, a report came to Montreal that a large party of rangers had been cut to pieces a few miles from Ticonderoga, and that Rogers himself was among the slain. This last announcement proved false, but the rangers had suffered a crushing defeat. Colonel Haviland, commanding at Fort Edward, sent 180 of them, men and officers, on a scouting party towards Ticonderoga, and Captain Pringle and Lieutenant Roach of the 27th Regiment joined them as volunteers, no doubt through a love of hardy adventure which was destined to be fully satisfied. Rogers commanded the whole. They passed down Lake George on the ice under cover of night, and then, as they neared the French outposts, pursued their way by land behind Rogers Rock and the other mountains of the western shore. On the preceding day, the 12th of March, Hebecourt had received a reinforcement of 200 mission Indians and a body of Canadians. The Indians had no sooner arrived than, though nominally Christians, they consulted the spirits, by whom they were told that the English were coming. On this they sent out scouts, who came back breathless, declaring that they had found a great number of snowshoe tracks. The superhuman warning being thus confirmed, the whole body of Indians, joined by a band of Canadians and a number of volunteers from the regulars, set out to meet the approaching enemy and took their way up the valley of Trout Brook, a mountain gorge that opens from the west upon the valley of Ticonderoga. Towards 3 o'clock on the afternoon of that day, Rogers had reached a point nearly west of the mountain that bears his name. The rough and rocky ground was buried 4 feet in snow, and all around stood the grey trunks of the forest, bearing aloft their skeleton arms and tangled intricacy of leafless twigs. Close on the right was a steep hill, and at a little distance on the left was the brook, lost under ice and snow. A scout from the front told Rogers that a party of Indians was approaching along the bed of the frozen stream, on which he ordered his men to halt, face to that side, and advance cautiously. The Indians soon appeared, and received a fire that killed some of them and drove back the rest in confusion. Not suspecting that they were but an advance guard, about half the Rangers dashed in pursuit, and were soon met by the whole body of the enemy. The woods rang with yells and musketry. In a few minutes some 50 of the pursuers were shot down, and the rest driven back in disorder upon their comrades. Rogers formed them all on the slope of the hill, and here they fought till sunset with stubborn desperation, twice repulsing the overwhelming numbers of the assailants, and thwarting all their efforts to gain the heights in the rear. The combatants were often not 20 yards apart, and sometimes they were mixed together. At length a large body of Indians succeeded in turning the right flank of the Rangers. Lieutenant Phillips and a few men were sent by Rogers to oppose the movement, but they quickly found themselves surrounded, and after a brave defence surrendered on a pledge of good treatment. Rogers now advised the volunteers, Pringle and Roche, to escape while there was time, and offered them a sergeant as guide, but they gallantly resolved to stand by him. 8 officers and more than 100 Rangers lay dead and wounded in the snow. Evening was near, and the forest was darkening fast, when the few survivors broke and fled. Rogers, with about 20 followers, escaped up the mountain, and gathering others about him, made a running fight against the Indian pursuers, reached Lake George not without fresh losses, and after 2 days of misery regained Fort Edward with the remnant of his band. The enemy, on their part, suffered heavily, the chief loss falling on the Indians, who, to revenge themselves, murdered all the wounded and nearly all the prisoners, and tying Lieutenant Phillips and his men to trees, hacked them to pieces. Captain Pringle and Lieutenant Roche had become separated from the other fugitives, and ignorant of woodcraft, they wandered by moonlight amid the desolation of rocks and snow, till early in the night they met a man whom they knew as a servant of Rogers, and who said that he could guide them to Fort Edward. One of them had lost his snowshoes in the fight, and crouching over a miserable fire of broken sticks, they worked till morning to make a kind of substitute with forked branches, twigs, and a few leather strings. They had no hatchet to cut firewood, no blankets, no overcoats, and no food except part of a Bologna sausage and a little ginger which Pringle had brought with him. There was no game, not even a squirrel was astir, and their chief sustenance was juniper berries and the inner bark of trees. But their worst calamity was the helplessness of their guide. His brain wandered, and while always insisting that he knew the country well, he led them during 4 days hither and thither among a labyrinth of nameless mountains, clambering over rocks, wading through snowdrifts, struggling among fallen trees, till on the 5th day they saw with despair that they had circled back to their own starting point. On the next morning, when they were on the ice of Lake George, not far from Rogers Rock, a blinding storm of sleet and snow drove in their faces. Spent as they were, it was death to stop, and bending their heads against the blast, they fought their way forward, now on the ice and now in the adjacent forest, till in the afternoon the storm ceased, and they found themselves on the bank of an unknown stream. It was the outlet of the lake, for they had wandered into the valley of Ticonderoga, and were not 3 miles from the French fort. In crossing the torrent, Pringle lost his gun, and was near losing his life. All 3 of the party were drenched to the skin, and becoming now for the first time aware of where they were, they resolved on yielding themselves as prisoners to save their lives. Night, however, again found them in the forest. Their guide became delirious, saw visions of Indians all around, and, murmuring incoherently, straggled off a little way, seated himself in the snow, and was soon dead. The 2 officers, themselves but half alive, wandered all night round a tree to keep the blood in motion. In the morning, again toiling on, they presently saw the fort across the intervening snowfields, and approached it, waving a white handkerchief. Several French officers dashed towards them at full speed, and reached them in time to save them from the clutches of the Indians, whose camps were near at hand. They were kindly treated, recovered from the effects of their frightful ordeal, and were afterwards exchanged. Pringle lived to old age and died in 1800, Senior Major General of the British Army. End of section 41. Section 42 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17, Part 1, 1753 to 1760. Bigot. At this stormy epoch of Canadian history, the sinister figure of the Intendant Bigot moves conspicuous on the scene. Not that he was answerable for all the manifold corruption that infected the colony, for much of it was rife before his time, and had a vitality of its own. But his office and character made him the centre of it, and more than any other man, he marshalled and organized the forces of knavery. In the dual government of Canada, the governor represented the king and commanded the troops, while the intendant was charged with trade, finance, justice, and all other departments of civil administration. In former times, the 2 functionaries usually quarrelled, but between Vaudreuil and Bigot there was perfect harmony. François Bigot, in the words of his biographer, was born in the bosom of the magistracy, both his father and his grandfather having held honourable positions in the Parliament of Bordeaux. In appearance he was not prepossessing, though his ugly, pimpled face was joined with easy and agreeable manners. In spite of indifferent health, he was untiring both in pleasure and in work, a skilful man of business, of great official experience, energetic, good-natured, free-handed, ready to oblige his friends and aid them in their needs at the expense of the king, his master, fond of social enjoyments, lavish in hospitality. A year or two before the war began, the engineer Franquet was sent from France to strengthen Louisbourg and inspect the defences of Canada. He kept a copious journal full of curious observation, and affording bright glimpses not only of the social life of the intendant, but of Canadian society in the upper or official class. Thus, among various matters of the kind, he gives us the following. Bigot, who was in Quebec, had occasion to go to Montreal to meet the governor, and this official journey was turned into a pleasure excursion, of which the King paid all the costs. Those favoured with invitations, a privilege highly prized, were Franquet, with 7 or 8 military officers and a corresponding number of ladies, including the wife of Major Pean, of whom Bigot was enamoured. A chief steward, cooks, servants, and other attendants followed the party. The guests had been requested to send their portmanteaus to the intendant's palace 6 days before, that they might be sent forward on sledges along with bedding, table, service, cooking utensils, and numberless articles of comfort and luxury. Orders were given to the inhabitants along the way on pain of imprisonment to level the snowdrifts and beat the road smooth with ox teams, as also to provide relays of horses. It is true that they were well paid for this last service, so well that the hire of a horse to Montreal and back again would cost the King the entire value of the animal. On the 8th of February, the party met at the palace, and after a grand dinner set out upon their journey in 20 or more sleighs, some with 2 guests and a driver, and the rest with servants and attendants. The procession passed at full trot along St. Vallière Street, amid the shouts of an admiring crowd, stopped towards night at Pont-au-Tremblay, where each looked for lodgings, and then they all met and supped with the intendant. The militia captain of the place was ordered to have fresh horses ready at 7 in the morning, when Bigot regaled his friends with tea, coffee, and chocolate, after which they set out again, drove to Cap Santé, and stopped 2 hours at the house of the militia captain to breakfast and warm themselves. In the afternoon they reached Sainte-Anne-de-la-Parade, when Bigot gave them a supper at the house in which he lodged, and they spent the evening at cards. The next morning brought them to 3 Rivers, where Madame Marine, Franquet's travelling companion, wanted to stop to see her sister, the wife of Rigaud, who was then governor of the place. Madame de Rigaud, being ill, received her visitors in bed, and ordered an ample dinner to be provided for them, after which they returned to her chamber for coffee and conversation. Then they all set out again, saluted by the cannon of the fort. Their next stopping place was Isle à Castor, where, being seated at cards before supper, they were agreeably surprised by the appearance of the governor, who had come down from Montreal to meet them with 4 officers, Duchesne, Marin, Le Mercier, and Péan. Many were the embraces and compliments, and in the morning they all journeyed on together, stopping towards night at the largest house they could find, where their servants took away the partitions to make room, and they sat down to a supper, followed by the inevitable game of cards. On the next night they reached Montreal, and were lodged at the Intendancy, the official residence of the hospitable Bigot. The succeeding day was spent in visiting persons of eminence and consideration, among whom are to be noted the names, soon to become victorious, of Varin, naval commissary, Martel, king's storekeeper, Antoine Penisseau, and Françoise Morin. A succession of festivities followed, including the benediction of 3 flags for a band of militia on their way to the Ohio. All persons of quality in Montreal were invited on this occasion, and the governor gave them a dinner and a supper. Bigot, however, outdid him in the plenitude of his hospitality, since in the week before Lent 40 guests supped every evening at his table, and dances, masquerades, and cards consumed the night. His chief abode was at Quebec, in the capacious but somewhat ugly building known as the Intendant's Palace. Here it was his custom during the war to entertain 20 persons at dinner every day, and there was also a hall for dancing, with a gallery to which the citizens were admitted as spectators. The bounteous intendant provided a separate dancing hall for the populace, and though at the same time he plundered and ruined them, his gracious demeanor long kept him a place in their hearts. Gambling was the chief feature of his entertainments, and the stakes grew deeper as the war went on. He played desperately himself, and early in 1758 lost 204,000 francs, a loss which he well knew how to repair. Besides his official residence on the banks of the St. Charles, he had a country house about 5 miles distant, a massive old stone building in the woods at the foot of the mountains of Charlesbourg. Its ruins are now known as Château Bigot. In its day it was called the Hermitage, though the uses to which it was applied savored nothing of asceticism. Tradition connects it and its owner with a romantic but more than doubtful story of love, jealousy, and murder. The chief Canadian families were so social in their habits, and so connected by intermarriage, that along with the French civil and military officers of the colonial establishment, they formed a society whose members all knew each other, like the corresponding class in Virginia. There was among them a social facility and ease rare in democratic communities, and in the ladies of Quebec and Montreal were often seen graces which visitors from France were astonished to find at the edge of a wilderness. Yet this small, though lively society had anomalies which grew more obtrusive towards the close of the war. Knavery makes strange companions, and at the tables of high civil officials and colony officers of rank sat guests as boorish in manners as they were worthless in character. Foremost among these was Joseph Cadet, son of a butcher at Quebec, who at 13 went to sea as a pilot's boy, then kept the cows of an inhabitant of Charlesbourg, and at last took up his father's trade and prospered in it. In 1756, Bigot got him appointed Commissary General, and made a contract with him which flung wide open the doors of peculation. In the next 2 years, Cadet and his associates, Péan, Morin, Corpron, and Penisseau, sold to the King, for about 23 million francs, provisions which cost them 11 millions, leaving a net profit of about 12 millions. It was not legally proved that the intendant shared Cadet's gains, but there is no reasonable doubt that he did so. Bigot's chief profits rose, however, from other sources. It was his business to see that the king's storehouses for the supply of troops, militia, and Indians were kept well stocked. To this end, he and Bréard, naval comptroller at Quebec, made a partnership with the commercial house of Gradis and Son at Bordeaux. He next told the colonial minister that there were stores enough already in Canada to last 3 years, and that it would be more to the advantage of the king to buy them in the colony than to take the risk of sending them from France. Gradis and Son then shipped them to Canada in large quantities, while Bréard or his agent declared at the customs house that they belonged to the king, and so escaped the payment of duties. They were then, as occasion rose, sold to the king at a huge profit, always under fictitious names. Often they were sold to some favored merchant or speculator, who sold them in turn to Bigot's confederate, the king's storekeeper, and sometimes they passed through several successive hands, till the price rose to double or triple the first cost, the intendant and his partners sharing the gains with friends and allies. They would let nobody else sell to the king, and thus a grinding monopoly was established, to the great profit of those who held it. Under the name of a trader named Clevery, Bigot, who some time before the war set up a warehouse on land belonging to the king and not far from his own palace. Here the goods shipped from Bordeaux were collected to be sold in retail to the citizens and in wholesale to favored merchants and the king. This establishment was popularly known as La Friponne at Montreal, which was leagued with that of Quebec and received goods from it. Bigot and his accomplices invented many other profitable frauds. Thus he was charged with the disposal of the large quantity of furs belonging to his master, which it was his duty to sell at public auction after due notice to the highest bidder. Instead of this, he sold them privately at a low price to his own confederates. It was also his duty to provide transportation for troops, artillery, provisions, and stores, in which he made good profit by letting to the king, at high prices, boats or vessels which he had himself bought or hired for the purpose. Yet these and other illicit gains still left him but the second place as public plunderer. Cadet, the commissionary general, reaped an ampler harvest and became the richest man in the colony. One of the operations of this scoundrel, accomplished with the help of Bigot, consisted in buying for 600,000 francs a quantity of stores belonging to the king, and then selling them back to him for 1,400,000. It was further shown on his trial that in 1759 he received 1,614,354 francs for stores furnished at the post of Miramichi, while the value of those actually furnished was but 889,544 francs, thus giving him a fraudulent profit of more than 724,000. Cadet's chief resource was the falsification of accounts. The service of the king in Canada was fenced about by rigid formalities. When supplies were wanted at any of the military posts, the commandant made a requisition specifying their nature and quantity, while before pay could be drawn for them, the king's storekeeper, the local commissary, and the inspector must set their names as vouchers to the list, and finally Bigot must sign it. But precautions were useless when all were leagued to rob the king. It appeared on Cadet's trial that by gifts of wine, brandy, or money, he had bribed the officers, both civil and military, at all the principal forts to attest the truth of accounts in which the supplies furnished by him were set out at more than twice their true amount. Of the many frauds charged against him, there was one peculiarly odious. Large numbers of refugee Acadians were to be supplied with rations to keep them alive. Instead of wholesome food, mouldered and unsaleable salt cod was sent them, and paid for by the king at inordinate prices. It was but one of many heartless outrages practised by Canadian officials on this unhappy people. Cadet told the intendant that the inhabitants were hoarding their grain, and got an order from him requiring them to sell it at a low fixed price, on pain of having it seized. Thus nearly the whole fell into his hands. Famine ensued, and he then sold it at a great profit, partly to the king, and partly to its first owners. Another of his devices was to sell provisions to the king, which, being sent to the outlying forts, were falsely reported as consumed, on which he sold them to the king a second time. Not without reason does a writer of the time exclaim, "This is the land of abuses, ignorance, prejudice, and all that is monstrous in government. Peculation, monopoly, and plunder have become a bottomless abyss." The command of a fort brought such opportunities of making money that, according to Bougainville, the mere prospect of appointment to it for the usual term of 3 years was thought enough for a young man to marry upon. It was a favor in the gift of the government, who was accused of sharing the profits. These came partly from the fur trade, and still more from frauds of various kinds. For example, a requisition was made for supplies as gifts to the Indians in order to keep them friendly, or send them on the war path, and their number was put many times above the truth in order to get more goods, which the commandant and his confederates then bartered for furs on their own account, instead of giving them as presents. And, says a contemporary addressing the colonial minister, "Those who treat the savages so basely are officers of the king, depositaries of his authority, ministers of that great Onontio whom they call their father." At the post of Green Bay, the partisan officer Marin and Rigaud, the governor's brother, made in a short time a profit of 312,000 francs. "Why is it," asks Bougainville, "that all which the king sends to the Indians, 2/3 are stolen, and the rest sold to them instead of being given?" End of section 42. Section 43 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17, Part 2. The transportation of military stores gave another opportunity of plunder. The contractor would procure from the governor or the local commandant an order requiring the inhabitants to serve him as boatmen, drivers, or porters under a promise of exemption that year from duty as soldiers. This saved him his chief item of expense, and the profits of his contract rose in proportion. A contagion of knavery ran through the official life of the colony, and to resist it demanded no common share of moral robustness. The officers of the troops of the line were not much within its influence, but those of the militia and colony regulars, whether of French or Canadian birth, shared the corruption of the civil service. 17 of them, including 6 chevaliers of St. Louis and 8 commandants of forts, were afterwards arraigned for fraud and malversation, though some of the number were acquitted. Bougainville gives the names of 4 other Canadian officers as honorable exceptions to the general demoralization: Benoit, Repentigny, Laine, and Laborne. Not enough, he observes, to save Sodom. Conspicuous among these military thieves was Major Péan, whose qualities as a soldier have been questioned, but who nevertheless had shown almost as much vigor in serving the King during the Ohio campaign of 1753 as he afterwards displayed effrontery in cheating him. La Petite Péan had married a young wife, Mademoiselle Desmoilloise, Canadian like himself, well-born and famed for beauty, vivacity, and wit. Bigot, who was near 60, became her accepted lover, and the fortune of Péan was made. His first success seems to have taken him by surprise. He had bought as a speculation a large quantity of grain, with money of the King lent him by the intendant. Bigot, officially omnipotent, then issued an order raising the commodity to a price far above that paid by Péan, who thus made a profit of 50,000 crowns. A few years later his wealth was estimated at from 2 to 4 million francs. Madame Péan became a power in Canada, the dispenser of favors and offices, and all who sought opportunity to rob the King hastened to pay her their court. Péan, jilted by his own wife, made prosperous love to the wife of his partner, Penisseau, who, though the daughter of a Montreal tradesman, had the air of a woman of rank, and presided with dignity and grace at a hospitable board where were gathered the clerks of Cadet and other lesser lights of the administrative hierarchy. It was often honored by the presence of the Chevalier de Lévis, who, captivated by the charms of the hostess, condescended to a society which his friends condemned as unworthy of his station. He succeeded Péan in the graces of Madame Penisseau, and after the war took her with him to France, while the aggrieved husband found consolation in the wives of the small functionaries under his orders. Another prominent name on the roll of knavery was that of Varin, commissary of marine, and Bigot's deputy at Montreal. A Frenchman of low degree, small in stature, sharp-witted, indefatigable, conceited, arrogant, headstrong, capricious, and dissolute. Worthless as he was, he found a place in the court circle of the governor, and aspired to supplant Bigot in the intendancy. To this end, as well as to save himself from justice, he had the fatuity to turn informer and lay bare the sins of his confederates, though forced at the same time to betray his own. Among his comrades and allies may be mentioned Duchesneau, son of a shoemaker at Quebec and secretary to the intendant; Martel, King's storekeeper at Montreal; the humpback Morin, who is not to be confounded with the partisan officer Marin; and Corpron, a clerk whom several tradesmen had dismissed for rascality, but who was now in the confidence of Cadet, to whom he made himself useful, and in whose service he grew rich. Canada was the prey of official jackals, true lions' providers, since they helped to prepare a way for the imperial beast, who, roused at last from his lethargy, was gathering his strength to seize her for his own. Honesty could not be expected from a body of men clothed with arbitrary and ill-defined powers, ruling with absolute sway an unfortunate people who had no voice in their own destinies, and answerable only to an apathetic master 3,000 miles away. Nor did the Canadian Church, though supreme, check the corruptions that sprang up and flourished under its eye. The governor himself was charged with sharing the plunder, and though he was acquitted on his trial, it is certain that Bigot had him well in hand, that he was intimate with the chief robbers, and that they found help in his weak compliances and wilful blindness. He put his stepson, Leverrier, in command at Michilimackinac, where by fraud and the connivance of his stepfather, the young man made a fortune. When the colonial minister berated the intendant for maladministration, Vaudreuil became his advocate, and wrote thus in his defence: "I cannot conceal from you, Monseigneur, how deeply Monsieur Bigot feels the suspicion expressed in your letters to him. He does not deserve them, I am sure. He is full of zeal for the service of the King, but as he is rich, or passes as such, and as he has merit, the ill-disposed are jealous, and insinuate that he has prospered at the expense of his Majesty. I am certain that it is not true, and that nobody is a better citizen than he, or has the King's interest more at heart." For Cadet, the butcher's son, the governor asked a patent of nobility as a reward for his services. When Péan went to France in 1758, Vaudreuil wrote to the colonial minister, "I have great confidence in him. He knows the colony and its needs. You can trust all he says. He will explain everything in the best manner. I shall be extremely sensible to any kindness you may show him, and hope that when you know him, you will like him as much as I do." Administrative corruption was not the only bane of Canada. Her financial condition was desperate. The ordinary circulating medium consisted of what is known as card money, and amounted to only 1,000,000 of francs. This being insufficient, Bigot, like his predecessor Hocquart, issued promissory notes on his own authority, and made them legal tender. They were for sums from 1 franc to 100, and were called ordonnances. Their issue was blamed at Versailles as an encroachment on the royal prerogative, though they were recognized by the ministry in view of the necessity of the case. Every autumn those who held them to any considerable amount might bring them to the colonial treasurer, who gave in return bills of exchange on the royal treasury in France. At first these bills were promptly paid. Then delays took place, and the notes depreciated, till in 1759 the ministry, aghast at the amount, refused payment, and the utmost dismay and confusion followed. The vast, jarring, discordant mechanism of corruption grew incontrollable. It seized upon Bigot and dragged him, despite himself, into perils which his prudence would have shunned. He was becoming a victim to the rapacity of his own confederates, whom he dared not offend by refusing his connivance and his signature of frauds, which became more and more recklessly audacious. He asked leave to retire from office in the hope that his successor would bear the brunt of the ministerial displeasure. Péan had withdrawn already, and with the fruits of his plunder
bought land in France, where he thought himself safe. But though the intendant had long been an object of distrust, and had often been warned to mend his ways, yet such was his energy, his executive power, and his fertility of resource, that in the crisis of war it was hard to dispense with him. Neither his abilities, however, nor his strong connections in France, nor an ally whom he had secured in the bureau of the colonial minister himself, could avail him much longer, and the letters from Versailles became appalling in rebuke and menace. The ship Britannia, wrote the minister Berryer, laden with goods such as are wanted in the colony, was captured by a privateer from St. Malo, and brought into Quebec. You sold the whole cargo for 800,000 francs. The purchasers made a profit of 2 millions. You bought back a part from the king at 1 million, or 200,000 more than the price which you sold the whole. With conduct like this, it is no wonder that the expenses of the colony become insupportable. The amount of your drafts on the treasury is frightful. The fortunes of your subordinates throw suspicion on your administration. And in another letter on the same day, how could it happen that the smallpox among the Indians cost the king 1 million francs? What does this expense mean? Who is answerable for it? Is it the officers who command the posts, or is it the storekeepers? You give me no particulars. What has become of the immense quantity of provisions sent to Canada last year? I am forced to conclude that the king's stores are set down as consumed from the moment they arrive, and then sold to His Majesty at exorbitant prices. Thus the king buys stores in France, and then buys them again in Canada. I no longer wonder at the immense fortunes made in the colony. Some months later the minister writes, You pay bills without examination, and then find an error in your accounts of 3,600,000 francs. In the letters from Canada I see nothing but incessant speculation in provisions and goods, which are sold to the king for 10 times more than they cost in France. For the last time, I exhort you to give these things your serious attention, for they will not escape from mine. I write, Monsieur, to answer your last 2 letters, in which you tell me that instead of 16 millions, your drafts on the Treasury for 1758 will reach 24 millions, and that this year they will rise from 31 to 33 millions. It seems, then, that there are no bounds to the expenses of Canada. They double almost every year, while you seem to give yourself no concern except to get them paid. Do you suppose that I can advise the king to approve such an administration, or do you think that you can take the immense sum of 33 millions out of the royal treasury by merely assuring me that you have signed drafts for it? This too for expenses incurred irregularly, often needlessly, always wastefully, which make the fortune of everybody who has the least hand in them, and about which you know so little that after reporting them at 16 millions, you find 2 months after that they will reach 24. You are accused of having given the furnishing of provisions to one man, who under the name of Commissary General has set what prices he pleased, of buying for the king at second or third hand what you might have got from the producer at half the price,
of having in this and other ways made the fortunes of persons connected with you, and of living in splendour in the midst of a public misery, which all the letters from the colony agree in ascribing to bad administration, and in charging Monsieur de Vaudreuil with weakness in not preventing. These dramatic utterances seem to have been partly due to a letter written by Montcalm in cipher to the Maréchal de Belleisle, then Minister of War. It painted the deplorable condition of Canada, and exposed without reserve the peculations and robberies of those entrusted with its interests. It seems, said the general, as if they were all hastening to make their fortunes before the loss of the colony, which many of them perhaps desire as a veil to their conduct. He gives, among other cases, that of Le Mercier, chief of Canadian artillery, who had come to Canada as a private soldier 20 years before, and had so prospered on fraudulent contracts that he would soon be worth nearly $1 million. I have often, continues Montcalm, spoken of these expenditures to Monsieur de Vaudreuil and Monsieur Bigot, and each throws the blame on the other, and yet at the same time Vaudreuil was assuring the minister that Bigot was without blame. Some 2 months before Montcalm wrote this letter, the minister Berryer sent a dispatch to the governor and intendant which filled them with ire and mortification. It ordered them to do nothing without consulting the general of the French regulars, not only in matters of war, but in all matters of administration touching the defence and preservation of the colony. A plainer proof of confidence on one hand and distrust on the other could not have been given. One Querdisien Tremin was sent from Bordeaux as an agent of government to make investigation. He played the part of a detective, wormed himself into the secrets of the Confederates, and after 6 months of patient inquisition traced out 4 distinct combinations for public plunder. Explicit orders were now given to Bigot, who, seeing no other escape, broke with Cadet and made him disgorge 2 millions of stolen money. The commissary general and his partners became so terrified that they afterwards gave up nearly 7 millions more. Stormy events followed, and the culprits found shelter for a time amid the tumults of war. Peculation did not cease, but a day of reckoning was at hand. End of section 43. Section 44 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18, 1757-1758. Pitt. The war kindled in the American forest was now raging in full conflagration among the kingdoms of Europe, and in the midst stood Frederick of Prussia, a veritable fire king. He had learned through secret agents that he was to be attacked, and that the wrath of Maria Theresa with her 2 allies, Pompadour and the Empress of Russia, was soon to wreak itself upon him. With his usual prompt audacity, he anticipated his enemies, marched into Saxony, and began the Continental War. His position seemed desperate. England, sundered from Austria, her old ally, had made common cause with him, but he had no other friend worth the counting. France, Russia, Austria, Sweden, Saxony, the collective German Empire, and most of the smaller German states had joined hands for his ruin, eager to crush him and divide the spoil, parcelling out his dominions among themselves in advance by solemn mutual compact. Against the 5 millions of Prussia were arrayed populations of more than 100 million. The little kingdom was open on all sides to attack, and her enemies were spurred on by the bitterest animosity. It was thought that one campaign would end the war. The war lasted 7 years, and Prussia came out of it triumphant. Such a warrior as her indomitable king Europe has rarely seen. If the 7 Years' War made the maritime and colonial greatness of England, it also raised Prussia to the rank of a first-class power. Frederick began with a victory, routing the Austrians in one of the fiercest of recorded conflicts, the Battle of Prague. Then, in his turn, he was beaten at Colne. All seemed lost. The hosts of the coalition were rolling in on him like a deluge. Surrounded by enemies in the jaws of destruction, hoping for little but to die in battle, this strange hero solaced himself with an exhaustless effusion of bad verses, sometimes mournful, sometimes cynical, sometimes indignant, and sometimes breathing a dauntless resolution, till, when his hour came, he threw down his pen to achieve those feats of arms which stamp him one of the foremost soldiers of the world. The French and imperialists, in overwhelming force, thought to crush him at Rosbach. He put them to shameful rout, and then, instead of bonfires and Te Deums, mocked at them in doggerel rhymes of amazing indecency. While he was beating the French, the Austrians took Silesia from him. He marched to recover it, found them strongly posted at Leuthen, 80,000 men against 30,000, and without hesitation resolved to attack them. Never was he more heroic than on the eve of this, his crowning triumph. "The hour is at hand," he said to his generals. "I mean, in spite of the rules of military art, to attack Prince Karl's army, which is nearly thrice our own. This risk I must run, or all is lost. We must beat him or die, all of us, before his batteries." He burst unawares upon the Austrian left, and rolled their whole host together, corps upon corps, in a tumult of irretrievable ruin. While her great ally was reaping a full harvest of laurels, England, dragged into the Continental War because that apple of discord, Hanover, belonged to her king, found little but humiliation. Minorca was wrested from her, and the ministry had an innocent man shot to avert from themselves the popular indignation, while the same ministry, scared by a phantom of invasion, brought over German troops to defend British soil. But now an event took place, pregnant with glorious consequence. The reins of power fell into the hands of William Pitt. He had already held them for a brief space, forced into office at the end of 1756 by popular clamour, in spite of the Whig leaders and against the wishes of the king. But the place was untenable. Newcastle's Parliament would not support him. The Duke of Cumberland opposed him. The king hated him, and in April 1757 he was dismissed. Then ensued 11 weeks of bickering and dispute, during which, in the midst of a great war, England was left without a government. It became clear that none was possible without Pitt, and none with him could be permanent and strong, unless joined with those influences which had thus far controlled the majorities of Parliament. Therefore an extraordinary union was brought about, Lord Chesterfield acting as go-between to reconcile the ill-assorted pair. One of them brought to the alliance the confidence and support of the people, the other court management, borough interest, and parliamentary connections. Newcastle was made First Lord of the Treasury, and Pitt, the old enemy who had repeatedly browbeat and ridiculed him, became Secretary of State, with the lead of the House of Commons and full control of the war and foreign affairs. It was a partnership of magpie and eagle. The dirty work of government, intrigue, bribery, and all the patronage that did not affect the war, fell to the share of the old politician. If Pitt could appoint generals, admirals, and ambassadors, Newcastle was welcome to the rest. "I will borrow the Duke's majorities to carry on the government," said the new secretary, and with the audacious self-confidence that was one of his traits, he told the Duke of Devonshire, "I am sure that I can save this country, and that nobody else can." England hailed with one accord the undaunted leader who asked for no reward but the honor of serving her. The hour had found the man. For the next 4 years this imposing figure towers supreme in British history. He had glaring faults, some of them of a sort not to have been expected in him. Vanity, the common weakness of small minds, was the most disfiguring foible of this great one. He had not the simplicity which becomes greatness so well. He could give himself theatrical airs, strike attitudes, and dart stage lightnings from his eyes. Yet he was formidable even in his affectations. Behind his great intellectual powers lay a burning enthusiasm, a force of passion and fierce intensity of will, that gave redoubled impetus to the fiery shafts of his eloquence, and the haughty and masterful nature of the man had its share in the ascendancy which he long held over Parliament. He would blast the laboured argument of an adversary by a look of scorn or a contemptuous wave of the hand. The great commoner was not a man of the people in the popular sense of that hackneyed phrase. Though himself poor, being a younger son, he came of a rich and influential family. He was patrician at heart, both his faults and his virtues. His proud incorruptibility and passionate domineering patriotism bore the patrician stamp. Yet he loved liberty, and he loved the people, because they were the English people. The effusive humanitarianism of today had no part in him, and the democracy of today would detest him. Yet to the middle-class England of his time, that unenfranchised England which had little representation in Parliament, he was a voice, an inspiration, and a tower of strength. He would not flatter the people, but turning with contempt from the tricks and devices of official politics, he threw himself with a confidence that never wavered on their patriotism and public spirit. They answered him with a boundless trust, asked but to follow his lead, gave him without stint their money and their blood, loved him for his domestic virtues and his disinterestedness, believed him even in his self-contradiction, and idolized him even in his bursts of arrogant passion. It was he who waked England from her lethargy, shook off the spell that Newcastle and his fellow enchanters had cast over her, and taught her to know herself again. A heart that beat in unison with all that was British found responsive throbs in every corner of the vast empire that through him was to become more vast. With the instinct of his fervid patriotism, he would join all its far-extended members into one, not by vain assertions of parliamentary supremacy, but by bonds of sympathy and ties of a common freedom and a common cause. The passion for power and glory subdued in him all the sordid parts of humanity, and he made the power and glory of England one with his own. He could change front through resentment or through policy, but in whatever path he moved, his objects were the same, not to curb the power of France in America, but to annihilate it, crush her navy, cripple her foreign trade, ruin her in India, in Africa, and wherever else, east or west, she had found foothold, gain for England the mastery of the seas, open to her the great highways of the globe, make her supreme in commerce and colonization, and while limiting the activities of her rival to the European continent, give to her the whole world for a sphere. To this British Roman was opposed the pampered Sardanapalus of Versailles, with the silken favourite who by calculated adultery had bought the power to ruin France. The Marquise de Pompadour, who began life as Jeanne Poisson, Jane Fish, daughter of the head clerk of a banking house, who then became the wife of a rich financier, and then, as mistress of the king, rose to a pinnacle of gilded ignominy, chose this time to turn out of office the two ministers who had shown most ability and force, Argenson, head of the Department of War, and Machault, head of the Marine and Colonies, the one because he was not subservient to her will, and the other because he had unwillingly touched the self-love of her royal paramour. She aspired to a share in the conduct of the war, and not only made and unmade ministers and generals, but discussed campaigns and battles with them, while they listened to her prating with a show of obsequious respect, since to lose her favour was to risk losing all. A few months later, when blows fell heavy and fast, she turned a deaf ear to representations of financial strait and military disasters, played the heroine, affected a greatness of soul superior to misfortune, and in her perfumed boudoir varied her tiresome graces by posing as a Roman matron. In fact, she never wavered in her spite against Frederick, and her fortitude was perfect in bearing the sufferings of others and defying dangers that could not touch her. When Pitt took office, it was not over France, but over England that the clouds hung dense and black. Her prospects were of the gloomiest. "Whoever is in or whoever is out," wrote Chesterfield, "I am sure we are undone both at home and abroad. At home by our increasing debt and expenses, abroad by our ill luck and incapacity. We are no longer a nation," and his despondency was shared by many at the beginning of the most triumphant administration in British history. The shuffling weakness of his predecessor had left Pitt a heritage of tribulation. From America came news of Loudon's manifold failures. From Germany that of the miscarriage of the Duke of Cumberland, who at the head of an army of Germans in British pay had been forced to sign the Convention of Klosterzeven, by which he promised to disband them.
To these disasters was added a third, of which the new government alone had to bear the burden. At the end of summer, Pitt sent a great expedition to attack Rochefort. The military and naval commanders disagreed, and the consequence was failure. There was no light except from far off India, where Clive won the great victory of Plassey, avenged the Black Hole of Calcutta, and prepared the ruin of the French power and the undisputed ascendancy of England. If the English had small cause as yet to rejoice in their own successes, they found comfort in those of their Prussian allies. The rout of the French at Rossbach and of the Austrians at Leuthen spread joy throughout their island. More than this, they felt that they had found at last a leader after their own heart, and the consciousness regenerated them. For the paltering imbecility of the old ministry, they had the unconquerable courage, the iron purpose, the unwavering faith, the indistinguishable hope of the new one. England has long been in labor, said Frederick of Prussia, and at last she has brought forth a man. It was not only that instead of weak commanders, Pitt gave her strong ones. The same men who had served her feebly under the blight of the Newcastle administration served her manfully and well under his robust impulsion. Nobody ever entered his closet, said Colonel Barre, who did not come out of it a braver man. That inspiration was felt wherever the British flag waved. Zeal awakened with the assurance that conspicuous merit was sure of its reward, and that no officer who did his duty would now be made a sacrifice, like Admiral Byng, to appease public indignation at ministerial failures. As nature, languishing in chill vapors and dull smothering fogs, revives at the touch of the sun, so did England spring into fresh life under the kindling influence of one great man. With the opening of the year 1758, her course of continental victories began. The Duke of Cumberland, the king's son, was recalled in disgrace, and a general of another stamp, Prince Ferdinand of Brunswick, was placed in command of the Germans in British pay, with the contingent of English troops now added to them. The French, too, changed commanders. The Duke of Richelieu, a dissolute old beau, returned to Paris to spend in heartless gallantries the wealth he had gained by plunder, and a young soldier churchman, the Comte de Clermont, took his place. Prince Ferdinand pushed him hard with an inferior force, drove him out of Hanover, and captured 11,000 of his soldiers. Clermont was recalled and was succeeded by Contades, another incapable. One of his subordinates won for him the Battle of Lutterberg, but the generalship of Ferdinand made it a barren victory, and the campaign remained a success for the English. They made descents on the French coasts, captured Saint-Servan, a suburb of Saint-Malo, and burned 3 ships of the line, 24 privateers, and 60 merchantmen, then entered Cherbourg, destroyed the forts, carried off or spiked the cannon, and burned 27 vessels, a success partially offset by a failure on the coast of Brittany, where they were repulsed with some loss. In Africa, they drove the French from the Guinea coast and seized their establishment at Senegal. It was towards America that Pitt turned his heartiest efforts. His first aim was to take Louisbourg, as a step towards taking Quebec, then Ticonderoga, that thorn in the side of the northern colonies, and lastly Fort Duquesne, the key of the Great West. He recalled Loudon, for whom he had a fierce contempt, but there were influences which he could not disregard, and Major General Abercrombie, who was next in order of rank, an indifferent soldier, though a veteran in years, was allowed to succeed him, and lead in person the attack on Ticonderoga. Pitt hoped that Brigadier Lord Howe, an admirable officer, who was joined with Abercrombie, would be the real commander, and make amends for all shortcomings of his chief. To command the Louisbourg expedition, Colonel Geoffrey Amherst was recalled from the German war and made at one leap a major general. He was energetic and resolute, somewhat cautious and slow, but with a bulldog tenacity of grip. Under him were 3 brigadiers, Whitmore, Lawrence, and Wolfe, of whom the youngest is the most noteworthy. In the luckless Rochefort expedition, Colonel James Wolfe was conspicuous by a dashing gallantry that did not escape the eye of Pitt, always on the watch for men to do his work. The young officer was ardent, headlong, void of fear, often rash, almost fanatical in his devotion to military duty, and reckless of life when the glory of England or his own was at stake. The 3rd expedition, that against Fort Duquesne, was given to Brigadier John Forbes, whose qualities well fitted him for the task. During his first term of office, Pitt had given a new species of troops to the British Army. These were the Scotch Highlanders, who had risen against the House of Hanover in 1745, and would rise against it again should France accomplish her favourite scheme of throwing a force into Scotland to excite another insurrection for the Stuarts. But they would be useful to fight the French abroad, though dangerous as their possible allies at home, and 2 regiments of them were now ordered to America. Delay had been the ruin of the last year's attempt against Louisbourg. This time preparation was urged on apace, and before the end of winter 2 fleets had put out to sea. One, under Admiral Boscawen, was destined for Louisbourg, while the other, under Admiral Osborne, sailed for the Mediterranean to intercept the French fleet of Admiral Laclue, who was about to sail from Toulon for America. Osborne, cruising between the coasts of Spain and Africa, barred the way to the Straits of Gibraltar, and kept his enemy imprisoned. Laclue made no attempt to force a passage, but several combats of detached ships took place, one of which is too remarkable to pass unnoticed. Captain Gardiner of the Monmouth, a ship of 470 men and 64 guns, engaged the French ship Foudroyant, carrying 1,000 men and 84 guns of heavier metal than those of the Englishmen. Gardiner had lately been reproved by Anson, First Lord of the Admiralty, for some alleged misconduct or shortcoming, and he thought of nothing but retrieving his honour. "We must take her," he said to his crew as the Foudroyant hove in sight. "She looks more than a match for us, but I will not quit her while this ship can swim, or I have a soul left alive." And the sailors answered with cheers. The fight was long and furious. Gardiner was killed by a musket shot, begging his first lieutenant with his dying breath not to haul down his flag. The lieutenant nailed it to the mast. At length the Foudroyant ceased from thundering, struck her colours, and was carried a prize to England. The typical British naval officer of that time was a rugged sea-dog, a tough and stubborn fighter, though no more so than the politer generations that followed. At home on the quarter-deck, but no ornament to the drawing-room, by reason of what his contemporary Entick, the strenuous chronicler of the war, calls, not unapprovingly, the ferocity of his manners. While Osborne held Laclus imprisoned at Toulon, Sir Edward Hawke, worthy leader of such men, sailed with 7 ships of the line and 3 frigates to intercept a French squadron from Rochefort, conveying a fleet of transports with troops for America. The French ships cut their cables and ran for the shore, where most of them stranded in the mud, and some threw cannon and munitions overboard to float themselves. The expedition was broken up. Of the many ships fitted out this year for the succor of Canada and Louisbourg, comparatively few reached their destination, and these for the most part singly or by 2s and 3s. Meanwhile, Admiral Boscawen, with his fleet, bore away for Halifax, the place of rendezvous, and Amherst in the ship Dublin followed in his wake. End of section 44. Section 45 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19, Part 1, 1758, Louisbourg. The stormy coast of Cape Breton is indented by a small landlocked bay, between which and the ocean lies a tongue of land dotted with a few grazing sheep, and intersected by rows of stone that mark more or less distinctly the lines of what once were streets. Green mounds and embankments of earth enclose the whole space, and beneath the highest of them yawn arches and caverns of ancient masonry. This grassy solitude was once the Dunkirk of America, the vaulted caverns where the sheep find shelter from the ram, were casemates where terrified women sought refuge from storms of shot and shell, and the shapeless green mounds were citadel, bastion, rampart, and glacis. Here stood Louisbourg, and not all the effects of its conquerors, nor all the havoc of succeeding times, have availed to efface it. Men in hundreds toiled for months with lever, spade, and gunpowder in the work of destruction, and for more than a century it has served as a stone quarry. But the remains of its vast defences still tell their tale of human valor and human woe. Stand on the mounds that were once the king's bastion. The glistening sea spreads eastward 3,000 miles, and its waves meet their first rebuff against this iron coast. Lighthouse Point is white with foam. Jets of spray spout from the rocks of Goat Island. Mist curls in clouds from the seething surf that lashes the crags of Black Point, and the sea boils like a cauldron among the reefs by the harbour's mouth. But on the calm water within, the small fishing vessels rest tranquil at their moorings. Beyond lies a hamlet of fishermen by the edge of the water, and a few scattered dwellings dot the rough hills, bristled with stunted firs, that gird the quiet basin, while close at hand, within the precinct of the vanished fortress, stand 2 small farmhouses. All else is a solitude of ocean, rock, marsh, and forest. At the beginning of June 1758, the place wore another aspect. Since the peace of Aix-la-Chapelle, vast sums had been spent in repairing and strengthening it, and Louisbourg was the strongest fortress in French or British America. Nevertheless, it had its weaknesses. The original plan of the works had not been fully carried out, and owing, it is said, to the bad quality of the mortar, the masonry of the ramparts was in so poor a condition that it had been replaced in some parts with fascines. The circuit of the fortifications was more than 1.5 miles, and the town contained about 4,000 inhabitants. The best buildings in it were the convent, the hospital, the king's storehouses, and the chapel and governor's quarters, which were under the same roof. Of the private houses, only 7 or 8 were of stone, the rest being humble wooden structures suited to a population of fishermen. The garrison consisted of the battalions of Artois, Bourgogne, Cambis, and Volontaires et Tranchées, with 2 companies of artillery and 24 of colony troops from Canada, in all 3,080 regular troops, besides officers, and to these were added a body of armed inhabitants and a band of Indians. In the harbor were 5 ships of the line and 7 frigates, carrying in all 544 guns and about 3,000 men. 219 cannon and 17 mortars were mounted on the walls and outworks. Of these last, the most important were the Grand Battery on the shore of the harbor opposite its mouth, and the Island Battery on the rocky inlet at its entrance. The strongest front of the works was on the land side, along the base of the peninsular triangle on which the town stood. This front, about 1,200 yards in extent, reached from the sea on the left to the harbor and on the right, and consisted of 4 bastions with then connecting curtains, the princesses, the queens, the kings, and the dauphins. The king's bastion formed part of the citadel. The glacis before it sloped down to an extensive marsh, which, with an adjacent pond, completely protected this part of the line. On the right, however, towards the harbor, the ground was high enough to offer advantages to an enemy, as was also the case to a less degree on the left towards the sea. The best defence of Louisbourg was the craggy shore, that for leagues on either hand was accessible only at a few points, and even there with difficulty. All these points were vigilantly watched. There had been signs of the enemy from the first opening of spring. In the intervals of fog, rain, and snow squalls, sails were seen hovering on the distant sea, and during the latter part of May a squadron of 9 ships cruised off the mouth of the harbor, appearing and disappearing, sometimes driven away by gales, sometimes lost in fogs, and sometimes approaching to within cannon shot of the batteries. Their object was to blockade the port, in which they failed, for French ships had come in at intervals, till, as we have seen, 12 of them lay safe anchored in the harbor, with more than a year's supply of provisions for the garrison. At length, on the 1st of June, the southeastern horizon was white with a cloud of canvas. The long-expected crisis was come. Drucour, the governor, sent 2,000 regulars, with about 1,000 militia and Indians, to guard the various landing places, and the rest, aided by the sailors, remained to hold the town. At the end of May, Admiral Boscawen was at Halifax with 23 ships of the line, 18 frigates and fireships, and a fleet of transports, on board of which were 11,600 soldiers, all regulars except 500 provincial rangers. Amherst had not yet arrived, and on the 28th Boscawen, in pursuance of his orders and to prevent loss of time, put to sea without him. But scarcely had the fleet sailed out of Halifax when they met the ship that bore the expected general. Amherst took command of the troops, and the expedition held its way till the 2nd of June, when they saw the rocky shoreline of Cape Breton, and descried the masts of the French squadron in the harbour of Louisbourg. Boscawen sailed into Gabarus Bay. The sea was rough, but in the afternoon Amherst, Lawrence, and Wolfe, with a number of naval officers, reconnoitred the shore in boats, coasting it for miles and approaching it as near as the French batteries would permit. The rocks were white with surf, and every accessible point was strongly guarded. Boscawen saw little chance of success. He sent for his captains and consulted them separately. They thought, like him, that it would be rash to attempt a landing, and proposed a council of war. One of them alone, an old sea officer named Ferguson, advised his commander to take the responsibility himself, hold no council, and make the attempt at every risk. Boscawen took his advice and declared that he would not leave Gabarus Bay till he had fulfilled his instructions and set the troops on shore. West of Louisbourg there were 3 accessible places: Freshwater Cove, 4 miles from the town, and Flat Point and White Point, which were nearer, the last being within a mile of the fortifications. East of the town there was an inlet called Lorambec, also available for landing. In order to distract the attention of the enemy, it was resolved to threaten all these places, and to form the troops into 3 divisions, 2 of which, under Lawrence and Whitmore, were to advance towards Flat Point and White Point, while a detached regiment was to make a feint at Lorambec. Wolfe, with the 3rd Division, was to make the real attack and try to force a landing at Freshwater Cove, which, as it proved, was the most strongly defended of all. When on shore, Wolfe was an habitual invalid, and when at sea every heave of the ship made him wretched, but his ardour was unquenchable. Before leaving England, he wrote to a friend, "Being of the profession of arms, I would seek all occasions to serve, and therefore have thrown myself in the way of the American war, though I know that the very passage threatens my life, and that my constitution must be utterly ruined and undone." On the next day, the 3rd, the surf was so high that nothing could be attempted. On the 4th there was a thick fog and a gale. The frigate Trent struck on a rock, and some of the transports were near being stranded. On the 5th there was another fog and a raging surf. On the 6th there was fog, with rain in the morning and better weather towards noon, whereupon the signal was made and the troops entered the boats. But the sea rose again, and they were ordered back to the ships. On the 7th, more fog and more surf till night, when the sea grew calmer, and orders were given for another attempt. At 2 in the morning of the 8th, the troops were in the boats again. At daybreak, the frigates of the squadron, anchoring before each point of real or pretended attack, opened a fierce cannonade on the French entrenchments, and a quarter of an hour after, the 3 divisions rowed towards the shore. That of the left, under Wolfe, consisted of 4 companies of grenadiers, with the light infantry and the New England Rangers, followed and supported by Fraser's Highlanders and 8 more companies of grenadiers. They pulled for Freshwater Cove. Here there was a crescent-shaped beach 1/4 mile long, with rocks at each end. On the shore above, about 1,000 Frenchmen, under Lieutenant Colonel de Saint-Julien, lay behind entrenchments covered in front by spruce and fir trees, felled and laid on the ground with the tops outward. 8 cannon and swivels were placed to sweep every part of the beach and its approaches, and these pieces were masked by young evergreens stuck in the ground before them. The English were allowed to come within close range unmolested. Then the batteries opened, and a deadly storm of grape and musketry was poured upon the boats. It was clear in an instant that to advance farther would be destruction, and Wolfe waved his hand as a signal to sheer off. At some distance on the right, and little exposed to the fire, were 3 boats of light infantry under Lieutenants Hopkin and Brown and Ensign Grant, who, mistaking the signal, or wilfully misinterpreting it, made directly for the shore before them. It was a few rods east of the beach, a craggy coast and a strand strewn with rocks and lashed with breakers, but sheltered from the cannon by a small projecting point. The 3 officers leapt ashore, followed by their men. Wolfe saw the movement and hastened to support it. The boat of Major Scott, who commanded the light infantry and rangers, next came up and was stove in an instant. But Scott gained the shore, climbed the crags, and found himself with 10 men in front of some 70 French and Indians. Half his followers were killed and wounded, and 3 bullets were shot through his clothes. But with admirable gallantry he held his ground till others came to his aid. The remaining boats now reached the landing. Many were stove among the rocks, and others were overset. Some of the men were dragged back by the surf and drowned. Some lost their muskets and were drenched to the skin, but the greater part got safe ashore. Among the foremost was seen the tall, attenuated form of Brigadier Wolfe, armed with nothing but a cane, as he leapt into the surf and climbed the crags with his soldiers. As they reached the top, they formed in compact order and attacked and carried with the bayonet the nearest French battery, a few rods distant. The division of Lawrence soon came up, and as the attention of the enemy was now distracted, they made their landing with little opposition at the far end of the beach, whither they were followed by Amherst himself. The French attacked on right and left, and fearing with good reason that they would be cut off from the town, abandoned all their cannon and fled into the woods. About 70 of them were captured and 50 killed. The rest, circling among the hills and around the marshes, made their way to Louisbourg, and those at the intermediate posts joined their flight. The English followed through a matted growth of firs till they reached the cleared ground, when the cannon, opening on them from the ramparts, stopped the pursuit. The first move of the great game was played and won. Amherst made his camp just beyond range of the French cannon, and Flat Point Cove was chosen as the landing place of guns and stores. Clearing the ground, making roads, and pitching tents filled the rest of the day. At night there was a glare of flames from the direction of the town. The French had abandoned the Grand Battery after setting fire to the buildings in it and to the houses and fish stages along the shore of the harbor. During the following days,
Stores were landed as fast as the surf would permit, but the task was so difficult that from first to last more than 100 boats were stove in, accomplishing it. And such was the violence of the waves that none of the siege guns could be got ashore till the 18th. The camp extended 2 miles along a stream that flowed down to the cove among the low woody hills that curved round the town and harbour. Redoubts were made to protect its front, and blockhouses to guard its left and rear from the bands of Acadians known to be hovering in the woods. Wolfe, with 1,200 men, made his way 6 or 7 miles round the harbour, took possession of the battery at Lighthouse Point, which the French had abandoned, planted guns and mortar, and opened fire on the island battery that guarded the entrance. Other guns were placed at different points along the shore, and soon opened on the French ships. The ships and batteries replied. The artillery fight raged night and day, till on the 25th the island guns were dismounted and silenced. Wolfe then strengthened his posts, secured his communications, and returned to the main army in front of the town. Amherst had reconnoitred the ground and chosen a hillock at the edge of the marsh, less than half a mile from the ramparts, as the point for opening his trenches. A road with an epaulement to protect it must first be made to the spot, and as the way was over a tract of deep mud covered with water weeds and moss, the labour was prodigious. 1,000 men worked at it day and night under the fire of the town and ships. When the French looked landward from their ramparts, they could see scarcely a sign of the impending storm. Behind them, Wolfe's cannon were playing busily from Lighthouse Pond and the heights round the harbour, but before them the broad flat marsh and the low hills seemed almost a solitude. 2 miles distant they could descry some of the English tents, but the greater part were hidden by the inequalities of the ground. On the right, a prolongation of the harbour reached nearly half a mile beyond the town, ending in a small lagoon formed by a projecting sandbar, and known as the Barachoy. Near this bar lay moored the little frigate Arethusa, under a gallant officer named Vauquelin. Her position was a perilous one, but so long as she could maintain it, she could sweep with her fire the ground before the works, and seriously impede the operations of the enemy. The other naval captains were less venturous, and when the English landed, they wanted to leave the harbour and save their ships. Drucour insisted that they should stay to aid the defence, and they complied, but soon left their moorings and anchored as close as possible under the guns of the town, in order to escape the fire of Wolfe's batteries. Hence there was great murmuring among the military officers, who would have had them engage the hostile guns at short range. The frigate Echo, under cover of a fog, had been sent to Quebec for aid, but she was chased and captured, and a day or two after, the French saw her pass the mouth of the harbour with an English flag at her masthead. When Wolfe had silenced the island battery, a new and imminent danger threatened Louisbourg. Boscawen might enter the harbour, overpower the French naval force, and cannonade the town on its weakest side. Therefore Drucour resolved to sink 4 large ships at the entrance, and on a dark and foggy night this was successfully accomplished. 2 more vessels were afterwards sunk, and the harbour was then thought safe. The English had at last finished their preparations and were urging on the siege with determined vigor. The landward view was a solitude no longer. They could be seen in multitudes piling earth and fascines beyond the hillock at the edge of the marsh. On the 25th they occupied the hillock itself and fortified themselves there under a shower of bombs. Then they threw up earth on the right and pushed their approaches towards the Barachois, in spite of a hot fire from the frigate Arethusa. Next they appeared on the left towards the sea, about a third of a mile from the Princess's Bastion. It was Wolfe, with a strong detachment, throwing up a redoubt and opening an entrenchment. Late on the 9th of July, 600 French troops sallied to interrupt the work. The English grenadiers in the trenches fought stubbornly with bayonet and sword, but were forced back to the second line, where a desperate conflict in the dark took place, and after severe loss on both sides, the French were driven back. Some days before, there had been another sortie on the opposite side, near the Barachois, resulting in a repulse of the French and the seizure by Wolfe of a more advanced position. Various courtesies were exchanged between the two commanders. Drucour, on occasion of a flag of truce, wrote to Amherst that there was a surgeon of uncommon skill in Louisbourg, whose services were at the command of any English officer who might need them. Amherst, on his part, sent to his enemy letters and messages from wounded Frenchmen in his hands, adding his compliments to Madame Drucour, with an expression of regret for the disquiet to which she was exposed, begging her at the same time to accept a gift of pineapples from the West Indies. She returned his courtesy by sending him a basket of wine, after which amenities the cannon roared again. Madame Drucour was a woman of heroic spirit. Every day she was on the ramparts, where her presence roused the soldiers to enthusiasm, and every day with her own hand she fired 3 cannon to encourage them. The English lines grew closer and closer, and their fire more and more destructive. Desgouttes, the naval commander, withdrew the Arethusa from her exposed position, where her fire had greatly annoyed the besiegers. The shot holes in her sides were plugged up, and in the dark night of the 14th of July she was towed through the obstructions in the mouth of the harbor and sent to France to report the situation of Louisbourg. More fortunate than her predecessor, she escaped the English in a fog. Only 5 vessels now remained afloat in the harbor, and these were feebly manned, as the greater part of their officers and crews had come ashore, to the number of 2,000, lodging under tents in the town, amid the scarcely suppressed murmurs of the army officers. On the 8th of July, news came that the partisan Boishébert was approaching with 400 Acadians, Canadians, and Micmacs to attack the English outposts and detachments. He did little or nothing, however, besides capturing a few stragglers. On the 16th, early in the evening, a party of English, led by Wolfe, dashed forward, drove off a band of French volunteers, seized a rising ground called Hauteur de la Potence, or Gallows Hill, and began to entrench themselves scarcely 300 yards from the Dauphin's Bastion. The town opened on them furiously with grape shot, but in the intervals of the firing the sound of their picks and spades could plainly be heard. In the morning they were seen throwing up earth like moles as they burrowed their way forward, and on the 21st they opened another parallel, within 200 yards of the rampart. Still their sappers pushed on. Every day they had more guns in position, and on the right and left their fire grew hotter. Their pickets made a lodgment along the foot of the glacis and fired up the slope at the French in the covered way. The 21st was a memorable day. In the afternoon a bomb fell on the ship Célèbre and set her on fire. An explosion followed. The few men on board could not save her, and she drifted from her moorings. The wind blew the flames into the rigging of the Entreprenant, and then into that of the Capricieux. At night all three were in full blaze, for when the fire broke out, the English batteries turned on them a tempest of shot and shell to prevent it from being extinguished. The glare of the triple conflagration lighted up the town, the trenches, the harbour, and the surrounding hills, while the burning ships shot off their guns at random as they slowly drifted westward and grounded at last near the Barachois. In the morning they were consumed to the water's edge, and of all the squadron the Prudent and the Bienfaisant alone were left. End of section 45. Section 46 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19, Part 2. In the citadel, of which the King's Bastion formed the front, there was a large oblong stone building containing the chapel, lodgings for men and officers, and at the southern end the quarters of the governor. On the morning after the burning of the ships, a shell fell through the roof among a party of soldiers in the chamber below, burst, and set the place on fire. In half an hour the chapel and all the northern part of the building were in flames, and no sooner did the smoke rise above the bastion than the English threw into it a steady shower of missiles. Yet soldiers, sailors, and inhabitants hastened to the spot and laboured desperately to check the fire. They saved the end occupied by Drucour and his wife, but all the rest was destroyed. Under the ancient rampart were the casemates, one of which was crowded with wounded officers and the rest with women and children seeking shelter in these subterranean dens. Before the entrances there was a long barrier of timber to prevent them from exploding shells, and as the wind blew the flames towards it, there was danger that it would take fire and suffocate those within. They rushed out, crazed with fright, and ran hither and thither with outcries and shrieks amid the storm of iron. In the neighbouring Queen's Bastion was a large range of barracks built of wood by the New England troops after their capture of the fortress in 1745. So flimsy and combustible was it that the French writers call it a house of cards and a paper of matches. Here were lodged the greater part of the garrison, but such was the danger of fire that they were now ordered to leave it, and they accordingly lay in the streets or along the foot of the ramparts, under shelters of timber which gave some little protection against bombs. The order was well timed, for on the night after the fire in the King's Bastion, a shell filled with combustibles set this building also in flames. A fearful scene ensued. All the English batteries opened upon it. The roar of mortars and cannon, the rushing and screaming of round shot and grape, The hissing of fuses and the explosion of grenades and bombs mingled with a storm of musketry from the covered way and trenches, while by the glare of the conflagration the English regiments were seen drawn up in battle array before the ramparts, as if preparing for an assault. 2 days after, at 1 o'clock in the morning, a burst of loud cheers was heard in the distance, followed by confused cries and the noise of musketry, which lasted but a moment. 600 English sailors had silently rowed into the harbour and seized the 2 remaining ships, the Prudent and the Bienfaisant. After the first hubbub, all was silent for half an hour. Then a light glowed through the thick fog that covered the water. The Prudent was burning. Being aground with the low tide, her captors had set her on fire, allowing the men on board to escape to the town in her boats. The flames soon wrapped her from stem to stern, and as the broad glare pierced the illumined mists, the English sailors, reckless of shot and shell, towed her companion ship, with all on board, to a safe anchorage under Wolfe's batteries. The position of the besieged was deplorable. Nearly a fourth of their number were in the hospitals, while the rest, exhausted with incessant toil, could find no place to snatch an hour of sleep. And yet, says an officer, they still show ardour. Today, he again says, on the 24th, the fire of the place is so weak that it is more like funeral guns than a defence. On the front of the town, only 4 cannon could fire at all. The rest were either dismounted or silenced by the musketry from the trenches. The masonry of the ramparts had been shaken by the concussion of their own guns, and now in the Dauphin's and the King's bastions, the English shot brought it down in masses. The trenches had been pushed so close on the rising grounds on the right that a great part of the covered way was enfiladed, while a battery on a hill across the harbour swept the whole front with a flank fire. Amherst had ordered the gunners to spare the houses of the town, but according to French accounts, the order had little effect, for shot and shell fell everywhere. There is not a house in the place, says the diary just quoted, that has not felt the effects of this formidable artillery. From yesterday morning till 7 o'clock this evening, we reckon that 1,000 or 1,200 bombs, great and small, have been thrown into the town, accompanied all the time by the fire of 40 pieces of cannon, served with an activity not often seen. The hospital and the houses around it, which also serve as hospitals, are attacked with cannon and mortar. The surgeon trembles as he amputates a limb amid cries of "Garez la bombe," and leaves his patient in the midst of the operation, lest he should share his fate. The sick and wounded, stretched on mattresses, utter cries of pain, which do not cease till a shot or the bursting of a shell ends them. On the 26th, the last cannon was silenced in front of the town, and the English batteries had made a breach which seemed practicable for assault. On the day before, Drucour, with his chief officers and the engineer Franquet, had made the tour of the covered way and examined the state of the defences. All but Franquet were offering to capitulate. Early on the next morning, a council of war was held, at which were present Drucour, Franquet, Desgouttes, Naval Commander Houllier, commander of the regulars, and the several chiefs of battalions. Franquet presented a memorial setting forth the state of the fortifications. As it was he who had reconstructed and repaired them, he was anxious to show the quality of his work in the best light possible, and therefore, in the view of his auditors, he understood the effects of the English fire. Hence an altercation arose, ending in a unanimous decision to ask for terms. Accordingly, at 10 o'clock, a white flag was displayed over the breach in the Dauphin's bastion, and an officer named Lopinot was sent out with offers to capitulate. The answer was prompt and stern. The garrison must surrender as prisoners of war. A definite reply must be given within an hour. In case of refusal, the place will be attacked by land and sea. Great was the emotion in the council, and one of its members, d'Antonay, lieutenant colonel of the battalion of volontaires étrangers, was sent to propose less rigorous terms. Amherst would not speak with him, and jointly with Boscawen dispatched this note to the governor. Sir, we have just received the reply which it has pleased your Excellency to make as to the conditions of the capitulation offered you. We shall not change in the least our views regarding them. It depends on your Excellency to accept them or not, and you will have the goodness to give your answer, yes or no, within half an hour. We have the honor to be, etc., E. Boscawen, J. Amherst. Drucour answered as follows: Gentlemen, to reply to your Excellencies in as few words as possible, I have the honor to repeat that my position also remains the same, and that I persist in my first resolution. I have the honor to be, etc., the Chevalier de Drucour. In other words, he refused the English terms and declared his purpose to abide the assault. Lopinot was sent back to the English camp with this note of defiance. He was no sooner gone than Prévost, the intendant, an officer of functions purely civil, brought the governor a memorial which, with or without the knowledge of the military authorities, he had drawn up in anticipation of the emergency. The violent resolution which the Council continues to hold, said this document, obliges me, for the good of the state, the preservation of the King's subjects, and the averting of horrors shocking to humanity, to lay before your eyes the consequences that may ensue. What will become of the 4,000 souls who compose the families of this town, of the 1,000 or 1,200 sick in the hospitals, and the officers and crews of our unfortunate ships? They will be delivered over to carnage and the rage of an unbridled soldiery, eager for plunder and impelled to deeds of horror by pretended resentment at what has formerly happened in Canada. Thus they will all be destroyed, and the memory of their fate will live forever in our colonies. It remains, Monsieur, continues the paper, to remind you that the councils you have held thus far have been composed of none but military officers. I am not surprised at their views. The glory of the King's arm and the honor of their several corps have inspired them. You and I alone are charged with the administration of the colony and the care of the King's subjects who compose it. These gentlemen, therefore, have had no regard for them. They think only of themselves and their soldiers, whose business it is to encounter the utmost extremity of peril. It is at the prayer of an intimidated people that I lay before you the considerations specified in this memorial. In view of these considerations, writes Drucour, joined to the impossibility of resisting an assault, Monsieur le Chevalier de Courserac, undertook in my behalf to run after the bearer of my answer to the English commander and bring it back. It is evident that the bearer of the note had been in no hurry to deliver it, for he had scarcely got beyond the fortifications when Courceyrac overtook and stopped him. D'Anthonay, with Duvivier, major of the battalion of Artois, and Lopinot, the first messenger, was then sent to the English camp, empowered to accept the terms imposed. An English spectator thus describes their arrival. A lieutenant colonel came running out of the garrison, making signs at a distance, and bawling out as loud as he could, "We accept, we accept." He was followed by 2 others, and they were all conducted to General Amherst's headquarters. At 11 o'clock at night they returned with the articles of capitulation and the following letter: Sir, we have the honor to send Your Excellency the articles of capitulation signed. Lieutenant Colonel D'Anthonay has not failed to speak in behalf of the inhabitants of the town, and it is nowise our intention to distress them, but to give them all the aid in our power. Your Excellency will have the goodness to sign a duplicate of the articles and send it to us. It only remains to ensure Your Excellency that we shall with great pleasure seize every opportunity to convince Your Excellency that we are, with the most perfect consideration, Sir, Your Excellency's most obedient servants, E. Boscawen, J. Amherst. The article stipulated that the garrison should be sent to England, prisoners of war, in British ships, that all artillery, arms, munitions, and stores, both in Louisbourg and elsewhere on the island of Cape Breton, as well as on Île St. John, now Prince Edward's Island, should be given up intact, that the gate of the Dauphin's bastion should be delivered to the British troops at 8 o'clock in the morning, and that the garrison should lay down their arms at noon. The victors, on their part, promised to give the French sick and wounded the same care as their own, and to protect private property from pillage. Drucour signed the paper at midnight, and in the morning a body of grenadiers took possession of the Dauphin's gate. The rude soldiery poured in, swarthy with wind and sun, and begrimed with smoke and dust. The garrison, drawn up on the esplanade, flung down their muskets and marched from the ground with tears of rage. The cross of St. George floated over the shattered rampart, and Louisbourg, with the 2 great islands that depended on it, passed to the British Crown. Guards were posted, a stern discipline was enforced, and perfect order maintained. The conquerors and the conquered exchanged greetings, and the English general was lavish of courtesies to the brave lady who had aided the defence so well. Every favor she asked was granted, says a Frenchman present. Drucour and his garrison had made a gallant defence. It had been his aim to prolong the siege till it should be too late for Amherst to cooperate with Abercrombie in an attack on Canada, and in this, at least, he succeeded. 5,637 officers, soldiers, and sailors were prisoners in the hands of the victors. 18 mortars and 221 cannon were found in the town, along with a great quantity of arms, munitions, and stores. At the middle of August, such of the prisoners as were not disabled by wounds or sickness were embarked for England, and the merchants and inhabitants were sent to France. Brigadier Whitmore, as governor of Louisbourg, remained with 4 regiments to hold guard over the desolation they had made. The fall of the French stronghold was hailed in England with noisy rapture. Addresses of congratulation to the King poured in from all the cities of the kingdom, and the captured flags were hung in St. Paul's amid the roar of cannon and the shouts of the populace. The provinces shared these rejoicings. Sermons of thanksgiving resounded from countless New England pulpits. At Newport there were fireworks and illuminations, and, adds the pious reporter, "We have reason to believe that Christians will make wise and religious improvement of so signal a favor of divine providence." At Philadelphia a like display was seen, with music and universal ringing of bells. At Boston a stately bonfire like a pyramid was kindled on the top of Fort Hill, which made a lofty and prodigious blaze. Though here certain jealous patriots protested against celebrating a victory won by British regulars, and not by New England men. At New York there was a grand official dinner at the Province Arms in Broadway, where every loyal toast was echoed by the cannon of Fort George, and illuminations and fireworks closed the day. In the camp of Abercrombie at Lake George, Captain Cleveland of Bagley's Massachusetts regiment wrote, "The general put out orders that the breastwork should be lined with troops, and to fire 3 rounds for joy, and give thanks to God in a religious way. But nowhere did the tidings find a warmer welcome than in the small detached forts scattered through the solitudes of Nova Scotia, where the military exiles, restless from inaction, listened with greedy ears for every word from the great world whence they were banished. So slow were their communications with it that the fall of Louisbourg was known in England before it had reached them all." Captain John Knox, then in garrison at Annapolis, tells how it was greeted there more than 5 weeks after the event. "It was the 6th of September. A sloop from Boston was seen coming up the bay. Soldiers and officers ran down to the wharf to ask for news. Every soul," says Knox, "was impatient, yet shy of asking. At length the vessel being come near enough to be spoken to, I called out, 'What news from Louisbourg?' to which the master simply replied, and with some gravity, 'Nothing strange.' This answer, which was so coldly delivered, threw us all into great consternation, and we looked at each other without being able to speak. Some of us even turned away with an intent to return to the fort. At length one of our soldiers, not yet satisfied, called out with some warmth, 'Damn you, pumpkin, isn't Louisbourg taken yet?' The poor New England man then answered, 'Taken, yes, above a month ago, and I have been there since. But if you have never heard it before, I have got a good parcel of letters for you now.' If our apprehensions were great at first, words are insufficient to express our transports at this speech, the latter part of which we hardly waited for, but instantly all hats flew off, and we made the neighboring woods resound with our cheers and huzzas for almost half an hour. The master of the sloop was amazed beyond expression, and declared he thought we had heard of the success of our arms eastward before, and had sought to banter him. At night there was a grand bonfire and universal festivity in the fort and village." Amherst proceeded to complete his conquest by the subjection of all the adjacent possessions of France. Major Dalling was sent to occupy Port Espagnol, now Sydney. Colonel Monckton was dispatched to the Bay of Fundy and the River St. John, with an order to destroy the vermin who are settled there. Lord Rollo, with the 35th Regiment and 2 battalions of the 60th,
received the submission of Ile Saint-Jean and tried to remove the inhabitants with small success, for out of more than 4,000 he could catch but 700. The ardent and indomitable Wolfe had been the life of the siege. Wherever there was need of a quick eye, a prompt decision, and a bold dash, there his lank figure was always in the front. Yet he was only half pleased with what had been done. The capture of Louisbourg, he thought, should be but the prelude of greater conquests, and he had hoped that the fleet and army would sail up the St. Lawrence and attack Quebec. Impetuous and impatient by nature, and irritable with disease, he chafed at the delay that followed the capitulation, and wrote to his father a few days after it, "We are gathering strawberries and other wild fruits of the country, with a seeming indifference about what is doing in other parts of the world. Our army, however, on the continent, wants our help." Growing more anxious, he sent Amherst a note to ask his intentions, and the general replied, "What I most wish to do is to go to Quebec. I have proposed it to the admiral, and yesterday he seemed to think it impracticable." On which Wolfe wrote again, "If the admiral will not carry us to Quebec, reinforcements should certainly be sent to the continent without losing a moment. This damned French garrison take up our time and attention, which might be better bestowed. The transports are ready, and a small convoy would carry a brigade to Boston or New York. With the rest of the troops we might make an offensive and destructive war in the Bay of Fundy and the Gulf of St. Lawrence. I beg pardon for this freedom, but I cannot look coolly upon the bloody inroads of these hellhounds, the Canadians, and if nothing further is to be done, I must desire leave to quit the army." Amherst answered that though he had meant at first to go to Quebec with the whole army, late events on the continent made it impossible, and that he now thought it best to go with 5 or 6 regiments to the aid of Abercrombie. He asked Wolfe to continue to communicate his views to him, and would not hear for a moment of his leaving the army, adding, "I know nothing that can tend more to His Majesty's service than your assisting in it." Wolfe again wrote to his commander, with whom he was on terms of friendship, "An offensive, daring kind of war will awe the Indians and ruin the French. Blockhouses and a trembling defensive encourage the meanest scoundrels to attack us. If you will attempt to cut up New France by the roots, I will come with pleasure to assist." Amherst, with such speed as his deliberate nature would permit, sailed with 6 regiments for Boston to reinforce Abercrombie at Lake George, while Wolfe set out on an errand but little to his liking. He had orders to proceed to Gaspé, Miramichi, and other settlements on the Gulf St. Lawrence, destroy them and disperse their inhabitants, a measure of needless and unpardonable rigor, which, while detesting it, he executed with characteristic thoroughness. "Sir Charles Hardy and I," he wrote to his father, "are prepared to rob the fishermen of their nets and burn their huts. When that great exploit is at an end, I return to Louisbourg and thence to England." Having finished the work, he wrote to Amherst, "Your orders were carried into execution. We have done a great deal of mischief and spread the terror of His Majesty's arms through the Gulf, but have added nothing to the reputation of them. The destruction of property was great, yet, as Knox writes, he would not suffer the least barbarity to be committed upon the persons of the wretched inhabitants." He returned to Louisbourg and sailed for England to recruit his shattered health
for greater conflicts. End of section 46. Section 47 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20, Part 1, 1758. Ticonderoga. In the last year, London called on the colonists for 4,000 men. This year Pitt asked them for 20,000, and promised that the king would supply arms, ammunition, tents, and provisions, leaving to the provinces only the raising, clothing, and pay of their soldiers. And he added the assurance that Parliament would be asked to make some compensation even for these. Thus encouraged, cheered by the removal of Loudon, and animated by the unwonted vigour of British military preparation, the several provincial assemblies voted men in abundance, though the usual vexatious delays took place in raising, equipping, and sending them to the field. In this connection, an able English writer has brought against the colonies, and especially against Massachusetts, charges which deserve attention. Viscount Bury says, "Of all the colonies, Massachusetts was the first which discovered the designs of the French and remonstrated against their aggressions. Of all the colonies, she most zealously promoted measures of union for the common defence, and made the greatest exertions in furtherance of her views." But he adds that there is a reverse to the picture, and that this colony, so high-spirited, so warlike, and apparently so loyal, would never move hand or foot in her own defence till certain of repayment by the mother country. The groundlessness of this charge is shown by abundant proofs, one of which will be enough. The Englishman Pownall, who had succeeded Shirley as royal governor of the province, made this year a report of its condition to Pitt. Massachusetts, he says, has been the frontier and advanced guard of all the colonies against the enemy in Canada, and has always taken the lead in military affairs. In the past 3 years she has spent on the expeditions of Johnson, Winslow, and Loudon £242,356, besides about £45,000 a year to support the provincial government, at the same time maintaining a number of forts and garrisons, keeping up scouting parties, and building, equipping, and manning a ship of 20 guns for the service of the king. In the first 2 months of the present year, 1758, she made a further military outlay of £172,239. Of all these sums, she has received from Parliament a reimbursement of only £70,117, and hence she is deep in debt. Yet, in addition, she has this year raised, paid, maintained, and clothed 7,000 soldiers placed under the command of General Abercrombie, besides above 2,500 more, serving the king by land or sea, amounting in all to about 1 in 4 of her able-bodied men. Massachusetts was extremely poor by the standards of the present day, living by fishing, farming, and a trade sorely hampered by the British navigation laws. Her contributions of money and men were not ordained by an absolute king, but made by the voluntary act of a free people. Pownall goes on to say that her present war debt, due within 3 years, is £366,698 sterling, and that to meet it she has imposed on herself taxes amounting, in the town of Boston, to 13 shillings and 2 pence to every pound of income from real and personal estate, that her people are in distress, that she is anxious to continue her efforts in the public cause, but that without some further reimbursement she is exhausted and helpless. Yet in the next year she incurred a new and heavy debt. In 1760, Parliament repaid her £59,575. Far from being fully reimbursed, the end of the war found her on the brink of bankruptcy. Connecticut made equal sacrifices in the common cause, highly to her honor, for she was little exposed to danger, being covered by the neighboring provinces, while impoverished New Hampshire put 1 in 3 of her able-bodied men into the field. In June, the combined British and provincial force which Abercrombie was to lead against Ticonderoga was gathered at the head of Lake George, while Montcalm lay at its outlet around the walls of the French stronghold, with an army not 1/4 so numerous. Vaudreuil had devised a plan for saving Ticonderoga by a diversion into the valley of the Mohawk under Lévis, Rigaud, and Longueuil, with 1,600 men, who were to be joined by as many Indians. The English forts of that region were to be attacked, Schenectady threatened, and the Five Nations compelled to declare for France. Thus, as the governor gave out, the English would be forced to cease from aggression, leave Montcalm in peace, and think only of defending themselves. This, writes Bougainville on the 15th of June, is what Monsieur de Vaudreuil thinks will happen, because he never doubts anything. Ticonderoga, which is the point really threatened, is abandoned without support to the troops of the line and their general. It would even be wished that they might meet a reverse if the consequences to the colony would not be too disastrous. The proposed movement promised, no doubt, great advantages, but it was not destined to take effect. Some rangers taken on Lake George by a partisan officer named Langy declared with pardonable exaggeration that 25,000 or 30,000 men would attack Ticonderoga in less than a fortnight. Vaudreuil saw himself forced to abandon his Mohawk expedition and to order Lévis and his followers, who had not yet left Montreal, to reinforce Montcalm. Why they did not go at once is not clear. The governor declares that there were not boats enough. From whatever cause, there was a long delay, and Montcalm was left to defend himself as he could. He hesitated whether he should not fall back to Crown Point. The engineer Lotbinière opposed the plan, as did also Le Mercier. It was but a choice of difficulties, and he stayed at Ticonderoga. His troops were disposed as they had been in the summer before, 1 battalion, that of Berry, being left near the fort, while the main body under Montcalm himself was encamped by the sawmill and the falls, and the rest, under Bourlamaque, occupied the head of the portage with a small advanced force at the landing place on Lake George. It remained to determine at which of these points he should concentrate them and make his stand against the English. Ruin threatened him in any case. Each position had its fatal weakness or its peculiar danger, and his best hope was in the ignorance or blundering of his enemy. He seems to have been several days in a state of indecision. In the afternoon of the 5th of July, the partisan Langy, who had again gone out to reconnoitre towards the head of Lake George, came back in haste with the report that the English were embarked in great force. Montcalm sent a canoe down Lake Champlain to hasten Lévis to his aid, and ordered the battalion of Berry to begin a breastwork and abattis on the high ground in front of the fort. That they were not begun before shows that he was in doubt as to his plan of defence, and that his whole army was not now set to work at them shows that his doubt was still unsolved. It was nearly a month since Abercrombie had begun his camp at the head of Lake George. Here, on the ground where Johnson had beaten Dieskau, where Montcalm had planted his batteries, and Monro vainly defended the wooden ramparts of Fort William Henry, were now assembled more than 15,000 men, and the shores, the foot of the mountains, and the broken plains between them were studded thick with tents. Of regulars there were 6,367, officers and soldiers, and of provincials 9,044. To the New England levies, or at least to their chaplains, the expedition seemed a crusade against the abomination of Babylon, and they discoursed in their sermons of Moses, sending forth Joshua against Amalek. Abercrombie, raised to his place by political influence, was little but the nominal commander. A heavy man, said Wolfe in a letter to his father, an aged gentleman, infirm in body and mind, wrote William Parkman, a boy of 17, who carried a musket in a Massachusetts regiment, and kept in his knapsack a dingy little notebook in which he jotted down what passed each day. The age of the aged gentleman was 52. Pitt meant that the actual command of the army should be in the hands of Brigadier Lord Howe, and he was in fact its real chief. The noblest Englishman that has appeared in my time, and the best soldier in the British army, says Wolfe, and he elsewhere speaks of him as that great man. Abercrombie testifies to the universal respect and love with which officers and men regarded him, and Pitt calls him a character of ancient times, a complete model of military virtue. High as this praise is, it seems to have been deserved. The young nobleman, who was then in his 34th year, had the qualities of a leader of men. The army felt him from general to drummer boy. He was its soul, and while breathing into it his own energy and ardor, and bracing it by stringent discipline, he broke through the traditions of the service and gave it new shapes to suit the time and place. During the past year he had studied the art of forest warfare, and joined Rogers and his rangers in their scouting parties, sharing all their hardships and making himself one of them. Perhaps the reforms that he introduced were fruits of this rough self-imposed schooling. He made officers and men throw off all useless encumbrances, cut their hair close, wear leggings to protect them from briars, brown the barrels of their muskets, and carry in their knapsacks 30 pounds of meal, which they cooked for themselves, so that, according to an admiring Frenchman, they could live a month without their supply trains. You would laugh to see the droll figure we all make, writes an officer. Regulars as well as provincials have cut their coats so as scarcely to reach their waists. No officer or private is allowed to carry more than one blanket and a bearskin. A small portmanteau is allowed each officer. No women follow the camp to wash our linen. Lord Howe has already shown an example by going to the brook and washing his own. Here as in all things, he shared the lot of the soldier, and required his officers to share it. A story is told of him that before the army embarked he invited some of them to dinner in his tent, where they found no seats but logs, and no carpet but bearskins. A servant presently placed on the ground a large dish of pork and peas, on which his lordship took from his pocket a sheath containing a knife and fork, and began to cut the meat. The guests looked on in some embarrassment, upon which he said, "Is it possible, gentlemen, that you have come on this campaign without providing yourself with what is necessary?" And he gave each of them a sheath with a knife and fork, like his own. Yet this Lycurgus of the camp, as a contemporary calls him, is described as a man of social accomplishments, rare even in his rank. He made himself greatly beloved by the provincial officers, with many of whom he was on terms of intimacy, and he did what he could to break down the barriers between the colonial soldiers and the British regulars. When he was at Albany, sharing with other high officers the kindly hospitalities of Mrs. Schuyler, he so won the heart of that excellent matron that she loved him like a son, and, though not given to such effusion, embraced him with tears on the morning when he left her to lead his division to the lake. In Westminster Abbey may be seen the tablet on which Massachusetts pays grateful tribute to his virtues, and commemorates the affection her officers and soldiers bore to his command. On the evening of the 4th of July, baggage, stores, and ammunition were all on board the boats, and the whole army embarked on the morning of the 5th. The arrangements were perfect. Each corps marched without confusion to its appointed station on the beach, and the sun was scarcely above the ridge of French Mountain when all were afloat. A spectator watching them from the shore says that when the fleet was 3 miles on its way, the surface of the lake at that distance was completely hidden from sight. There were 900 bateaux, 135 whaleboats, and a large number of heavy flatboats carrying the artillery. The whole advanced in 3 divisions, the regulars in the centre and the provincials on the flanks. Each corps had its flags and its music. The day was fair, and men and officers were in the highest spirits. Before 10 o'clock they began to enter the Narrows, and the boats of the 3 divisions extended themselves into long files as the mountains closed on either hand upon the contracted lake. From front to rear the line was 6 miles long. The spectacle was superb. The brightness of the summer day, the romantic beauty of the scenery, the sheen and sparkle of those crystal waters, the countless islets tufted with pine, birch, and fir, the bordering mountains with their green summits and sunny crags, the flash of oars and glitter of weapons, the banners, the varied uniforms, and the notes of bugle, trumpet, bagpipe, and drum, answered and prolonged by 100 woodland echoes. "I never beheld so delightful a prospect," wrote a wounded officer at Albany a fortnight after. Rogers with the Rangers and Gage with the light infantry led the way in whaleboats, followed by Bradstreet with his corps of boatmen armed and drilled as soldiers. Then came the main body. The central column of regulars was commanded by Lord Howe, his own regiment, the 55th, in the van, followed by the Royal Americans, the 27th, 44th, 46th, and 80th Infantry, and the Highlanders of the 42nd with their Major Duncan Campbell of Inverary silent and gloomy amid the general cheer, for his soul was dark with foreshadowings of death. With this central column came what are described as 2 floating castles, which were no doubt batteries to cover the landing of the troops. On the right hand and the left were the provincials, uniformed in blue, regiment after regiment from Massachusetts, Connecticut, New York, New Jersey, and Rhode Island. Behind them all came the bateaux, loaded with stores and baggage, and the heavy flatboats that carried the artillery, while a rear guard of provincials and regulars closed the long procession. At 5 p.m. they reached Sabbath Day Point, 25 miles down the lake, where they stopped till late in the evening, waiting for the baggage and artillery which had lagged behind. And here Lord Howe, lying on a bearskin by the side of the ranger John Stark, questioned him as to the position of Ticonderoga and its best points of approach. At about 11 o'clock they set out again, and at daybreak entered what was then called the Second Narrows, that is to say, the contraction of the lake where it approaches its outlet. Close on their left, ruddy in the warm sunshine, rose the vast bare face of Rogers Rock, whence a French advanced party under Langy and an officer named Trepezec was watching their movements. Lord Howe, with Rogers and Bradstreet, went in whaleboats to reconnoitre the landing. At the place which the French called the Burnt Camp, where Montcalm had embarked the summer before, they saw a detachment of the enemy too weak to oppose them. Their men landed and drove them off. At noon the whole army was on shore. Rogers, with a party of rangers, was ordered forward to reconnoitre, and the troops were formed for the march. From this part of the shore, a plain covered with forest stretched northwestward 1/2 mile or more to the mountains behind which lay the valley of Trout Brook. On this plain the army began its march in 4 columns, with the intention of passing round the western bank of the river of the outlet, since the bridge over it had been destroyed. Rogers, with the provincial regiments of Fitch and Lyman, led the way, at some distance before the rest. The forest was extremely dense and heavy, and so obstructed with undergrowth that it was impossible to see more than a few yards in any direction, while the ground was encumbered with fallen trees in every state of decay. The ranks were broken, and the men struggled on as they could in dampness and shade, under a canopy of boughs that the sun could scarcely pierce. The difficulty increased when, after advancing about a mile, they came upon undulating and broken ground. They were now not far from the upper rapids of the outlet. The guides became bewildered in the maze of trunks and boughs. The marching columns were confused, and fell in one upon the other. They were in the strange situation of an army lost in the woods. The advanced party of French under Langy and Trepezec, about 350 in all, regulars and Canadians, had tried to retreat, but before they could do so, the whole English army had passed them, landed, and placed itself between them and their countrymen. They had no resource but to take to the woods. They seemed to have climbed the steep gorge at the side of Rogers Rock, and followed the Indian path that led to the valley of Trout Brook, thinking to descend it, and by circling along the outskirts of the valley of Ticonderoga, reach Montcalm's camp at the sawmill. Langy was used to bushranging, but he too became perplexed in the blind intricacies of the forest. Towards the close of the day he and his men had come out from the valley of Trout Brook, and were near the junction of that stream with the river of the outlet in a state of some anxiety, for they could see nothing but brown trunks and green boughs. Could any of them have climbed one of the great pines that here and there reared their shaggy spires high above the surrounding forest, they would have discovered where they were, but would have gained not the faintest knowledge of the enemy. Out of the woods on the right they would have seen a smoke rising from the burning huts of the French camp at the head of the portage, which Bourlamaque had set on fire and abandoned. At a mile or more in front, the sawmill at the falls might perhaps have been descried, and by glimpses between the trees the tents of the neighbouring camp where Montcalm still lay with his main force. All the rest seemed lonely as the grave. Mountain and valley lay wrapped in primeval woods, and none could have dreamt that, not far distant, an army was groping its way, buried in foliage, no rumbling of wagons and artillery trains, for none there were, all silent but the cawing of some crow flapping his black wings over the sea of treetops. Lord Howe, with Major Israel Putnam and 200 Rangers, was at the head of the principal column, which was a little in advance of the three others. Suddenly the challenge, qui vive, rang sharply from the thickets in front. Français was the reply. Longy's men were not deceived. They fired out of the bushes. The shots were returned. A hot skirmish followed, and Lord Howe dropped dead, shot through the breast. All was confusion, the dull, vicious reports of musketry in thick woods, at first few and scattering, then in fierce and rapid volleys reached the troops behind. They could hear but see nothing. Already harassed and perplexed, they became perturbed. For all they knew, Montcalm's whole army was upon them. Nothing prevented a panic but the steadiness of the Rangers, who maintained the fight alone till the rest came back to their senses. Rogers with his reconnoitring party and the regiments of Fitch and Lyman were at no great distance in front. They all turned on hearing the musketry, and thus the French were caught between two fires. They fought with desperation. About 50 of them at length escaped. 148 were captured, and the rest killed or drowned in trying to cross the rapids. The loss of the English was small in numbers, but immeasurable in the death of Howe. The fall of this noble and brave officer, says Rogers, seemed to produce an almost general languor and consternation through the whole army. In Lord Howe, writes another contemporary, Major Thomas Mant, the soul of General Abercrombie's army seemed to expire. From the unhappy moment the general was deprived of his advice, neither order nor discipline was observed, and a strange kind of infatuation usurped the place of resolution. The death of one man was the ruin of 15,000. End of section 47. Section 48 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 20, Part 2. The evil news was dispatched to Albany, and in 2 or 3 days the messenger who bore it passed the house of Mrs. Schuyler on the meadows above the town. In the afternoon, says her biographer, a man was seen coming from the north, galloping violently without his hat. Pedrom, as he was familiarly called, Colonel Schuyler's only surviving brother, was with her. and ran instantly to inquire, knowing well that he rode express. The man galloped on, crying out that Lord Howe was killed. The mind of our good aunt had been so engrossed by her anxiety and fears for the event impending, and so impressed with the merit and magnanimity of her favourite hero, that her wonted firmness sank under the stroke, and she broke out into bitter lamentations. This had such an effect on her friends and domestics that shrieks and sobs of anguish echoed through every part of the house. The effect of the loss was seen at once. The army was needlessly kept under arms all night in the forest, and in the morning was ordered back to the landing whence it came. Towards noon, however, Bradstreet was sent with a detachment of regulars and provincials to take possession of the sawmill at the Falls, which Montcalm had abandoned the evening before. Bradstreet rebuilt the bridges destroyed by the retiring enemy, and sent word to his commander that the way was open, on which Abercrombie again put his army in motion, reached the Falls late in the afternoon, and occupied the deserted encampment of the French. Montcalm with his main force had held this position at the Falls through most of the preceding day, doubtful, it seems, to the last whether he should not make his final stand there. Bourlamaque was for doing so, but two old officers, Bernays and Montguy, pointed out the danger that the English would occupy the neighbouring heights, whereupon Montcalm at length resolved to fall back. The camp was broken up at 5 o'clock. Some of the troops embarked in bateaux, while others marched 1.5 miles along the forest road, past the place where the battalion of Berry was still at work on the breastwork begun in the morning, and made their bivouac a little further on, upon the cleared ground that surrounded the fort. The peninsula of Ticonderoga consists of a rocky plateau, with low grounds on each side, bordering Lake Champlain on the one hand, and the outlet of Lake George on the other. The fort stood near the end of the peninsula, which points towards the southeast. Thence, as one goes westward, the ground declines a little, and then slowly rises, till about 1/2 mile from the fort it reaches its greatest elevation, and begins still more gradually to decline again. Thus a ridge is formed across the plateau between the steep declivities that sink to the low grounds on right and left. Some weeks before, a French officer named Hughes had suggested the defense of this ridge by means of an abattis. Montcalm approved his plan, and now, at the 11th hour, he resolved to make his stand here. The two engineers, Pontleroy and Desandrouin, had already traced the outline of the works, and the soldiers of the battalion of Berry had made some progress in constructing them. At dawn of the 7th, while Abercrombie, fortunately for his enemy, was drawing his troops back to the landing place, the whole French army fell to their task. The regimental colours were planted along the line, and the officers, stripped to the shirt, took axe in hand, and laboured with their men. The trees that covered the ground were hewn down by thousands, the tops lopped off, and the trunks piled one upon another to form a massive breastwork. The line followed the top of the ridge, along which it zigzagged in such a manner that the whole front could be swept by flank fires of musketry and grape. Abercrombie describes the wall of logs as between 8 and 9 feet high, in which case there must have been a rude banquette or platform to fire from on the inner side. It was certainly so high that nothing could be seen over it but the crowns of the soldiers' hats. The upper tier was formed of single logs, in which notches were cut to serve as loopholes, and in some places sods and bags of sand were piled along the top, with narrow spaces to fire through. From the central part of the line, the ground sloped away like a natural glacis, while at the sides, and especially on the left, it was undulating and broken. Over this whole space, to the distance of a musket shot from the works, the forest was cut down, and the trees left lying where they fell among the stumps, with tops turned outwards, forming one vast abattis, which, as a Massachusetts officer says, looked like a forest laid flat by a hurricane. But the most formidable obstruction was immediately along the front of the breastwork, where the ground was covered with heavy boughs, overlapping and interlaced, with sharpened points bristling into the face of the assailant like the quills of a porcupine. As these works were all of wood, no vestige of them remains. The earthworks now shown to tourists as the lines of Montcalm are of later construction, and though on the same ground, are not on the same plan. Here then was a position which, if attacked in front with musketry alone, might be called impregnable. But would Abercrombie so attack it? He had several alternatives. He might attempt the flank and rear of his enemy by way of the low grounds on the right and left of the plateau, a movement which the precautions of Montcalm had made difficult, but not impossible. Or, instead of leaving his artillery idle on the strand of Lake George, he might bring it to the front and batter the breastwork, which, though impervious to musketry, was worthless against heavy cannon. Or he might do what Burgoyne did with success a score of years later, and plant a battery on the heights of Rattlesnake Hill, now called Mount Defiance, which commanded the position of the French, and whence the inside of their breastwork could be scoured with round shot from end to end. Or, while threatening the French front with a part of his army, he could march the rest a short distance through the woods on his left to the road, which led from Ticonderoga to Crown Point, and which would soon have brought him to the place called 5 Mile Point, where Lake Champlain narrows to the width of an easy rifle shot, and where a battery of field pieces would have cut off all Montcalm's supplies and closed his only way of retreat. As the French were provisioned for but 8 days, their position would thus have been desperate. They plainly saw the danger, and Doré declares that had the movement been made, their whole army must have been surrendered. Montcalm had done what he could, but the danger of his position was inevitable and extreme. His hope lay in Abercrombie, and it was a hope well founded. The action of the English general answered the utmost wishes of his enemy. Abercrombie had been told by his prisoners that Montcalm had 6,000 men, and that 3,000 more were expected every hour. Therefore he was in haste to attack before these succors could arrive. As was the general, so was the army. "I believe," writes an officer, We were one and all infatuated by a notion of carrying every obstacle by a mere coup de mousquetaire. Leadership perished with Lord Howe, and nothing was left but blind, headlong valour. Clark, chief engineer, was sent to reconnoitre the French works from Mount Defiance, and came back with the report that, to judge from what he could see, they might be carried by assault. Then, without waiting to bring up his cannon, Abercrombie prepared to storm the lines. The French finished their breastwork and abattis on the evening of the 7th, encamped behind them, slung their kettles, and rested after their heavy toil. Lévis had not yet appeared, but at twilight one of his officers, Captain Pouchot, arrived with 300 regulars, and announced that his commander would come before morning with 100 more. The reinforcement, though small, was welcome, and Lévis was a host in himself. Pouchot was told that the army was half a mile off. Thither he repaired, made his report to Montcalm, and looked with amazement at the prodigious amount of work accomplished in one day. Lévis himself arrived in the course of the night, and approved the management of the troops. They lay behind their lines till daybreak. Then the drums beat, and they formed in order of battle. The battalions of La Sarre and Languedoc were posted on the left under Bourlamaque, the 1st Battalion of Berry with that of Royal Roussillon in the centre under Montcalm, and those of La Reine, Béarn, and Guienne on the right under Lévis. A detachment of volunteers occupied the lower grounds between the breastwork and the outlet of Lake George, while at the foot of the declivity on the side towards Lake Champlain were stationed 450 colony regulars and Canadians, behind an abattis which they had made for themselves, and as they were covered by the cannon of the fort, there was some hope they would check any flank movement which the English might attempt on that side. Their posts being thus assigned, the men fell to work again to strengthen their defences. Including those who came with Lévis, the total force of effective soldiers was now 3,600. Soon after 9 o'clock, a distant and harmless fire of small arms began on the slopes of Mount Defiance. It came from a party of Indians who had just arrived with Sir William Johnson, and who, after amusing themselves in this manner for a time, remained for the rest of the day safe spectators of the fight. The soldiers worked undisturbed till noon, when volleys of musketry were heard from the forest in front. It was the English light troops driving in the French pickets. A cannon was fired as a signal to drop tools and form for battle. The white uniforms lined the breastwork in a triple row, with the grenadiers behind them as a reserve, and the 2nd Battalion of Berry watching the flanks and rear. Meanwhile, the English army had moved forward from its camp by the sawmill. First came the Rangers, the light infantry, and Bradstreet's armed boatmen, who, emerging into the open space, began a spattering fire. Some of the provincial troops followed, extending from left to right, and opening fire in turn. Then the regulars, who had formed in columns of attack under cover of the forest, advanced their solid red masses into the sunlight, and passing through the intervals between the provincial regiments, pushed forward to the assault. Across the rough ground, with its maze of fallen trees, whose leaves hung withering in the July sun. They could see the top of the breastwork, but not the men behind it, when, in an instant, all the line was obscured by a gush of smoke. A crash of exploding firearms tore the air, and grape-shot and musket balls swept the whole space like a tempest. "A damnable fire," says an officer who heard them screaming about his ears. The English had been ordered to carry the works with the bayonet, but their ranks were broken by the obstructions through which they struggled in vain to force their way, and they soon began to fire in turn. The storm raged in full fury for an hour. The assailants pushed close to the breastwork, but there they were stopped by the bristling mass of sharpened branches, which they could not pass under the murderous crossfires that swept them from front and flank. At length they fell back, exclaiming that the works were impregnable. Abercrombie, who was at the sawmill, a mile and a half in the rear, sent order to attack again, and again they came on as before. The scene was frightful. Masses of infuriated men who could not go forward and would not go back, straining for an enemy they could not reach, and firing on an enemy they could not see, caught in the entanglement of fallen trees, tripped by briars, stumbling over logs, tearing through boughs, shouting, yelling, cursing, and pelted all the while with bullets that killed them by scores, stretched them on the ground, or hung them on jagged branches in strange attitudes of death. The provincials supported the regulars with spirit, and some of them forced their way to the foot of the wooden wall. The French fought with the intrepid gaiety of their nation, and shouts of "Vive le Roi" and "Vive notre Général" mingled with the din of musketry. Montcalm, with his coat off, for the day was hot, directed the defence of the centre, and repaired to any part of the line where the danger for the time seemed greatest. He is warm in praise of his enemy, and declares that between 1 and 7 o'clock they attacked him 6 successive times. Early in the action, Abercrombie tried to turn the French left by sending 20 bateaux filled with troops down the outlet of Lake George. They were met by the fire of the volunteers stationed to defend the low grounds on that side, and still advancing, came within range of the cannon of the fort, which sank 2 of them and drove back the rest. A curious incident happened during one of the attacks. De Bassignac, a captain in the battalion of Royal Roussillon, tied his handkerchief to the end of a musket and waved it over the breastwork in defiance. The English mistook it for a sign of surrender, and came forward with all possible speed, holding their muskets crossed over their heads in both hands, and crying "Quarter." The French made the same mistake, and thinking that their enemies were giving themselves up as prisoners, ceased firing, and mounted on the top of the breastwork to receive them. Captain Pouchot, astonished, as he says, to see them perched there, looked out to learn the cause, and saw that the enemy meant anything but surrender, whereupon he shouted with all his might, "Tirez, tirez, ne voyez-vous pas que ces gens l'avant vous enlever?" The soldiers, still standing on the breastwork, instantly gave the English a volley, which killed some of them, and sent back the rest discomfited. This was set to the account of Gallic treachery. "Another deceit the enemy puts upon us," says a military letter writer. They raised their hats above the breastwork, which our people fired at, they having loopholes to fire through, and being covered by the sods, we did them little damage, except shooting their hats to pieces. In one of the last assaults, a soldier of the Rhode Island Regiment, William Smith, managed to get through all obstructions and ensconce himself close under the breastwork, where in the confusion he remained for a time unnoticed, improving his advantages meanwhile by shooting several Frenchmen. Being at length observed, a soldier fired vertically down upon him and wounded him severely, but not enough to prevent his springing up, striking at one of his enemies over the top of the wall, and braining him with his hatchet. A British officer who saw the feat, and was struck by the reckless daring of the man, ordered 2 regulars to bring him off, which, covered by a brisk fire of musketry, they succeeded in doing. A letter from the camp 2 or 3 weeks later reports him as in a fair way to recover, being, says the writer, much braced and invigorated by his anger against the French, on whom he was swearing to have his revenge. Toward 5 o'clock, 2 English columns joined in a most determined assault on the extreme right of the French, defended by the battalions of Guienne and Béarn. The danger, for a time, was imminent. Montcalm hastened to the spot with the reserves. The assailants hewed their way to the foot of the breastwork, and though again and again repulsed, they again and again renewed the attack. The Highlanders fought with stubborn and unconquerable fury. Even those who were mortally wounded, writes one of their lieutenants, cried to their companions not to lose a thought upon them, but to follow their officers and mind the honor of their country. Their ardor was such that it was difficult to bring them off. Their major, Campbell of Inverary, found his foreboding true. He received a mortal shot, and his clansmen bore him from the field. 25 of their officers were killed or wounded, and half the men fell under the deadly fire that poured from the loopholes. Captain John Campbell and a few followers tore their way through the abattis, climbed the breastwork, leapt down among the French, and were bayoneted there. As the colony troops and Canadians on the low ground were left undisturbed, Lévis sent them an order to make a sortie and attack the left flank of the charging columns. They accordingly posted themselves among the trees along the declivity, and fired upwards at the enemy, who presently shifted their position to the right, out of the line of shot. The assault still continued, but in vain, and at 6 there was another effort equally fruitless. From this time till 7:30, a lingering fight was kept up by the Rangers and other provincials, firing from the edge of the woods and from behind the stumps, bushes, and fallen trees in front of the lines. Its only objects were to cover their comrades who were collecting and bringing off the wounded, and to protect the retreat of the regulars, who fell back in disorder to the falls. As twilight came on, the last combatant withdrew, and none were left but the dead. Abercrombie had lost in killed, wounded, and missing 1,944 officers and men. The loss of the French, not counting that of Langy's detachment, was 377. Bourlamaque was dangerously wounded, Bougainville slightly, and the hat of Lévis was twice shot through. Montcalm, with a mighty load lifted from his soul, passed along the lines and gave the tired soldiers the thanks they nobly deserved. Beer, wine, and food were served out to them, and they bivouacked for the night on the level ground between the breastwork and the fort. The enemy had met a terrible rebuff, yet the danger was not over. Abercrombie still had more than 13,000 men, and he might renew the attack with cannon. But on the morning of the 9th, a band of volunteers who had gone out to watch him brought back the report that he was in full retreat. The sawmill at the falls was on fire, and the last English soldier was gone. On the morning of the 10th, Levis, with a strong detachment, followed the road to the landing place and found signs that a panic had overtaken the defeated troops. They had left behind several hundred barrels of provisions and a large quantity of baggage, while in a marshy place that they had crossed was found a considerable number of their shoes, which had stuck in the mud and which they had not stopped to recover. They had embarked on the morning after the battle and retreated to the head of the lake in a disorder and dejection woefully contrasted with the pomp of their advance. A gallant army was sacrificed by the blunders of its chief. Montcalm announced his victory to his wife in a strain of exaggeration that marks the exaltation of his mind. Without Indians, almost without Canadians or colony troops, I had only 400. Alone with Levis and Bourlamaque and the troops of the line, 3,100 fighting men, I have beaten an army of 25,000. They repassed the lake precipitately, with a loss of at least 5,000. This glorious day does infinite honor to the valor of our battalions. I have no time to write more. I am well, my dearest, and I embrace you. And he wrote to his friend Dorai, "The army, the too small army of the King, has beaten the enemy. What a day for France! If I had 200 Indians to send out at the head of 1,000 picked men under the Chevalier de Lévis, not many would have escaped. Ah, my dear Doré, what soldiers are ours! I never saw the like. Why were they not at Louisbourg?" On the morrow of his victory, he caused a great cross to be planted on the battlefield, inscribed with these lines composed by the soldier-scholar himself: "Soldiers and chief and ramparts' strength are naught. Behold the conquering cross. 'Tis God the triumph wrought." End of section 48. Section 49 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 21, 1758, Fort Frontenac. The rashness of Abercrombie before the fight was matched by his poltroonery after it. Such was his terror that on the evening of his defeat he sent an order to Colonel Cummings, commanding at Fort William Henry, to send all the sick and wounded and all the heavy artillery to New York without delay. He himself followed so closely upon this disgraceful missive that Cummings had no time to obey it. The defeated and humbled troops proceeded to reoccupy the ground they had left a few days before in the flush of confidence and pride, and young Colonel Williams of Massachusetts lost no time in sending the miserable story to his uncle Israel. His letter, which is dated Lake George, sorrowful situation, July, 11th, ends thus: I have told facts, you may put the epithets upon them. In one word, what with fatigue, want of sleep, exercise of mind, and leaving the place we went to capture, the best part of the army is unhinged. I have told enough to make you sick, if the relation acts on you as the facts have on me. In the routed army was the sturdy John Cleveland, minister of Ipswich, and now chaplain of Bagley's Massachusetts regiment, who regarded the retreat with a disgust that was shared by many others. This day, he writes in his diary, at the head of Lake George 2 days after the battle, wherever I went, I found people, officers and soldiers, astonished that we left the French ground, and commenting on the strange conduct in coming off. From this time forth, the provincials called their commander Mrs. Nabbycromby. He thought of nothing but fortifying himself. Towards evening, continues the chaplain, the general, with his Rehoboam councillors, came over to line out a fort on the rocky hill where our breastwork was last year. Now we begin to think strongly that the grand expedition against Canada is laid aside, and a foundation made totally to impoverish our country. The whole army was soon entrenched. The chaplain of Bagley's, with his brother Ebenezer, chaplain of another regiment, one day walked round the camp and carefully inspected it. The tour proved satisfactory to the militant divines, and John Cleveland reported to his wife, "We have built an extraordinary good breastwork, sufficient to defend ourselves against 20,000 of the enemy, though at present we have not above a third part of that number fit for duty." Many of the troops had been sent to the Mohawk and others to the Hudson. In the regiment of which Cleveland was chaplain, there was a young surgeon from Danvers, Dr. Caleb Rhea, who also kept a copious diary, and being of a serious turn, listened with edification to the prayers and exhortations to which the yeoman soldiery were daily summoned. In his zeal he made an inquest among them for singers, and chose the most melodious to form a regimental choir, the better to carry on the daily service of singing psalms, insomuch that the New England camp was vocal with rustic harmony, sincere if somewhat nasal. These seemly observances were not inconsistent with a certain amount of disorder among the more turbulent spirits, who, removed from the repressive influence of tight-laced village communities, sometimes indulged in conduct which grieved the conscientious surgeon. The rural New England of that time, with its narrowness, its prejudices, its oddities, its combative energy, and rugged, unconquerable strength, is among the things of the past, or lingers in remote corners where the whistle of the locomotive is never heard. It has spread itself in swarming millions over half a continent, changing with changing conditions, and even the part of it that clings to the ancestral hive has transformed and continues to transform itself. The provincials were happy in their chaplains, among whom there reigned a marvelous harmony. Episcopalians, Presbyterians, and Congregationalists, meeting twice a week to hold prayer meetings together. A rare instance indeed, says Dr. Rhea, and perhaps scarce ever was an army blessed with such a set of chaplains before. On one occasion, just before the fatal expedition, 9 of them, after prayers and breakfast, went together to call upon the general. He treated us very kindly, says the chaplain of Bagley's, and told us that he hoped we would teach the people to do their duty and be courageous, and told us a story of a chaplain in Germany where he was, who just before the action told the soldiers he had not time to say much, and therefore should only say, "Be courageous, for no cowards go to heaven." The general treated us to a bowl of punch and a bottle of wine, and then we took our leave of him. When Cleveland and the more gifted among his brethren preached of a Sunday, officers and men of the regulars, no less than the provincials, came to listen. Yet that pious Sabbatarian, Dr. Rea, saw much to afflict his conscience. Sad it is to see how the Sabbath is profaned in the camp, above all by the horrid custom of swearing, more especially among the regulars, and I can't but charge our defeat on this sin. It would have been well had the harmony that prevailed among the chaplains found its counterpart among the men of the sword, but between the British regular officers and those of the provinces there was anything but an equal brotherhood. It is true that Pitt, in the spirit of conciliation which he always showed towards the colonies, had procured a change in the regulations concerning the relative rank of British and provincial officers, thus putting them in a position much nearer equality. But this, while appeasing the provincials, seems to have annoyed the others. Till the campaign was nearly over, not a single provincial colonel had been asked to join in a council of war, and, complains Cleveland, they know no more of what is to be done than a sergeant till the orders come out. Of the British officers, the greater part had seen but little active service. Most of them were men of family, exceedingly prejudiced and insular, whose knowledge of the world was limited to certain classes of their own countrymen, and who looked down on all others, whether domestic or foreign. Towards the provincials, their attitude was one of tranquil superiority, though its tranquillity was occasionally disturbed by what they regarded as absurd pretension on the part of the colony officers. One of them gave vent to his feelings in an article in the London Chronicle, in which he advanced the very reasonable proposition that a farmer is not to be taken from the plough and made an officer in a day. And he was answered wrathfully at great length in the Boston Evening Post by a writer signing himself a New England man. The provincial officers, on the other hand, and especially those of New England, being no less narrow and prejudiced, filled with a sensitive pride and a jealous local patriotism, and bred up in a lofty appreciation of the merits and importance of their country, regarded British superciliousness with a resentment which their strong love for England could not overcome. This feeling was far from being confined to the officers. A provincial regiment stationed at Half Moon on the Hudson thought himself affronted by Captain Cruikshank, a regular officer, and the men were so incensed that nearly half of them went off in a body. The deportment of British officers in the 7 Years' War no doubt had some part in hastening on the Revolution. What with levelling Montcalm's siege works, planting palisades, and grubbing up stumps in their bungling and laborious way, the regulars found abundant occupation. Discipline was stiff and peremptory. The wooden horse and the whipping post were conspicuous objects in the camp, and often in use. Caleb Rea, being tender-hearted, never went to see the lash laid on, for, as he quaintly observes, the cries were satisfactory to me without the sight of the strokes. He and the rest of the doctors found active exercise for such skill as they had, since fever and dysentery were making scarcely less havoc than the bullets at Ticonderoga. This came from the bad state of the camps and unwholesome food. The provincial surgeons seem to have been very little impressed with the importance of sanitary regulations, and to have thought it their business not to prevent disease, but only to cure it. The one grand essential in their eyes was a well-stocked medicine chest, rich in exhaustless stores of rhubarb, ipecacuanha, and calomel. Even this sometimes failed. Colonel Williams reports, "The sick, destitute of everything proper for them, medicine chest empty, nothing but their dirty blankets for beds. Dr. Ashley dead, Dr. Wright gone home, low enough, Bill worn off his legs. Such is our case. I have near 100 sick, lost a sergeant and a private last night. Captain Cleveland himself, though strong of frame, did not escape, but he found solace in his trouble from the congenial society of a brother chaplain, Mr. Emerson of New Hampshire, a right down hearty Christian minister of savory conversation, who came to see him in his tent, breakfasted with him, and joined him in prayer. Being somewhat better, he one day thought to recreate himself with the apostolic occupation of fishing. The sport was poor, the fish bit slowly, and as he lay in his boat, still languid with his malady, he had leisure to reflect on the contrasted works of Providence and man. The bright lake basking amidst its mountains, a dream of wilderness beauty, and the swarms of harsh humanity on the shore beside him, with their passions, discords, and miseries. But it was with the strong meat of Calvinistic theology, and not with reveries like these, that he was accustomed to nourish his military flock. While at one end of the lake the force of Abercrombie was diminished by detachments and disease, that of Montcalm at the other was so increased by reinforcements that a forward movement on his part seemed possible. He contented himself, however, with strengthening the fort, reconstructing the lines that he had defended so well, and sending out frequent war parties by way of Wood Creek and South Bay to harass Abercrombie's communications with Fort Edward. These parties, some of which consisted of several hundred men, were generally more or less successful, and one of them, under La Corne, surprised and destroyed a large wagon train escorted by 40 soldiers. When Abercrombie heard of it, he ordered Rogers with a strong detachment of provincials, light infantry, and rangers, to go down the lake in boats, cross the mountains to the narrow waters of Lake Champlain, and cut off the enemy. But though Rogers set out at 2 a.m, the French retreated so fast that he arrived too late. As he was on his way back, he was met by a messenger from the general, with orders to intercept other French parties reported to be hovering about Fort Edward. On this he retraced his steps, marched through the forest to where Whitehall now stands, and thence made his way up Wood Creek to old Fort Anne, a relic of former wars, abandoned and falling to decay. Here, on the neglected clearing that surrounded the ruin, his followers encamped.
They counted 700 in all, and consisted of about 80 Rangers, a body of Connecticut men under Major Putnam, and a small regular force, chiefly light infantry, under Captain Dalziel, the brave officer who was afterwards killed by Pontiac's warriors at Detroit. Up to this time, Rogers had observed his usual caution, commanding silence on the march and forbidding fires at night. But seeing no signs of an enemy, he forgot himself, and on the following morning, the 8th of August, he and Lieutenant Irwin of the light infantry amused themselves by firing at a mark on a wager. The shots reached the ears of 450 French and Indians under the famous partisan Marin, who at once took steps to reconnoitre and ambuscade his rash enemy. For nearly a mile from the old fort, the forest had formerly been cut down and burned, and nature had now begun to reassert herself, covering the open tract with a dense growth of bushes and sapling, almost impervious to anything but a wildcat, had it not been traversed by a narrow Indian path. Along this path the men were forced to march in single file. At about 7 o'clock, when the two marksmen had decided their bet, and before the heavy dew of the night was dried upon the bushes, the party slung their packs and set out. Putnam was in the front with his Connecticut men. Dalzell followed with the regulars, and Rogers with his Rangers brought up the rear of the long and slender line. Putnam himself led the way, shouldering through the bushes, gun in hand, and just as the bluff yeoman emerged from them to enter the forest growth beyond, the air was rent with yells, the thickets before him were filled with Indians, and one of them, a Caughnawaga chief, sprang upon him, hatchet in hand. He had time to cock his gun and snap it at the breast of his assailant, but it missed fire, and he was instantly seized and dragged back into the forest, as were also a lieutenant named Tracy and 3 private men. Then the firing began. The French and Indians, lying across the path in a semicircle, had the advantage of position and surprise. The Connecticut men fell back among the bushes in disorder, but soon rallied and held the enemy in check, while Dalzell and Rogers, the latter of whom was nearly a mile behind, were struggling through briars and thickets to their aid. So close was the brushwood that it was full half an hour before they could get their followers ranged in some kind of order in front of the enemy, and even then each man was forced to fight for himself as best he could. Humphreys, the biographer of Putnam, blames Rogers severely for not coming at once to the aid of the Connecticut men, but 2 of their captains declare that he came with all possible speed, while a regular officer present highly praised him to Abercrombie for cool and officer-like conduct. As a man his deserts were small. As a bushfighter he was beyond reproach. Another officer recounts from hearsay the remarkable conduct of an Indian, who sprang into the midst of the English and killed 2 of them with his hatchet, then mounted on a log and defied them all. One of the regulars tried to knock him down with the butt of his musket, but though the blow made him bleed, he did not fall, and would have killed his assailant if Rogers had not shot him dead. The firing lasted about 2 hours. At length some of the Canadians gave way, and the rest of the French and Indians followed. They broke into small parties to elude pursuit, and reuniting towards evening, made their bivouac on a spot surrounded by impervious swamps. Rogers remained on the field and buried all his own dead, 49 in number. Then he resumed his march to Fort Edward, carrying the wounded on litters of branches till the next day, when he met a detachment coming with wagons to his relief. A party sent out soon after for the purpose reported that they had found and buried more than 100 French and Indians. From this time forward, the war parties from Ticonderoga greatly relented in their activity. The adventures of the captured Putnam were sufficiently remarkable. The Indians, after dragging him to the rear, lashed him fast to a tree so that he could not move a limb, and a young savage amused himself by throwing a hatchet at his head, striking it into the wood as close as possible to the mark without hitting it. A French petty officer then thrust the muzzle of his gun violently against the prisoner's body, pretended to fire it at him, and at last struck him in the face with the butt, after which dastardly proceedings he left him. The French and Indians being forced after a time to fall back, Putnam found himself between the combatants and exposed to bullets from both sides. But the enemy, partially recovering the ground that they had lost, unbound him and led him to a safe distance from the fight. When the retreat began, the Indians hurried him along with them, stripped of a coat, waistcoat, shoes, and stockings, his back burdened with as many packs of the wounded as could be piled upon it, and his wrists bound so tightly together that the pain became intense. In his torment he begged them to kill him, on which a French officer who was near persuaded them to untie his hands and take off some of the packs, and the chief who had captured him gave him a pair of moccasins to protect his lacerated feet. When they encamped at night, they prepared to burn him alive, stripped him naked, tied him to a tree, and gathered dry wood to pile about him. A sudden shower of rain interrupted their pastime, but when it was over, they began again, and surrounded him with a circle of brushwood, which they set on fire. As they were yelling and dancing their delight at the contortions with which he tried to avoid the rising flame, Marin, hearing what was going on forward, broke through the crowd, and with a courageous humanity not too common among Canadian officers, dashed inside the burning brush, untied the prisoner, and angrily upbraided his tormentors. He then restored him to the chief who had captured him, and whose right of property in his prize the others had failed to respect. The Caughnawaga treated him at first with kindness, but, with the help of his tribesmen, took effectual means to prevent his escape, by laying him on his back, stretching his arms and legs in the form of a St. Andrew's cross, and binding the wrists and ankles fast to the stems of young trees. This was a mode of securing prisoners in vogue among Indians from immemorial time, but not satisfied with it, they placed brushwood upon his body, and then laid it across the long, slender stems of saplings, on the ends of which several warriors lay down to sleep, so that the slightest movement on his part would rouse them. Thus he passed a night of misery, which did not prevent him from thinking of the ludicrous figure he made in the hands of the tawny Philistines. On the next night, after a painful march, he reached Ticonderoga, where he was questioned by Montcalm, and afterwards sent to Montreal in charge of a French officer, who showed him the utmost kindness. On arriving, woefully tattered, bruised, scorched, and torn, he found a friend in Colonel Schuyler, himself a prisoner on parole, who helped him in his need, and through whose good offices the future Major General of the Continental Army was included in the next exchange of prisoners. The petty victory over Marin was followed by a more substantial success. Early in September, Abercrombie's melancholy camp was cheered with the tidings that the important French post of Fort Frontenac, which controlled Lake Ontario, which had baffled Shirley in his attempt against Niagara, and given Montcalm the means of conquering Oswego, had fallen into British hands. This is a glorious piece of news, and may God have all the glory of the same, writes Chaplain Cleveland in his diary. Lieutenant Colonel Bradstreet had planned the stroke long before, and proposed it first to Loudon and then to Abercrombie. Loudon accepted it, but his successor received it coldly, though Lord Howe was warm in its favour. At length, under the pressure of a council of war, Abercrombie consented that the attempt should be made, and gave Bradstreet 3,000 men, nearly all provincials. With these he made his way up the Mohawk and down the Onondaga to the lonely and dismal spot where Oswego had once stood. By dint of much persuasion, a few Oneidas joined him, though, like most of the Five Nations, they had been nearly lost to the English through the effects of the defeat at Ticonderoga. On the 22nd of August, his fleet of whaleboats and bateaux pushed out on Lake Ontario, and 3 days after landed near the French fort. On the night of the 26th, Bradstreet made a lodgment within less than 200 yards of it, and early in the morning de Noyan, the commandant, surrendered himself and his followers, numbering 110 soldiers and laborers, prisoners of war. With them were taken 9 armed vessels carrying from 8 to 18 guns, and forming the whole French naval force on Lake Ontario. The crews escaped. An enormous quantity of provisions, naval stores, munition, and Indian goods intended for the supply of the western posts fell into the hands of the English, who kept what they could carry off and burned the rest. In the fort were found 60 cannons and 16 mortars, which the victors used to batter down the walls, and then, reserving a few of the best, knocked off the trunnions of the others. The Oneidas were bent on scalping some of the prisoners. Bradstreet forbade it. They begged that he would do as the French did, turn his back and shut his eyes. But he forced them to abstain from all violence, and consoled them by a lion's share of the plunder. In accordance with the orders of Abercrombie, the fort was dismantled, and all the buildings in or around it burned, as were also the vessels except the 2 largest, which were reserved to carry off some of the captured goods. Then, with boats deeply laden, the detachment returned to Oswego, where, after unloading and burning the 2 vessels, they proceeded towards Albany, leaving 1,000 of their number at the new fort, which Brigadier Stanwix was building at the great carrying place of the Mohawk. Next to Louisbourg, this was the heaviest blow that the French had yet received. Their command of Lake Ontario was gone. New France was cut in 2, and unless the severed parts could speedily reunite, all the posts of the interior would be in imminent jeopardy. If Bradstreet had been followed by another body of men to reoccupy and rebuild Oswego, thus recovering a harbour on Lake Ontario, all the captured French vessels could have been brought thither, and the command of this inland sea assured at once. Even as it was, the advantages were immense. A host of savage warriors, thus far inclined to France or wavering between the two belligerents, stood henceforth neutral or gave themselves to England, while Fort Duquesne, deprived of the supplies on which it depended, could make but faint resistance to its advancing enemy. Amherst, with 5 regiments from Louisbourg, came early in October to join Abercrombie at Lake George, and the two commanders discussed the question of again attacking Ticonderoga. Both thought the season too late. A fortnight after, a deserter brought news that Montcalm was breaking up his camp. Abercrombie followed his example. The opposing armies filed off each to its winter quarters, and only a few scouting parties kept alive the embers of war on the waters and mountains of Lake George. Meanwhile, Brigadier Forbes was climbing the Alleghanies, hewing his way through the forests of western Pennsylvania, and toiling inch by inch towards his goal of Fort Duquesne. End of section 49. Section 50 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22, Part 1, 1758, Fort Duquesne. During the last year, Loudon, filled with vain schemes against Louisbourg, had left the French scalping parties to their work of havoc on the western borders. In Virginia, Washington still toiled at his hopeless task of defending with a single regiment a forest frontier of more than 300 miles. And in Pennsylvania, the Assembly thought more of quarreling with their governor than of protecting the tormented settlers. Fort Duquesne, the source of all the evil, was left undisturbed. In vain, Washington urged the futility of defensive war and the necessity of attacking the enemy in his stronghold. His position, trying at the best, was made more so by the behaviour of Dinwiddie. That crusty Scotchman had conceived a dislike to him, and sometimes treated him in a manner that must have been unspeakably galling to the proud and passionate young man, who, nevertheless unconquerable in his sense of public duty, curbed himself to patience, or the semblance of it. Dinwiddie was now gone, and a new governor had taken his place. The conduct of the war, too, had changed, and in the plans of Pitt the capture of Fort Duquesne held an important place. Brigadier John Forbes was charged with it. He was a Scotch veteran, 48 years of age, who had begun life as a student of medicine, and who ended it as an able and faithful soldier. Though a well-bred man of the world, his tastes were simple. He detested ceremony and dealt frankly and plainly with the colonists, who both respected and liked him. In April, he was in Philadelphia waiting for his army, which as yet had no existence, for the provincials were not enlisted, and an expected battalion of Highlanders had not arrived. It was the end of June before they were all on the march, and meanwhile the general was attacked with a painful and dangerous malady, which would have totally disabled a less resolute man.
His force consisted of provincials from Pennsylvania, Virginia, Maryland, and North Carolina, with 1,200 Highlanders of Montgomery's regiment and a detachment of Royal Americans amounting in all, with wagoners and camp followers, to between 6,000 and 7,000 men. The Royal American Regiment was a new corps raised in the colonies, largely from among the Germans of Pennsylvania. Its officers were from Europe, and conspicuous among them was Lieutenant Colonel Henry Bouquet, a brave and accomplished Swiss, who commanded one of the 4 battalions of which the regiment was composed. Early in July he was encamped with the advance guard at the hamlet of Raystown, now the town of Bedford, among the eastern heights of the Alleghanies. Here his tents were pitched in an opening of the forest by the banks of a small stream, and Virginians in hunting shirts, Highlanders in kilt and plaid, and Royal Americans in regulation scarlet labored at throwing up entrenchments and palisades, while around stood the silent mountains in their mantles of green. Now rose the question whether the army should proceed in a direct course to Fort Duquesne, hewing a new road through the forest, or march 34 miles to Fort Cumberland, and thence follow the road made by Braddock. It was the interest of Pennsylvania that Forbes should choose the former route, and of Virginia that he should choose the latter. The Old Dominion did not wish to see a highway cut for her rival to those rich lands of the Ohio which she called her own. Washington, who was then at Fort Cumberland with a part of his regiment, was earnest for the old road, and in an interview with Bouquet, midway between that place and Raystown, he spared no effort to bring him to the same opinion. But the Quartermaster General, Sir John Sinclair, who was supposed to know the country, had advised the Pennsylvania route, and both Bouquet and Forbes were resolved to take it. It was shorter, and when once made would furnish readier and more abundant supplies of food and forage, but to make it would consume a vast amount of time and labor. Washington foretold the ruin of the expedition unless it took Braddock's road. Ardent Virginian as he was, there is no cause to believe that his decision was based on any but military reasons. But Forbes thought otherwise, and found great fault with him. Bouquet did him more justice. Colonel Washington, he writes to the general, is filled with a sincere zeal to aid the expedition, and is ready to march with equal activity by whatever way you choose. The fate of Braddock had impressed itself on all the army, and inspired a caution that was but too much needed, since except Washington's men and a few others among the provincials, the whole, from general to drummer boy, were total strangers to that insidious warfare of the forest in which their enemies, red and white, had no rival. Instead of marching, like Braddock, at one stretch for Fort Duquesne, burdened with a long and cumbrous baggage train, it was the plan of Forbes to push on by slow stages, establishing fortified magazines as he went, and at last, when within easy walking distance of the fort, to advance upon it with all his force, as little impeded as possible with wagons and pack horses. He bore no likeness to his predecessor, except in determined resolution, and he did not hesitate to embrace military heresies which would have driven Braddock to fury. To Bouquet, in whom he placed a well-merited trust, he wrote, "I have been long in your opinion of equipping numbers of our men like the savages, and I fancy Colonel Byrd of Virginia has most of his best people equipped in that manner. In this country we must learn the art of war from enemy Indians or anybody else who has seen it carried on here." His provincials displeased him, not without reason, for the greater part were but the crudest material for an army, unruly and recalcitrant to discipline. Some of them came to the rendezvous at Carlisle with old province muskets, the locks tied on with a string. Others brought fowling pieces of their own, and others carried nothing but walking sticks, while many had never fired a gun in their lives. Forbes reported to Pitt that their officers, except a few in the higher ranks, were an extremely bad collection of broken innkeepers, horse jockeys, and Indian traders. Nor is he more flattering towards the men, though as to some of them he afterwards changed his mind. While Bouquet was with the advance at Raystown, Forbes was still in Philadelphia, trying to bring the army into shape, and collecting provisions, horses, and wagons, much vexed meantime by the Assembly, whose tedious disputes about taxing the proprietaries greatly obstructed the service. No sergeant or quartermaster of a regiment, he says, is obliged to look into more details than I am, and if I did not see to everything myself, we should never get out of this town. July had begun before he could reach the frontier village of Carlisle, where he found everything in confusion. After restoring some order, he wrote to Bouquet, "I have been and still am but poorly, with a cursed flush, but shall move day after tomorrow." He was doomed to disappointment, and it was not till the 9th of August that he sent another letter from the same place to the same military friend. "I am now able to write after 3 weeks of a most violent and tormenting distemper, which, thank God, seems now much abated as to pain, but has left me as weak as a new-born infant. However, I hope to have strength enough to set out from this place on Friday next." The disease was an inflammation of the stomach and other vital organs, and when he should have been in bed with complete repose of body and mind, he was racked continually with the toils and worries of a most arduous campaign. He left Carlisle on the 11th, carried on a kind of litter made of a hurdle slung between two horses, and 2 days later he wrote from Shippensburg, "My journey here from Carlisle raised my disorder and pains to so intolerable a degree that I was obliged to stop, and may not get away for a day or two. Again, on the 18th, I am better and partly free from the excruciating pain I suffered, but still so weak that I can scarce bear motion." He lay helpless at Shippensburg till September was well advanced. On the 2nd he says, "I really cannot describe how I have suffered both in body and mind of late, and the relapses have been worse as the disappointment was greater." And on the 4th, still writing to Bouquet, who in the camp at Raystown was struggling with many tribulations, "I am sorry you have met with so many cross accidents to vex you, and have such a parcel of scoundrels as the provincials to work with. Mais le vent est terrible, and you must drop a little of the gentlemen and treat them as they deserve. Seal and send off the enclosed dispatch to Sir John by some sure hand.
He is a very odd man, and I am sorry it has been my fate to have any concern with him. I am afraid our army will not admit of division, lest one half meet with a check. Therefore I would consult Colonel Washington, though perhaps not follow his advice, as his behavior about the roads was no ways like a soldier. I thank my good cousin for his letter, and have only to say that I have all my life been subject to err, but I now reform as I go to bed at 8 at night, if able to sit up so late. Nobody can read the letters of Washington at this time without feeling that the imputations of Forbes were unjust, and that here, as elsewhere, his ruling motive was the public good. Forbes himself, seeing the rugged and difficult nature of the country, began to doubt whether, after all, he had not better have chosen the old road of Braddock. He soon had an interview with its chief advocates, the two Virginia colonels, Washington and Byrd, and reported the result to Bouquet, adding, "I have told them that, whatever they thought, I had acted on the best information to be had, and could safely say for myself, and believed I might answer for you, that the good of the service was all we had at heart, not valuing provincial interest, jealousies, or suspicions on single twopence." It must be owned that, considering the slow and sure mode of advance which he had wisely adopted, the old soldier was probably right in his choice, since before the army could reach Fort Duquesne, the autumnal floods would have made the Yohiani and the Monongahela impassable. The Sir John mentioned by Forbes was the Quartermaster General Sir John Sinclair, who had gone forward with Virginians and other troops from the camp of Bouquet to make the road over the main range of the Alleghanies, whence he sent back the following memorandum of his requirements: pickaxes, crows, and shovels, likewise more whiskey. Send me the newspapers, and tell my black to send me a candlestick and half a loaf of sugar. He was extremely inefficient, and Forbes, out of all patience with him, wrote confidentially to Bouquet that his only talent was for throwing everything into confusion. Yet he found fault with everybody else, and would discharge volleys of oaths at all who met his disapproval. From this cause or some other, Lieutenant Colonel Stephen of the Virginians told him that he would break his sword rather than be longer under his orders. As I had not sufficient strength, says Sinclair, to take him by the neck from among his own men, I was obliged to let him have his own way, that I might not be the occasion of bloodshed. He succeeded at last in arresting him, and Major Lewis of the same regiment took his place. The aid of Indians as scouts and skirmishers was of the last importance to an army so weak in the arts of woodcraft, and efforts were made to engage the services of the friendly Cherokees and Catawbas, many of whom came to the camp, where their caprice, insolence, and rapacity tried to the utmost the patience of the commanders. That of Sir John Sinclair had already been overcome by his dealings with the provincial authorities, and he wrote in good French at the tail of a letter to the Swiss colonel, "Adieu, my dear Bouquet. The greatest curse that our Lord can pronounce against the worst of sinners is to give them business to do with provincial commissioners and friendly Indians." A band of 60 warriors told Colonel Byrd that they would join the army on condition that it went by Braddock's road. This, wrote Forbes on hearing of the proposal, is a new system of military discipline, truly, and shows that my good friend Byrd is either made a cat's foot of himself, or little knows me if he imagines that 60 scoundrels are to direct me in my measures. Bouquet, with a pliant tact rarely seen in the born Briton, took great pains to please these troublesome allies, and went so far as to adopt one of them as his son. A considerable number joined the army, but they nearly all went off when the stock of presents provided for them was exhausted. Forbes was in total ignorance of the strength and movements of the enemy. The Indians reported their numbers to be at least equal to his own, but nothing could be learned from them with certainty, by reason of their inveterate habit of lying. Several scouting parties of whites were therefore sent forward, of which the most successful was that of a young Virginian officer, accompanied by a sergeant and 5 Indians. At a little distance from the French fort, the Indians stopped to paint themselves and practice incantations. The chief warrior of the party then took certain charms from an otter-skin bag and tied them about the necks of the other Indians. On that of the officer he hung the otter-skin itself, while to the sergeant he gave a small packet of paint from the same mystic receptacle. He told us, reports the officer, that none of us could be shot, for those things would turn the balls from us, and then he shook hands with us, and told us to go and fight like men. Thus, armed against fate, they mounted the high ground, afterwards called Grant's Hill, where, covered by trees and bushes, they had a good view of the fort, and saw plainly that the reports of the French force were greatly exaggerated. Meanwhile, Bouquet's men pushed on the heavy work of road-making up the main range of the Alleghanies, and, what proved far worse, the parallel mountain ridge of Laurel Hill, hewing, digging, blasting, laying fascines and gabions to support the track along the sides of steep declivities, or worming their way like moles through the jungle of swamp and forest. Forbes described the country to Pitt as an immense uninhabited wilderness, overgrown everywhere with trees and brushwood, so that nowhere can one see 20 yards. In truth, as far as eye or mind could reach, a prodigious forest vegetation spread its impervious canopy over hill, valley, and plain, and wrapped the stern and awful waste in the shadows of the tomb. End of section 50. Section 51 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22, Part 2. Having secured his magazines at Raystown and built a fort there named Fort Bedford, Bouquet made a forward movement of some 40 miles, crossed the main Allegheny and Laurel Hill, and, taking post on a stream called Loyalhannon Creek, began another depot of supplies as a base for the final advance on Fort Duquesne, which was scarcely 50 miles distant. Vaudreuil had learned from prisoners the march of Forbes, and with his usual egotism announced to the colonial minister what he had done in consequence. I have provided for the safety of Fort Duquesne. I have sent reinforcements to Monsieur de Linares, who commands there. I have done the impossible to supply him with provisions,
and I am now sending them in abundance, in order that the troops I may perhaps have occasion to send to drive off the English may not be delayed. A stronger fort is needed on the Ohio, but I cannot build one till after the peace. Then I will take care to build such a one as will thenceforth keep the English out of that country." Some weeks later he was less confident and very anxious for news from Ligneris. He says that he has sent him all the succors he could and ordered troops to go to his aid from Niagara, Detroit, and Illinois, as well as the militia of Detroit, with the Indians there and elsewhere in the West, Hurons, Ottawas, Potawatomis, Miamis, and the other tribes. What he fears is that the English will not attack the fort till all these Indians have grown tired of waiting and have gone home again. This was precisely the intention of Forbes, and the chief object of his long delays. He had another good reason for making no haste. There was hope that the Delaware and the Shawanoes, who lived within easy reach of Fort Duquesne, and who for the past 3 years had spread havoc throughout the English border, might now be won over from the French alliance. Forbes wrote to Bouquet from Shippensburg. After many intrigues with Quakers, the provincial commissioners, the governor, etc., and by the downright bullying of Sir William Johnson, I hope I have now brought about a general convention of the Indians. The convention was to include the 5 nations, the Delawares, the Shawanoes, and other tribes who had accepted wampum belts of invitation and promised to meet the governor and commissioners of the various provinces at the town of Easton before the middle of September. This seeming miracle was wrought by several causes. The Indians in the French interest, always greedy for presents, had not of late got enough to satisfy them. Many of those destined for them had been taken on the way from France by British cruisers, and the rest had passed through the hands of official knaves, who sold the greater part for their own profit. Again, the goods supplied by French fur traders were few and dear, and the Indians remembered with regret the abundance and comparative cheapness of those they had from the English before the war. At the same time, it was reported among them that a British army was marching to the Ohio strong enough to drive out the French from all that country, and the Delawares and the Shawanoes of the West began to waver in their attachment to the falling cause. The eastern Delawares, living at Wyoming and elsewhere on the upper Susquehanna, had made their peace with the English in the summer before, and their great chief, Tediuscung, thinking it for his interest that the tribes of the Ohio should follow his example, sent them wampum belts, inviting them to lay down the hatchet. The 5 nations, with Johnson at one end of the Confederacy and Joncaire at the other, the one cajoling them in behalf of England, the other in behalf of France, were still divided in council. But even among the Senecas, the tribe most under Joncaire's influence, there was a party so far inclined to England that, like the Delaware chief, they sent wampum to the Ohio inviting peace. But the influence most potent in reclaiming the warriors of the West was of a different kind. Christian Frederick Post, a member of the Moravian Brotherhood, had been sent at the instance of Forbes as an envoy to the hostile tribes from the governor and council of Pennsylvania. He spoke the Delaware language, knew the Indians well, had lived among them, had married a converted squaw, and by his simplicity of character directness, and perfect honesty gained their full confidence. He now accepted his terrible mission, and calmly prepared to place himself in the clutches of the tiger. He was a plain German, upheld by a sense of duty and a single-hearted trust in God. Alone, with no great disciplined organization to impel and support him, and no visions and illusions such as kindled and sustained the splendid heroism of the early Jesuit martyrs. Yet his errand was no whit less perilous, and here we may notice the contrast between the mission settlements of the Moravians in Pennsylvania and those which the later Jesuits and the Sulpicians had established at Caughnawaga, St. Francis, La Presentation, and other places. The Moravians were apostles of peace, and they succeeded to a surprising degree in weaning their converts from their ferocious instincts and warlike habits, while the mission Indians of Canada retained all their native fierceness and were systematically impelled to use their tomahawks against the enemies of the Church. Their wigwams were hung with scalps, male and female, adult and infant, and these so-called missions were but nests of baptized savages who wore the crucifix instead of the medicine bag and were encouraged by the government for purposes of war. The Moravian envoy made his way to the Delaware town of Cushkey on Beaver Creek, northwest of Fort Duquesne, where the three chiefs known as King Beaver, Shingas, and Delaware George received him kindly and conducted him to another town on the same stream. Here his reception was different. A crowd of warriors, their faces distorted with rage, surrounded him, brandishing knives, and threatened to kill him. But others took his part, and order being at last restored, he read them his message from the governor, which seemed to please them. They insisted, however, that he should go with them to Fort Duquesne, in order that the Indians assembled there might hear it also. Against this dangerous proposal he protested in vain. On arriving near the fort, the French demanded that he should be given up to them, and being refused, offered a great reward for his scalp, on which his friends advised him to keep close by the campfire, as parties were out with intent to kill him. Accordingly, says Post, I stuck to the fire as if I had been chained there. On the next day the Indians, with a great many French officers, came out to hear what I had to say. The officers brought with them a table, pens, ink, and paper. I spoke in the midst of them with a free conscience, and perceived by their looks that they were not pleased with what I said. The substance of his message was an invitation to the Indians to renew the old chain of friendship, joined with the warning that an English army was on its way to drive off the French, and that they would do well to stand neutral. He addressed an audience filled with an inordinate sense of their own power and importance, believing themselves greater and braver than either of the European nations, and yet deeply jealous of both. We have heard, they said, that the French and English mean to kill all the Indians and divide the land among themselves, and on this string they harped continually. If they had known their true interest, they would have made no peace with the English, but would have united as one man to form a barrier of fire against their farther progress. For the West in English hands meant farms, villages, cities, the ruin of the forest, the extermination of the game, and the expulsion of those who lived on it, while the West in French hands meant but scattered posts of war and trade, with the native tribes cherished as indispensable allies. After waiting some days, the 3 tribes of the Delawares met in council, and made their answer to the message brought by post. It was worthy of a proud and warlike race, and was to the effect that since their brothers of Pennsylvania wished to renew the old peace chain, they on their part were willing to do so, provided that the wampum belt should be sent to them in the name, not of Pennsylvania alone, but of the rest of the provinces also. Having now accomplished his errand, Post wished to return home, but the Indians were seized with an excess of distrust, and would not let him go. This jealousy redoubled when they saw him writing in his notebook. "It is a troublesome cross and heavy yoke to draw this people," he says. "They can punish and squeeze a body's heart to the utmost. There came some together and examined me about what I had wrote yesterday. I told them I writ what was my duty. Brothers, I tell you, I am not afraid of you. I have a good conscience before God and man. I tell you, brothers, there is a bad spirit in your hearts, which breeds jealousy, and will keep you ever in fear." At last they let him go, and eluding a party that lay in wait for his scalp, he journeyed 12 days through the forest, and reached Fort Augusta with the report of his mission. As the result of it, a great convention of white men and red was held at Easton in October. The neighboring provinces had been asked to send their delegates, and some of them did so, while belts of invitation were sent to the Indians far and near. Sir William Johnson, for reasons best known to himself, at first opposed the plan, but was afterwards led to favor it and to induce tribes under his influence to join in the grand pacification. The 5 nations, with the smaller tribes lately admitted into their confederacy, the Delawares of the Susquehanna, the Mohegans, and several kindred bands, all had their representatives at the meeting. The conferences lasted 19 days, with the inevitable formalities of such occasions, and the weary repetition of conventional metaphors and long-winded speeches. At length, every difficulty being settled, the governor of Pennsylvania, in behalf of all the English, rose with a wampum belt in his hand and addressed the tawny congregation thus: "By this belt we heal your wounds, we remove your grief, we take the hatchet out of your heads, we make a hole in the earth and bury it so deep that nobody can dig it up again." Then, laying the first belt before them, he took another, very large, made of white wampum beads, in token of peace. "By this belt we renew all our treaties, we brighten the chain of friendship, we put fresh earth to the roots of the tree of peace, that it may bear up against every storm, and live and nourish while the sun shines and the rivers run." And he gave them the belt with the request that they would send it to their friends and allies, and invite them to take hold also of the chain of friendship. Accordingly, all present agreed on a joint message of peace to the tribes of the Ohio. Frederick Post, with several white and Indian companions, was chosen to bear it. A small escort of soldiers that attended him as far as the Allegheny was cut to pieces on its return by a band of the very warriors to whom he was carrying his offers of friendship, and other tenants of the grim and frowning wilderness met the invaders of their domain with inhospitable greetings. "The wolves made a terrible music this night," he writes at his first bivouac after leaving Loyalhannon. When he reached the Delaware towns, his reception was ominous. The young warriors said, "Anybody can see with half an eye that the English only mean to cheat us. Let us knock the messengers in the head." Some of them had attacked an English outpost and had been repulsed. Hence, in the words of Post, they were possessed with a murdering spirit, and with bloody vengeance were thirsty and drunk. I said, "As God has stopped the mouths of the lions that they could not devour Daniel, so he will preserve us from their fury." The chiefs and elders were of a different mind from their fierce and capricious young men. They met during the evening in the log house where Post and his party lodged, and here a French officer presently arrived with a string of wampum from the commandant, inviting them to help him drive back the army of Forbes. The string was scornfully rejected. They kicked it from one to another as if it were a snake. Captain Peter took a stick, and with it flung the string from one end of the room to the other, and said, "Give it to the French captain. He boasted of his fighting, now let us see him fight. We have often ventured our lives for him, and got hardly a loaf of bread in return, and now he thinks we shall jump to serve him." Then we saw the French captain mortified to the uttermost. He looked pale as death. The Indians discoursed and joked till midnight, and the French captain sent messengers at midnight to Fort Duquesne. There was a grand council at which the French officer was present, and Post delivered the peace message from the council at Easton, along with another with which Forbes had charged him. The messages pleased all the hearers except the French captain. He shook his head in bitter grief and often changed countenance. Isaac Still, an Indian, ran him down with great boldness and pointed at him, saying, "There he sits." They all said the French always deceived us, pointing at the French captain, who, bowing down his head, turned quite pale and could look no one in the face. All the Indians began to mock and laugh at him. He could hold it no longer and went out. End of section 51. Section 52 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 22, Part 3. The overtures of peace were accepted, and the Delawares, Shawanoes, and Mingoes were no longer enemies of the English. The loss was the more disheartening to the French, since, some weeks before, they had gained a success which they hoped would confirm the adhesion of all their wavering allies. Major Grant of the Highlanders had urged Bouquet to send him to reconnoitre Fort Duquesne, capture prisoners, and strike a blow that would animate the assailants and discourage the assailed. Bouquet, forgetting his usual prudence, consented, and Grant set out from the camp at Loyalhannon with about 800 men, Highlanders, Royal Americans, and Provincials. On the 14th of September, at 2 a.m, he reached the top of the rising ground, thenceforth called Grant's Hill, half a mile or more from the French fort. The forest and the darkness of the night hid him completely from the enemy. He ordered Major Lewis of the Virginians to take with him half the detachment, descend to the open plain before the fort, and attack the Indians known to be encamped there, after which he was to make a feigned retreat to the hill, where the rest of the troops were to lie in ambush and receive the pursuers. Lewis set out on his errand, while Grant waited anxiously for the result. Dawn was near, and all was silent, till at length Lewis returned and incensed his commander by declaring that his men had lost their way in the dark woods and fallen into such confusion that the attempt was impracticable. The morning twilight now began, but the country was wrapped in thick fog. Grant abandoned his first plan and sent a few Highlanders into the cleared ground to burn a warehouse that had been seen there. He was convinced that the French and their Indians were too few to attack him, though their numbers, in fact, were far greater than his own. Infatuated with this idea, and bent on taking prisoners, he had the incredible rashness to divide his force in such a way that the several parts could not support each other. Lewis, with 200 men, was sent to guard the baggage 2 miles in the rear, where a company of Virginians under Captain Bullitt was already stationed. 100 Pennsylvanians were posted far off on the right towards the Allegheny, while Captain Mackenzie, with a detachment of Highlanders, was sent to the left towards the Monongahela. Then, the fog having cleared a little, Captain MacDonald, with another company of Highlanders, was ordered into the open plain to reconnoitre the fort and make a plan of it, Grant himself remaining on the hill with 100 of his own regiment and a company of Maryland men. In order to put on a good countenance, he says, and convince our men they had no reason to be afraid, I gave directions to our drums to beat the reveille. The troops were in an advantageous post, and I must own I thought we had nothing to fear. MacDonald was at this time on the plain, midway between the woods and the fort, and in full sight of it. The roll of the drums from the hill was answered by a burst of war whoops, and the French came swarming out like hornets, many of them in their shirts, having just leapt from their beds. They all rushed upon MacDonald and his men, who met them with a volley that checked their advance, on which they surrounded him at a distance and tried to cut off his retreat. The Highlanders broke through and gained the woods with the loss of their commander, who was shot dead. A crowd of French followed close and soon put them to rout, driving them and Mackenzie's party back to the hill where Grant was posted. Here there was a hot fight in the forest, lasting about 3/4 of an hour. At length the force of numbers, the novelty of the situation, and the appalling yells of the Canadians and Indians completely overcame the Highlanders, so intrepid in the ordinary situations of war. They broke away in a wild and disorderly retreat. Fear, says Grant, got the better of every other passion, and I trust I shall never again see such a panic among troops. His only hope was in the detachment he had sent to the rear under Lewis to guard the baggage. But Lewis and his men, when they heard the firing in front, had left their post and pushed forward to help their comrades, taking a straight course through the forest, while Grant was retreating along the path by which he advanced the night before. Thus they missed each other, and when Grant reached the spot where he expected to find Lewis, he saw to his dismay that nobody was there but Captain Bullitt and his company. He cried in despair that he was a ruined man, not without reason, for the whole body of French and Indians was upon him. Such of his men as held together were forced towards the Alleghany, and, writes Bouquet, would probably have been cut to pieces but for Captain Bullitt and his Virginians, who kept up the fight against the whole French force till 2/3 of them were killed. They were offered quarter, but refused it, and the survivors were driven at last into the Alleghany, where some were drowned and others swam over and escaped. Grant was surrounded and captured, and Lewis, who presently came up, was also made prisoner, along with some of his men, after a stiff resistance. Thus ended this mismanaged affair, which cost the English 273 killed, wounded, and taken. The rest got back safe to Loyalhannon. The invalid general was deeply touched by this reverse, yet expressed himself with a moderation that does him honor. He wrote to Bouquet from Raystown, "Your letter of the 17th I read with no less surprise than concern, as I could not believe that such an attempt would have been made without my knowledge and concurrence. The breaking in upon our fair and flattering hopes of success touches me most sensibly. There are 2 wounded Highland officers just now arrived, who give so lame an account of the matter that one can draw nothing from them, only that my friend Grant most certainly lost his wits, and by his thirst of fame brought on his own perdition, and ran great risk of ours." The French pushed their advantage with spirit. Early in October, a large body of them hovered in the woods about the camp at Loyalhannon, drove back a detachment sent against them, approached under cover of the trees, and, though beaten off, withdrew deliberately after burying their dead and killing great numbers of horses and cattle. But with all their courageous energy, their position was desperate. The militia of Louisiana and the Illinois left the fort in November and went home. The Indians of Detroit and the Wabash would stay no longer, and worse yet, the supplies destined for Fort Duquesne had been destroyed by Bradstreet at Fort Frontenac. Hence Ligneris was compelled by prospective starvation to dismiss the greater part of his force and await the approach of his enemy with those that remained. His enemy was in a plight hardly better than his own. Autumnal rains, uncommonly heavy and persistent, had ruined the newly cut road. On the mountains the torrents tore it up, and in the valleys the wheels of the wagons and cannon churned it into soft mud. The horses, overworked and underfed, were fast breaking down. The forest had little food for them, and they were forced to drag their own oats and corn, as well as supplies for the army, through 200 miles of wilderness. In the wretched condition of the road, this was no longer possible. The magazines of provisions formed at Raystown and Loyalhannon to support the army on its forward march were emptied faster than they could be filled. Early in October the elements relented, the clouds broke, the sky was bright again, and the sun shone out in splendor on mountains radiant in the livery of autumn. A gleam of hope revisited the heart of Forbes. It was but a flattering illusion. The sullen clouds returned, and a chill, impenetrable veil of mist and rain hid the mountains and the trees. Dejected nature wept and would not be comforted. Above, below, around, all was trickling, oozing, pattering, gushing. In the miserable encampments, the starved horses stood steaming in the rain, and the men crouched, disgusted, under their dripping tents, while the drenched picket guard in the neighbouring forest paced dolefully through black mire and spongy mosses. The rain turned to snow. The descending flakes clung to the many-coloured foliage or melted from sight in the trench of half-liquid clay that was called a road. The wheels of the wagons sank in it to the hub, and to advance or retreat was alike impossible. Forbes, from his sick-bed at Raystown, wrote to Bouquet, "Your description of the road pierces me to the very soul," and a few days later to Pitt, "I am in the greatest distress, occasioned by rains unusual at this season, which have rendered the clay roads absolutely impracticable. If the weather does not favour, I shall be absolutely locked up in the mountains. I cannot form any judgment how I am to extricate myself, as everything depends on the weather, which snows and rains frightfully." There was no improvement. In the next week he writes to Bouquet, "These 4 days of constant rain have completely ruined the road. The wagons would cut it up more in an hour than we could repair in a week. I have written to General Abercrombie, but have not had one scrape of a pen from him since the beginning of September. So it looks as if we were either forgot or left to our fate." Wasted and tortured by disease, the perplexed commander was forced to burden himself with a multitude of details which would else have been neglected, and to do the work of commissary and quartermaster as well as general. "My time," he writes, "is disagreeably spent between business and medicine." In the beginning of November he was carried to Loyalhannon, where the whole army was then gathered. There was a council of officers, and they resolved to attempt nothing more that season. But a few days later 3 prisoners were brought in, who reported the defenceless condition of the French, on which Forbes gave orders to advance again. The wagons and all the artillery, except a few light pieces, were left behind, and on the 18th of November 2,500 picked men marched for Fort Duquesne, without tents or baggage, and burdened only with knapsacks and blankets. Washington and Colonel Armstrong of the Pennsylvanians had opened a way for them by cutting a road to within a day's march of the French fort. On the evening of the 24th, the detachment encamped among the hills of Turkey Creek, and the men on guard heard at midnight a dull and heavy sound booming over the western woods. Was it a magazine exploded by accident, or were the French blowing up their works? In the morning the march was resumed, a strong advance guard leading the way. Forbes came next, carried in his litter, and the troops followed in 3 parallel columns, the Highlanders in the centre under Montgomery, their colonel, and the Royal Americans and Provincials on the right and left under Bouquet and Washington. Thus, guided by the tap of the drum at the head of each column, they moved slowly through the forest, over damp, fallen leaves, crisp with frost, beneath an endless entanglement of bare grey twigs that sighed and moaned in the bleak November wind. It was dusk when they emerged upon the open plain and saw Fort Duquesne before them, with its background of wintry hills beyond the Monongahela and the Allegheny. During the last 3 miles they had passed the scattered bodies of those slain 2 months before at the defeat of Grant, and it is said that, as they neared the fort, the Highlanders were goaded to fury at seeing the heads of their slaughtered comrades stuck on poles, round which the kilts were hung derisively in imitation of petticoats. Their rage was vain. The enemy was gone. Only a few Indians lingered about the place, who reported that the garrison, to the number of 400 or 500, had retreated, some down the Ohio, some overland towards Presqu'île, and the rest, with their commander, up the Allegheny to Venango, called by the French Fort Machault. They had burned the barracks and storehouses and blown up the fortifications. The first care of the victors was to provide defence and shelter for those of their number on whom the dangerous task was to fall of keeping what they had won. A stockade was planted around a cluster of traders' cabins and soldiers' huts, which Forbes named Pittsburgh in honor of the great minister. It was not till the next autumn that General Stanwix built, hard by, the regular fortified work called Fort Pitt. Captain West, brother of Benjamin West the painter, led a detachment of Pennsylvanians, with Indian guides, through the forests of the Monongahela, to search for the bones of those who had fallen under Braddock. In the heart of the savage wood they found them in abundance, gnawed by wolves and foxes, and covered with the dead leaves of 4 successive autumns. Major Halkett of Forbes's staff had joined the party, and with the help of an Indian who was in the fight, he presently found 2 skeletons lying under a tree. In one of them he recognized, by a peculiarity of the teeth, the remains of his father, Sir Peter Halkett, and in the other he believed that he saw the bones of a brother who had fallen at his father's side. The young officer fainted at the sight. The 2 skeletons were buried together, covered with a Highland plaid, and the Pennsylvania woodsman fired a volley over the grave. The rest of the bones were indistinguishable, and being carefully gathered up, they were all interned in a deep trench dug in the freezing ground. The work of the new fort was pushed on apace, and the task of holding it for the winter was assigned to Lieutenant Colonel Mercer of the Virginians, with 200 provincials. The number was far too small. It was certain that, unless vigorously prevented by a counterattack, the French would gather in early spring from all their nearer western posts, Niagara, Detroit, Presqu'île, Le Bœuf, and Venango, to retake the place. But there was no food for a larger garrison, and the risk must be run. The rest of the troops, with steps quickened by hunger, began their homeward march early in December. We would soon make Monsieur de Ligneris shift his quarters at Venango, writes Bouquet, just after the fort was taken, if we only had provisions, but we are scarcely able to maintain ourselves a few days here. After God, the success of this expedition is entirely due to the general, who, by bringing about the treaty with the Indians at Easton, struck the French a stunning blow, wisely delayed our advance to wait the effects of that treaty, secured all our posts and left nothing to chance, and restricted the urgent solicitation to take Braddock's road, which would have been our destruction. In all his measures he has shown the greatest prudence, firmness, and ability. No sooner was his work done than Forbes fell into a state of entire prostration, so that for a time he could neither write a letter nor dictate one. He managed, however, 2 days after reaching Fort Duquesne, to send Amherst a brief notice of his success, adding, "I shall leave this place as soon as I am able to stand, but God knows when I shall reach Philadelphia, if I ever do." On the way back, a hut with a chimney was built for him at each stopping place, and on the 28th of December, Major Halkett writes from Tomahawk Camp, "How great was our disappointment on coming to this ground last night, to find that the chimney was unlaid, no fire made, nor any wood cut that would burn. This distressed the general to the greatest degree, by obliging him after his long journey to sit above 2 hours without any fire, exposed to a snowstorm, which had very near destroyed him entirely. But with great difficulty, by the assistance of some cordials, he was brought to. At length, carried all the way in his litter, he reached Philadelphia, where, after lingering through the winter, he died in March, and was buried with military honors in the chancel of Christ Church. If his achievement was not brilliant, its solid value was above price. It opened the Great West to English enterprise, took from France half their savage allies, and relieved the western borders from the scourge of Indian war. From southern New York to North Carolina, the frontier populations had cause to bless the memory of the steadfast and all-enduring soldier. So ended the campaign of 1758. The centre of the French had held its own triumphantly at Ticonderoga, but their left had been forced back by the capture of Louisbourg, and their right by that of Fort Duquesne, while their entire right wing had been well nigh cut off by the destruction of Fort Frontenac. The outlook was dark. Their own Indians were turning against them. "They have struck us," wrote Doreil to the Minister of War. "They have seized 3 canoes loaded with furs on Lake Ontario, and murdered the men in them, sad forerunner of what we have to fear. Peace, Monseigneur. Give us peace. Pardon me, but I cannot repeat that word too often." End of section 52. Section 53 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 23, 1758-1759. The Brink of Ruin. Never was a general in a more critical position than I was. God has delivered me. His be the praise. He gives me health, though I am worn out with labor, fatigue, and miserable dissensions that have determined me to ask for my recall. Heaven grant that I may get it. Thus wrote Montcalm to his mother after his triumph at Ticonderoga. That great exploit had entailed a train of vexations, for it stirred the envy of Vaudreuil, more especially as it was due to the troops of the line, with no help from the Indians, and very little from Canadians. The governor assured the colonial minister that the victory would have bad results, though he would give no hint what these might be, that Montcalm had mismanaged the whole affair, that he would have been beaten but for the manifest interposition of Heaven, and finally that he had failed to follow his, Vaudreuil's, directions, and had therefore enabled the English to escape. The real directions of the governor, dictated perhaps by dread lest his rival should reap laurels, were to avoid a general engagement, and it was only by setting them at naught that Abercrombie had been routed. After the battle, a sharp correspondence passed between the two chiefs. The governor, who had left Montcalm to his own resources before the crisis, sent him Canadians and Indians in abundance after it was over, while he cautiously refrained from committing himself by positive orders, repeated again and again that if these reinforcements were used to harass Abercrombie's communications, the whole English army would fall back to the Hudson and leave baggage and artillery a prey to the French. These preposterous assertions and tardy succours were thought by Montcalm to be a device for giving colour to the change that he had not only failed to deserve victory, but had failed also to make use of it. He did what was possible, and sent strong detachments to act in the English rear, which, though they did not and could not compel the enemy to fall back, caused no slight annoyance, till Rogers checked them by the defeat of Marin. Nevertheless, Vaudreuil pretended on one hand that Montcalm had done nothing with the Canadians and Indians sent him, and on the other that these same Canadians and Indians had triumphed over the enemy by their mere presence at Ticonderoga. It was my activity in sending these succours to Carillon, Ticonderoga, that forced the English to retreat. The Marquis de Montcalm might have made their retreat difficult, but it was in vain that I wrote to him, in vain that the colony troops, Canadians and Indians, begged him to pursue the enemy. The succours he speaks of were sent in July and August, while the English did not fall back till the 1st of November. Neither army left its position till the season was over, and Abercrombie did so only when he learned that the French were setting the example. Vaudreuil grew more and more bitter. As the King has entrusted this colony to me, I cannot help warning you of the unhappy consequences that would follow if the Marquis de Montcalm should remain here. I shall keep him by me till I receive your orders. It is essential that they reach me early. I pass over in silence all the infamous conduct and indecent talk he has held or countenanced, but I should be wanting in my duty to the King if I did not beg you to ask for his recall. He does not say what is meant by infamous conduct and indecent talk, but the allusion is probably to irreverent utterances touching the governor, in which the officers from France were apt to indulge, not always without the knowledge of their chief. Vaudreuil complained of this to Montcalm, adding, "I am greatly above it, and I despise it," to which the general replied, "You are right to despise gossip, supposing that there has been any. For my part, though I hear that I have been torn to pieces without mercy in your presence, I do not believe it." In these infelicities Bigot figures as peacemaker, though with no perceptible success. Vaudreuil's cup of bitterness was full when letters came from Versailles, ordering him to defer to Montcalm on all questions of war or of civil administration bearing up war. He had begged hard for his rival's recall, and in reply his rival was set over his head. The two yokefellows were excellently fitted to exasperate each other. Montcalm, with his southern vivacity of emotion and an impetuous, impatient volubility that sometimes forgot prudence, and Vaudreuil, always affable towards adherents, but full of suspicious egotism and restless jealousy that bristled within him at the very thought of his colleague. Some of the by-play of the quarrel may be seen in Montcalm's familiar correspondence with Bourlamaque. One day the governor, in his own house, brought up the old complaint that Montcalm, after taking Fort William Henry, did not take Fort Edward also. The general, for the 20th time, gave good reasons for not making the attempt. I ended, he tells Bourlamaque, by saying quietly that when I went to war I did the best I could, and that when one is not pleased with one's lieutenants, one had better take the field in person. He was very much moved, and muttered between his teeth that perhaps he would, at which I said that I should be delighted to serve under him. Madame de Vaudreuil wanted to put in her word. I said, Madame, saving due respect, permit me to have the honour to say that ladies ought not to talk war. She kept on. I said, Madame, saving due respect, permit me to have the honour to say that if Madame de Montcalm were here, and heard me talking war with Monsieur le Marquis de Vaudreuil, she would remain silent. This scene was in presence of 8 officers, 3 of them belonging to the colony troops, and a pretty story they will make of it. These letters to Bourlamaque, in their detestable handwriting, small, cramped, confused, without stops, and sometimes almost indecipherable, betray the writer's state of mind. I should like, as well as anybody, to be Marshal of France, but to buy the honour with the life I am leading here would be too much. He recounts the last news from Fort Duquesne just before its fall. Mutiny among the Canadians who want to come home, the officers busy with making money and stealing like mandarins. Their commander sets the example, and will come back with 300,000 or 400,000 francs. The pettiest ensign who does not gamble will have 10, 12, or 15,000. The Indians don't like Ligneris, who is drunk every day. Forgive the confusion of this letter. I have not slept all night with thinking of the robberies and mismanagement and folly. Pauvre Roy, pauvre France, cara patria. Oh, when shall we get out of this country? I think I would give half that I have to go home. Pardon this digression to a melancholy man. It is not that I have not still some remnants of gaiety, but what would seem such in anybody else is melancholy for a Languedocian. Burn my letter, and never doubt my attachment. I shall always say, happy he who is free from the proud yoke to which I am bound. When shall I see my chateau of Candiac, my plantations, my chestnut grove, my oil mill, my mulberry trees? Oh, bon Dieu, bonsoir, brûlez ma lettre. Never was dispute more untimely than that between these ill-matched colleagues. The position of the colony was desperate. Thus far the Canadians had never lost heart, but had obeyed with admirable alacrity the governor's call to arms, borne with patience the burdens and privations of the war, and submitted without revolt to the exactions and oppressions of Cadet and his crew, loyal to their native soil, loyal to their church, loyal to the wretched government that crushed and belittled them. When the able-bodied were ordered to the war, where 4/5 of them were employed in the hard and tedious work of transportation, the women, boys, and old men tilled the fields and raised a scanty harvest, which might always be, and sometimes was, taken from them in the name of the king. Yet the least destitute among them were forced every winter to lodge soldiers in their houses, for each of whom they were paid 15 francs a month, in return for substance devoured and wives and daughters debauched. No pains had been spared to keep up the courage of the people and feed them with flattering illusions. When the partisan officer Boishebert was tried for peculation, His council met the charge by extolling the manner in which he had fulfilled the arduous duty of encouraging the Acadians, putting on an air of triumph even in defeat, using threats, caresses, stratagems, painting our victories in vivid colors, hiding the strength and successes of the enemy, promising succors that did not and could not come, inventing plausible reasons why they did not come, and making new promises to set off the failure of the old, persuading a starved people to forget their misery, taking from some to give to others, and doing all this continually in the face of a superior enemy, that this country might be snatched from England and saved to France. What Boishebert was doing in Acadia, Vaudreuil was doing on a larger scale in Canada. By indefatigable lying, by exaggerating every success and covering over every reverse, he deceived the people and in some measure himself. He had in abundance the Canadian gift of gasconade, and boasted to the colonial minister that one of his countrymen was a match for from 3 to 10 Englishmen. It is possible that he almost believed it, for the midnight surprise of defenceless families and the spreading of panics among scattered border settlements were inseparable from his idea of war. Hence the high value he set on Indians, who in such work outdid the Canadians themselves. Sustained by the intoxication of flattering falsehoods, and not doubting that the blunders and weakness of the first years of the war gave the measure of English efficiency, the colonists had never suspected that they could be subdued. But now there was a change. The reverses of the last campaign, hunger, weariness, and possibly some incipient sense of atrocious misgovernment, began to produce their effect, and some, especially in the towns, were heard to murmur that further resistance was useless. The Canadians, though brave and patient, needed, like Frenchmen, the stimulus of success. "The people are alarmed," said the modest governor, "and would lose courage if my firmness did not rekindle their zeal to serve the king." Rapacity, folly, intrigue, falsehood will soon ruin this colony which has cost the king so dear, wrote Doreil to the Minister of War. We must not flatter ourselves with vain hope. Canada is lost if we do not have peace this winter. It has been saved by miracle in these past 3 years. Nothing but peace can save it now, in spite of all the efforts and the talents of Monsieur de Montcalm. Vaudreuil himself became thoroughly alarmed, and told the court in the autumn of 1758 that food, arms, munitions, and everything else were fast failing, and that without immediate peace or heavy reinforcements, all was lost. The condition of Canada was indeed deplorable. The St. Lawrence was watched by British ships. The harvest was meagre. A barrel of flour cost 200 francs. Most of the cattle and many of the horses had been killed for food. The people lived chiefly on a pittance of salt cod or on rations furnished by the king. All prices were inordinate. The officers from France were starving on their pay, while a league of indigenous and imported scoundrels fattened on the general distress. "What a country!" exclaims Montcalm. "Here all the knaves grow rich, and the honest men are ruined." Yet he was resolved to stand by it to the last, and wrote to the Minister of War that he would bury himself under its ruins. I asked for my recall after the glorious affair of the 8th of July, but since the state of the colony is so bad, I must do what I can to help it and retard its fall. The only hope was in a strong appeal to the court, and he thought himself fortunate in persuading Vaudreuil to consent that Bougainville should be commissioned to make it, seconded by Doreil. They were to sail in different ships, in order that at least one of them might arrive safe. Vaudreuil gave Bougainville a letter introducing him to the colonial minister in high terms of praise. He is, in all respects, better fitted than anybody else to inform you of the state of the colony. I have given him my instructions, and you can trust entirely in what he tells you. Concerning Doreil, he wrote to the Minister of War, I have full confidence in him, and he may be entirely trusted. Everyone here likes him. While thus extolling the friends of his rival, the governor took care to provide against the effects of his politic commendations, and wrote thus to his patron, the colonial minister. In order to condescend to the wishes of Monsieur de Montcalm, and leave no means untried to keep in harmony with him, I have given letters to Monsieur Doreil and Bougainville, but I have the honor to inform you, Monseigneur, that they do not understand the colony, and to warn you that they are creatures of Monsieur de Montcalm. The two envoys had sailed for France. Winter was close at hand, and the harbor of Quebec was nearly empty. One ship still lingered, the last of the season, and by her Montcalm sent a letter to his mother. You will be glad to have me write you up to the last moment to tell you for the 100th time that, occupied as I am with the state of New France, the preservation of the troops, the interest of the state, and my own glory, I think continually of you all. We did our best in 1756, 1757, and 1758, and so, God helping, we will do in 1759, unless you make peace in Europe. Then, shut from the outer world for half a year by barriers of ice, he waited what returning spring might bring forth. Both Bougainville and Doreil escaped the British cruisers and safely reached Versailles, where in the slippery precincts of the court, as new to him as they were treacherous, the young aide-de-camp justified all the confidence of his chief. He had interviews with the ministers, the king, and, more important than all, with Madame de Pompadour, whom he succeeded in propitiating, though not, it seems, without difficulty and delay. France, unfortunate by land and sea, with finances ruined and navy crippled, had gained one brilliant victory, and she owed it to Montcalm. She could pay for it in honors, if in nothing else. Montcalm was made lieutenant general, Lévis major general, Bourlamaque brigadier, and Bougainville colonel and chevalier of St. Louis, while Vaudreuil was solaced with the Grand Cross of that order. But when the two envoys asked substantial aid for the imperiled colony, the response was chilling. The colonial minister, Berryer, prepossessed against Bougainville by the secret warning of Vaudreuil, received him coldly and replied to his appeal for help. Monsieur, when the house is on fire, one cannot occupy oneself with the stable. At least, monsieur, nobody will say that you talk like a horse, was the irreverent answer. Bougainville laid 4 memorials before the court, in which he showed the desperate state of the colony and its dire need of help. Thus far, he said, Canada has been saved by the dissensions of the English colonies, but now, for the first time, they are united against her and prepared to put forth their strength. And he begged for troops, arms, munitions, food, and a squadron to defend the mouth of the St. Lawrence. The reply, couched in a letter to Montcalm, was to the effect that it was necessary to concentrate all the strength of the kingdom for a decisive operation in Europe, that therefore the aid required could not be sent, and that the king trusted everything to his zeal and generalship, joined with the valor of the victors of Ticonderoga. All that could be obtained was between 300 and 400 recruits for the regulars, 60 engineers, sappers, and artillerymen, and gunpowder, arms, and provisions sufficient, along with the supplies brought over by the contractor Cadet, to carry the colony through the next campaign. Montcalm had entrusted Bougainville with another mission, widely different. This was no less than negotiation of suitable marriages for the eldest son and daughter of his commander, with whom, in the confidence of friendships, he had had many conversations on the matter. He and I, Montcalm wrote to his mother, Madame de Saint-Véran, have 2 ideas touching these marriages. The first, romantic and chimerical; the second, good, practicable. Bougainville, invoking the aid of a lady of rank, a friend of the family, acquitted himself well of his delicate task. Before he embarked for Canada in early spring, a treaty was on foot for the marriage of the young Comte de Montcalm to an heiress of 16, while Mademoiselle de Montcalm had already become Madame d'Espagneuse. Her father will be delighted, says the successful negotiator. Again he crossed the Atlantic and sailed up the St. Lawrence as the portentous spring of 1759 was lowering over the dissolving snows of Canada. With him came a squadron bearing the supplies and the petty reinforcement which the court had vouchsafed. A little is precious to those who have nothing, said Montcalm on receiving them. Dispatches from the ministers gave warning of a great armament fitted out in English ports for the attack of Quebec, while a letter to the general from the Maréchal de Belleisle, Minister of War, told what was expected of him, and why he and the colony were abandoned to their fate. If we sent a large reinforcement of troops, said Belleisle, there would be great fear that the English would intercept them on the way, and as the king could never send you forces equal to those which the English are prepared to oppose to you, the attempt would have no other effect than to excite the Cabinet of London to increased efforts for preserving its superiority on the American continent. As we must expect the English to turn all their force against Canada and attack you on several sides at once, it is necessary that you limit your plans of defense to the most essential points and those most closely connected, so that, being concentrated within a smaller space, each part may be within reach of support and succor from the rest. How small soever may be the space you are able to hold, it is indispensable to keep a footing in North America, for if we once lose the country entirely, its recovery will be almost impossible. The king counts on your zeal, courage, and persistency to accomplish this object, and relies on you to spare no pains and no exertions. Impart this resolution to your chief officers, and join with them to inspire your soldiers. I have answered for you to the king. I am confident that you will not disappoint me, and that for the glory of the nation, the good of the state, and your own preservation, you will go to the utmost extremity rather than submit to conditions as shameful as those imposed at Louisbourg, the memory of which you will wipe out. We will save this unhappy colony or perish, was the answer of Montcalm. It was believed that Canada would be attacked with at least 50,000 men. Vaudreuil had caused a census to be made of the governments of Montreal, Three Rivers, and Quebec. It showed a little more than 13,000 effective men. To these were to be added 3,500 troops of the line, including the late reinforcement 1,500 colony troops, a body of irregulars in Acadia, and the militia and coureurs de bois of Detroit and the other upper posts, along with from 1,000 to 2,000 Indians who could still be counted on. Great as was the disparity of numbers, there was good hope that the centre of the colony could be defended, for the only avenues by which an enemy could approach were barred by the Rock of Quebec, the rapids of the St. Lawrence, and the strong position of Île aux Noix, at the outlet of Lake Champlain. Montcalm had long inclined to the plan of concentration enjoined on him by the Minister of War. Vaudreuil was of another mind. He insisted on still occupying Acadia and the forts of the upper country, matters on which he and the general exchanged a correspondence that widened the breach between them. Should every effort of resistance fail, and the invaders forced their way into the heart of Canada, Montcalm proposed the desperate resort of abandoning the valley of the St. Lawrence, descending the Mississippi with his troops, and as many as possible of the inhabitants, and making a last stand for France among the swamps of Louisiana. In April, before Bougainville's return, he wrote to his wife, "Can we hope for another miracle to save us? I trust in God. He fought for us on the 8th of July. Come what may, His will be done. I wait the news from France with impatience and dread. We have had none for 8 months, and who knows if much can reach us at all this year? How dearly I have to pay for the dismal privilege of figuring 2 or 3 times in the gazettes." A month later, after Bougainville had come, "Our daughter is well married. I think I would renounce every honor to join you again, but the king must be obeyed. The moment when I see you once more will be the brightest of my life. Adieu, my heart. I believe that I love you more than ever." Bougainville had brought sad news. He had heard before sailing from France that one of Montcalm's daughters was dead, but could not learn which of them. "I think," says the father, "that it must be poor Mirette, who was like me, and whom I loved very much." He was never to know if this conjecture was true. To Vaudreuil came a repetition of the detested order that he should defer to Montcalm on all questions of war, and moreover that he should not take command in person except when the whole body of the militia was called out, nor even then without consulting his rival. His ire and vexation produced an access of jealous self-assertion, and drove him into something like revolt against the ministerial command. If the English attack Quebec, I shall always hold myself free to go thither myself with most of the troops and all the militia and Indians I can assemble. On arriving, I shall give battle to the enemy, and I shall do so again and again till I have forced him to retire, or till he has entirely crushed me by excessive superiority of numbers. My obstinacy in opposing his landing will be the more apropos, as I have not the means of sustaining a siege. If I succeed as I wish, I shall next march to Carillon to arrest him there. You see, Monseigneur, that the slightest change in my arrangements would have the most unfortunate consequences. Whether he made good this valorous declaration will presently be seen. End of section 53. Section 54 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 24, 1758-1759. Wolfe. Captain John Knox of the 43rd Regiment had spent the winter in garrison at Fort Cumberland, on the hill of Beauséjour. For nearly 2 years he and his comrades had been exiles amid the wilds of Nova Scotia, and the monotonous inaction was becoming insupportable. The great marsh of Tantemar on the one side, and that of the Missaguash on the other, two vast flat tracts of glaring snow, bounded by dark hills of spruce and fir, were hateful to their sight. Shooting, fishing, or skating were a dangerous relief, for the neighborhood was infested by vermin, as they called the Acadians and their Micmac allies. In January, 4 soldiers and a ranger were waylaid not far from the fort, disabled by bullets, and then scalped alive. They were found the next morning on the snow, contorted in the agonies of death, and frozen like marble statues. St. Patrick's Day brought more cheerful excitements. The Irish officers of the garrisons gave their comrades a feast, having laid in during the autumn a stock of frozen provisions, that the festival of their saint might be duly honoured. All was hilarity at Fort Cumberland, where it is recorded that punch to the value of 12 pounds sterling, with a corresponding supply of wine and beer, was consumed on this joyous occasion. About the middle of April, a schooner came up the bay, bringing letters that filled men and officers with delight. The regiment was ordered to hold itself ready to embark for Louisbourg and join an expedition to the St. Lawrence, under command of Major General Wolfe. All that afternoon the soldiers were shouting and cheering in their barracks, and when they mustered for the evening roll call, there was another burst of huzzas. They waited in expectancy nearly 3 weeks, and then the transports which were to carry them arrived, bringing the provincials who had been hastily raised in New England to take their place. These Knox describes as a mean-looking set of fellows, of all ages and sizes, and without any kind of discipline, adding that their officers are sober, modest men, who, though of confined ideas, talk very clearly and sensibly, and make a decent appearance in blue, faced with scarlet, though the privates have no uniform at all. At last the 43rd set sail, the cannon of the fort saluting them, and the soldiers cheering lustily, overjoyed to escape from their long imprisonment. A gale soon began. The transports became separated. Knox's vessel sheltered herself for a time in Passamaquoddy Bay, then passed the Grand Menan and steered southward and eastward along the coast of Nova Scotia. A calm followed the gale, and they moved so slowly that Knox beguiled the time by fishing over the stern, and caught a halibut so large that he was forced to call for help to pull it in. Then they steered northeastward, now lost in fogs, and now tossed mercilessly on these boisterous waves, till on the 24th of May they saw a rocky and surf-lashed shore, with a forest of masts rising to all appearance out of it. It was the British fleet in the land-locked harbour of Louisbourg. On the left, as they sailed through the narrow passage, lay the town, scarred with shot and shell, the Red Cross floating over its battered ramparts, and around, in a wide semicircle, rose the bristling back of rugged hills, set thick with dismal evergreens. They passed the great ships of the fleet, and anchored among the other transports towards the head of the harbour. It was not yet free from ice, and the floating masses lay so thick in some parts that the reckless sailors, returning from leave on shore, jumped from one to another to regain their ships. There was a review of troops, and Knox went to see it, but it was over before he reached the place, where he was presently told of a characteristic reply just made by Wolfe to some officers who had apologized for not having taught their men the new exercise. "Po, po! New exercise, new fiddlestick. If they are otherwise well disciplined and will fight, that's all I shall require of them." Knox does not record his impressions of his new commander, which must have been disappointing. He called him afterwards a British Achilles, but in person, at least, Wolfe bore no likeness to the son of Peleus, for never was the soul of a hero cased in a frame so incongruous. His face, when seen in profile, was singular as that of the great Condé. The forehead and chin receded, the nose, slightly upturned, formed with the other features the point of an obtuse triangle. The mouth was by no means shaped to express resolution, and nothing but the clear, bright, and piercing eye bespoke the spirit within. On his head he wore a black three-cornered hat. His red hair was tied in a queue behind. His narrow shoulders, slender body, and long, thin limbs were cased in a scarlet frock, with broad cuffs and ample skirts that reached the knee, while on his left arm he wore a band of crape in mourning for his father, of whose death he had heard a few days before. James Wolfe was in his 33rd year. His father was an officer of distinction, Major General Edward Wolfe, and he himself, a delicate and sensitive child, but an impetuous and somewhat headstrong youth, had served the king since the age of 15. From childhood he had dreamed of the army and the wars. At 16 he was in Flanders, adjutant of his regiment, discharging the duties of the post in a way that gained him early promotion, and along with a painstaking assiduity, showing a precocious faculty for commanding men. He passed with credit through several campaigns, took part in the victory of Dettingen, and then went to Scotland to fight at Culloden. Next we find him at Stirling, Perth, and Glasgow, always ardent and always diligent, constant in military duty and giving his spare hours to mathematics and Latin. He presently fell in love, and, being disappointed, plunged into a variety of dissipations, contrary to his usual habits, which were far above the standard of that profligate time. At 23 he was a lieutenant colonel, commanding his regiment in the then dirty and barbarous town of Inverness, amid a disaffected and turbulent population whom it was his duty to keep in order. A difficult task, which he accomplished so well as to gain the special commendation of the king, and even the goodwill of the Highlanders themselves. He was 5 years among these northern hills, battling with ill health and restless under the intellectual barrenness of his surroundings. He felt his position to be in no way salutary, and wrote to his mother, "The fear of becoming a mere ruffian and of imbibing the tyrannical principles of an absolute commander, or giving way insensibly to the temptations of power, till I become proud, insolent, and intolerable. These considerations will make me wish to leave the regiment before next winter, that by frequenting men above myself I may know my true condition, and by discoursing with the other sex may learn some civility and mildness of carriage." He got leave of absence and spent 6 months in Paris, where he was presented at court and saw much of the best society. This did not prevent him from working hard to perfect himself in French, as well as in horsemanship, fencing, dancing, and other accomplishments, and from earnestly seeking an opportunity to study the various armies of Europe. In this he was thwarted by the stupidity and prejudice of the commander-in-chief, and he made what amends he could by extensive reading in all that bore on military matters. His martial instincts were balanced by strong domestic inclinations. He was fond of children, and after his disappointment in love used to say that they were the only true inducement to marriage. He was a most dutiful son, and wrote continually to both his parents. Sometimes he would philosophize on the good and ill of life, sometimes he held questionings with his conscience, and once he wrote to his mother in a strain of self-accusation not to be expected from a bold and determined soldier. His nature was a compound of tenderness and fire, which last sometimes showed itself in sharp and unpleasant flashes. His excitable temper was capable almost of fierceness, and he could now and then be needlessly stern. But towards his father, mother, and friends, he was a model of steady affection. He made friends readily and kept them, and was usually a pleasant companion, though subject to sallies of imperious irritability, which occasionally broke through his strong sense of good breeding. For this his susceptible constitution was largely answerable, for he was a living barometer, and his spirits rose and fell with every change of weather. In spite of his impatient outbursts, the officers whom he had commanded remained attached to him for life, and in spite of his rigorous discipline, he was beloved by his soldiers, to whose comfort he was always attentive. Frankness, directness, essential good feeling, and a high integrity atoned for all his faults. In his own view, as expressed to his mother, he was a person of very moderate abilities, aided by more than usual diligence, But this modest judgment of himself by no means deprived him of self-confidence, nor, in time of need, of self-assertion. He delighted in every kind of hardihood, and in his contempt for effeminacy, once said to his mother, "Better be a savage of some use than a gentle, amorous puppy, obnoxious to all the world." He was far from despising fame, but the controlling principles of his life were duty to his country and his profession, loyalty to the king, and fidelity to his own ideal of the perfect soldier. To the parent who was the confidant of his most intimate thoughts, he said, "All that I wish for myself is that I may at all times be ready and firm to meet the fate we cannot shun, and to die gracefully and properly when the hour comes." Never was wish more signally fulfilled. Again he tells her, "My utmost desire and ambition is to look steadily upon danger," and his desire was accomplished. His intrepidity was complete. No form of death had power to daunt him. Once and again, when bound on some deadly enterprise of war, he calmly counts the chances, whether or not he can compel his feeble body to bear him on till the work is done. A frame so delicately strung could not have been insensible to danger, but forgetfulness of self and the absorption of every faculty in the object before him shut out the sense of fear. He seems always to have been at his best in the thick of battle, most complete in his mastery over himself and over others. But it is in the intimacies of domestic life that one sees him most closely, and especially in his letters to his mother, from whom he inherited his frail constitution, without the beauty that distinguished her. "The greatest happiness that I wish for here is to see you happy. If you stay much at home, I will come and shut myself up with you for 3 weeks or a month, and play at piquet from morning till night, and you shall laugh at my short red hair as much as you please." The playing at piquet was a sacrifice to filial attachment, for the mother loved cards and the son did not. "Don't trouble yourself about my room or my bedclothes. Too much care and delicacy at this time would enervate me and complete the destruction of a tottering constitution. Such as it is, it must serve me now, and I'll make the best use of it while it holds." At the beginning of the war, his father tried to dissuade him from offering his services on board the fleet, and he replied in a letter to Mrs. Wolfe, "It is no time to think of what is convenient or agreeable. That service is certainly the best in which we are the most useful. For my part, I am determined never to give myself a moment's concern about the nature of the duty which His Majesty is pleased to order us upon. It will be a sufficient comfort to you two, as far as my person is concerned. At least it will be a reasonable consolation to reflect that the power which has hitherto preserved me may, if it be His pleasure, continue to do so. If not, that it is but a few days or a few years more or less, and that those who perish in their duty and in the service of their country die honorably." Then he proceeds to give particular directions about his numerous dogs, for the welfare of which, in his absence, he provides with anxious solicitude, especially for my friend Caesar, who has great merit and much good humor. After the unfortunate expedition against Rochefort, when the board of general officers appointed to inquire into the affair were passing the highest encomiums upon his conduct, his parents were at Bath, and he took possession of their house at Blackheath, whence he wrote to his mother, "I lie in your chamber, dress in the general's little parlour, and dine where you did. The most perceptible difference and change of affairs, exclusive of the bad table I keep, is the number of dogs in the yard. But by coaxing Ball, his father's dog, and rubbing his back with my stick, I have reconciled him with the new ones, and put them in some measure under his protection." When about to sail on the expedition against Louisbourg, he was anxious for his parents, and wrote to his uncle, Major Wolfe, at Dublin, "I trust you will give the best advice to my mother, and such assistance, if it should be wanted, as the distance between you will permit. I mention this because the general seems to decline apace, and narrowly escaped being carried off in the spring. She, poor woman, is in a bad state of health, and needs the care of some friendly hand. She has long and painful fits of illness, which by succession and inheritance are likely to devolve on me, since I feel the early symptoms of them." Of his friends, Guy Carleton, afterwards Lord Dorchester, and George Ward, the companion of his boyhood, he also asks help for his mother in his absence. His part in the taking of Louisbourg greatly increased his reputation. After his return, he went to Bath to recruit his health, and it seems to have been here that he wooed and won Miss Catherine Lowther, daughter of an ex-governor of Barbados, and sister of the future Lord Lonsdale. A betrothal took place, and Wolfe wore her portrait till the night before his death. It was a little before this engagement that he wrote to his friend, Lieutenant Colonel Rickson, "I have this day signified to Mr. Pitt that he may dispose of my slight carcass as he pleases, and that I am ready for any undertaking within the compass of my skill and cunning. I am in a very bad condition both with the gravel and rheumatism, but I had much rather die than decline any kind of service that offers. If I had followed my own taste, it would lead me into Germany. However, it is not our part to choose, but to obey. My opinion is that I shall join the army in America." Pitt chose him to command the expedition then fitting out against Quebec, made him a major general, though to avoid giving offense to older officers, he was to hold that rank in America alone, and permitted him to choose his own staff. Appointments made for merit and not through routine and patronage shocked the Duke of Newcastle, to whom a man like Wolfe was a hopeless enigma, and he told George II that Pitt's new general was mad. "Mad is he," returned the old king. "Then I hope he will bite some others of my generals." At the end of January the fleet was almost ready, and Wolfe wrote to his uncle Walter, "I am to act a greater part in this business than I wished. The backwardness of some of the older officers has in some measure forced the government to come down so low. I shall do my best and leave the rest to fortune, as perforce we must when there are not the most commanding abilities. We expect to sail in about 3 weeks. A London life and little exercise disagrees entirely with me, but the sea still more. If I have health and constitution enough for the campaign, I shall think myself a lucky man. What happens afterwards is of no great consequence." He sent to his mother an affectionate letter of farewell, went to Spithead, embarked with Admiral Saunders in the ship Neptune, and set sail on the 17th of February. In a few hours the whole squadron was at sea. The transports, the frigates, and the great line of battleships, with their ponderous armament and their freight of rude humanity, armed and trained for destruction, while on the heaving deck of the Neptune, wretched with seasickness and racked with pain, stood the gallant invalid who was master of it all. The fleet consisted of 22 ships of the line, with frigates, sloops of war, and a great number of transports. When Admiral Saunders arrived with his squadron off Louisbourg, he found the entrance blocked by ice, and was forced to seek harbourage at Halifax. The squadron of Admiral Holmes, which had sailed a few days earlier, proceeded to New York to take on board troops destined for the expedition, while the squadron of Admiral Durell steered for the St. Lawrence to intercept the expected ships from France. In May, the whole fleet, except the 10 ships with Durell, was united in the harbour of Louisbourg. 12,000 troops were to have been employed for the expedition, but several regiments expected from the West Indies were for some reason countermanded, while the accessions from New York and the Nova Scotia garrisons fell far short of the looked-for numbers. 3 weeks before leaving Louisbourg, Wolfe writes to his uncle Walter that he has an army of 9,000 men. The actual number seems to have been somewhat less. "Our troops are good," he informs Pitt, "and if valour can make amends for the want of numbers, we shall probably succeed." 3 brigadiers, all in the early prime of life, held command under him: Monckton, Townshend, and Murray. They were all his superiors in birth, and one of them, Townshend, never forgot that he was so. "George Townshend," says Walpole, "has thrust himself again into the service, and as far as wrong-headedness will go, it is very proper for a hero." The same caustic writer says further that he was of a proud, sullen, and contemptuous temper, and that he saw everything in an ill-natured and ridiculous light. Though his perverse and envious disposition made him a difficult colleague, Townshend had both talents and energy, as also had Monckton, the same officer who had commanded at the capture of Beauséjour in 1755. Murray, too, was well matched to the work in hand, in spite of some lingering remains of youthful rashness. On the 6th of June, the last ship of the fleet sailed out of Louisbourg harbour, the troops cheering and the officers drinking to the toast. British colours on every French fort, port, and garrison in America. The ships that had gone before lay to till the whole fleet was reunited, and then all steered together for the St. Lawrence. From the headland of Cape Egmont, the Micmac hunter, gazing far out over the shimmering sea, saw the horizon flecked with their canvas wings as they bore northward on their errand of havoc. End of section 54. Section 55 of Montcalm and Wolfe by Francis Parkman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 25, Part 1, 1759, Wolfe at Quebec. In early spring, the chiefs of Canada met at Montreal to settle a plan of defence. What at first they most dreaded was an advance of the enemy by way of Lake Champlain. Bourlamaque, with 3 battalions, was ordered to take post at Ticonderoga, hold it if he could, or if overcome by numbers, fall back to Île-aux-Noix, at the outlet of the lake. La Corne was sent with a strong detachment to entrench himself at the head of the rapids of the St. Lawrence, and oppose any hostile movement from Lake Ontario. Every able-bodied man in the colony, and every boy who could fire a gun, was to be called into the field. Vaudreuil sent a circular letter to the militia captains of all the parishes, with orders to read it to the parishioners. It exhorted them to defend their religion, their wives, their children, and their goods from the fury of the heretics, declared that he, the governor, would never yield up Canada on any terms whatever, and ordered them to join the army at once, leaving none behind but the old, the sick, the women, and the children. The bishop issued a pastoral mandate. On every side, dearest brethren, the enemy is making immense preparations. His forces, at least 6 times more numerous than ours, are already in motion. Never was Canada in a state so critical and full of peril. Never were we so destitute or threatened with an attack so fierce, so general, and so obstinate. Now, in truth, we may say, more than ever before, that our only resource is the powerful succor of our Lord. Then, dearest brethren, make every effort to deserve it. Seek first the kingdom of God, and all these things shall be added unto you. And he reproves their sins, exhorts them to repentance, and ordains processions, masses, and prayers. Vaudreuil bustled and boasted. In May he wrote to the minister, "The zeal with which I am animated for the service of the King will always make me surmount the greatest obstacles. I am taking the most proper measures to give the enemy a good reception whenever he may attack us. I keep in view the defence of Quebec. I have given orders in the parishes below to muster the inhabitants who are able to bear arms, and place women, cattle, and even hay and grain in places of safety. Permit me, Monseigneur, to beg you to have the goodness to assure His Majesty that, to whatever hard extremity I may be reduced, my zeal will be equally ardent and indefatigable, and that I shall do the impossible to prevent our enemies from making progress in any direction, or at least to make them pay extremely dear for it." Then he writes again to say that Amherst, with a great army, will, as he learns, attack Ticonderoga, that Bradstreet, with 6,000 men, will advance to Lake Ontario, and that 6,000 more will march to the Ohio. Whatever progress they may make, he adds, I am resolved to yield them nothing, but hold my ground even to annihilation. He promises to do his best to keep on good terms with Montcalm, and ends with a warm eulogy of Bigot. It was in the midst of all these preparations that Bougainville arrived from France with news that a great fleet was on its way to attack Quebec. The town was filled with consternation mixed with surprise, for the Canadians had believed that the dangerous navigation of the St. Lawrence
would deter their enemies from the attempt. Everybody, writes one of them, was stupefied at an enterprise that seemed so bold. In a few days a crowd of sails was seen approaching. They were not enemies, but friends. It was the fleet of the contractor Cadet, commanded by an officer named Cannon, and loaded with supplies for the colony. They anchored in the harbour, 18 sail in all, and their arrival spread universal joy. Admiral Durell had come too late to intercept them, catching but 3 stragglers that lagged behind the rest. Still others succeeded in eluding him, and before the 1st of June, 5 more ships had come safely into port. When the news brought by Bougainville reached Montreal, nearly the whole force of the colony, except the detachments of Bourlamaque and La Corne, was ordered to Quebec. Montcalm hastened thither, and Vaudreuil followed. The Governor-General wrote to the minister in his usual strain, as if all the hope of Canada rested in him. Such, he says, was his activity that, though very busy, he reached Quebec only a day and a half after Montcalm, and on arriving learned from his scouts that English ships of war had already appeared at Isle aux Coudres. These were the squadron of Durell. I expect, Vaudreuil goes on, to be sharply attacked, and that our enemies will make their most powerful efforts to conquer this colony. But there is no ruse, no resource, no means which my zeal does not suggest to lay snares for them, and finally, when the exigency demands it, to fight them with an ardour and even a fury which exceeds the range of their ambitious designs. The troops, the Canadians and the Indians, are not ignorant of the resolution I have taken, and from which I shall not recoil under any circumstance whatsoever. The burghers of this city have already put their goods and furniture in places of safety. The old men, women, and children hold themselves ready to leave town. My firmness is generally applauded. It has penetrated every heart, and each man says aloud, Canada, our native land, shall bury us under its ruins before we surrender to the English. This is decidedly my own determination, and I shall hold to it inviolably. He launches into high praise of the contractor Cadet, whose zeal for the service of the King and the defence of the colony he declares to be triumphant over every difficulty. It is necessary, he adds, that ample supplies of all kinds should be sent out in the autumn, with the distribution of which Cadet offers to charge himself, and to account for them at their first cost, but he does not say what prices his disinterested friend will compel the destitute Canadians to pay for them. 5 battalions from France, nearly all the colony troops, and the militia from every part of Canada poured into Quebec, along with 1,000 or more Indians, who at the call of Vaudreuil came to lend their scalping knives to the defence. Such was the ardour of the people that boys of 15 and men of 80 were to be seen in the camp. Isle aux Coudres and Isle d'Orléans were ordered to be evacuated, and an excited crowd on the Rock of Quebec watched hourly for the approaching fleet. Days passed and weeks passed, yet it did not appear. Meanwhile, Vaudreuil held council after council to settle a plan of defence. They were strange scenes. A crowd of officers of every rank, mixed pell-mell in a small room, pushing, shouting, elbowing each other, interrupting each other, till Montcalm, in despair, took each aside after the meeting was over, and made him give his opinion in writing. He himself had at first proposed to encamp the army on the plains of Abraham and the meadows of the St. Charles, making that river his line of defence. But he changed his plan, and with the concurrence of Vaudreuil, resolved to post his whole force on the St. Lawrence below the city, with his right resting on the St. Charles and his left on the Montmorency. Here, accordingly, the troops and militia were stationed as they arrived. Early in June, standing at the northeastern brink of the Rock of Quebec, one could have seen the whole position at a glance. On the curving shore from the St. Charles to the rocky gorge of the Montmorency, a distance of 7 or 8 miles, the whitewashed dwellings of the parish of Beauport stretched down the road in a double chain, and the fields on both sides were studded with tents, huts, and Indian wigwams. Along the borders of the St. Lawrence, as far as the eye could distinguish them, gangs of men were throwing up redoubts, batteries, and lines of entrenchment. About halfway between the two extremities of the encampment ran the little river of Beauport, and on the rising ground just beyond it stood a large stone house, round which the tents were thickly clustered, for here Montcalm had made his headquarters. A boom of logs, chained together, was drawn across the mouth of the St. Charles, which was further guarded by 2 hulks mounted with cannon. The bridge of boats that crossed the stream nearly a mile above formed the chief communication between the city and the camp. Its head, towards Beauport, was protected by a strong and extensive earthwork, and the banks of the stream on the Quebec side were also entrenched, to form a second line of defence in case the position at Beauport should be forced. In the city itself, every gate except the palace gate, which gave access to the bridge, was closed and barricaded. 106 cannon were mounted on the walls. A floating battery of 12 heavy pieces, a number of gunboats, 8 fireships, and several fire rafts formed the river defences. The largest merchantmen of Cannon's fleet were sacrificed to make the fireships, and the rest, along with the frigates that came with them, were sent for safety up the St. Lawrence beyond the river Richelieu, whence about 1,000 of their sailors returned to man the batteries and gunboats. In the camps along the Beauport shore were about 14,000 men, besides Indians. The regulars held the centre. The militia of Quebec and Three Rivers were on the right, and those of Montreal on the left. In Quebec itself there was a garrison of between 1,000 and 2,000 men under the Chevalier de Ramesay. Thus the whole number, including Indians, amounted to more than 16,000, and though the Canadians who formed the greater part of it were of little use in the open field, they could be trusted to fight well beyond entrenchments. Against this force, posted behind defensive works, on positions almost impregnable by nature, Wolfe brought less than 9,000 men available for operations on land. The steep and lofty heights that lined the river made the cannon of the ships for the most part useless, while the exigencies of the naval service forbade employing the sailors on shore. In 2 or 3 instances only, throughout the siege, small squads of them landed to aid in moving and working cannon, and the actual fighting fell to the troops alone. Vaudreuil and Bigot took up their quarters with the army. The Governor-General had delegated the command of the land forces to Montcalm, whom, in his own words, he authorized to give orders everywhere, provisionally. His relations with him were more than ever anomalous and critical, for while Vaudreuil, in virtue of his office, had a right to supreme command, Montcalm, now a lieutenant-general, held a military grade far above him, and the governor, while always writing himself down in his dispatches as the head and front of every movement, had too little self-confidence not to leave the actual command in the hands of his rival. Days and weeks wore on, and the first excitement gave way to restless impatience. Why did not the English come? Many of the Canadians thought that heaven would interpose and wreck the English fleet, as it had wrecked that of Admiral Walker half a century before. There were processions, prayers, and vows towards this happy consummation. Food was scarce. Bigot and Cadet lived in luxury. Fowls by thousands were fattened with wheat for their tables, while the people were put on rations of 2 ounces of bread a day. Durell and his ships were reported to be still at Isle aux Coudres. Vaudreuil sent thither a party of Canadians, and they captured 3 midshipmen, who, says Montcalm, had gone ashore pour polissonner, that is, on a lark. These youths were brought to Quebec, where they increased the general anxiety by grossly exaggerating the English force. At length it became known that 8 English vessels were anchored in the north channel of Orleans, and on the 21st of June the masts of 3 of them could plainly be seen. One of the fireships was consumed in a vain attempt to burn them, and several fire rafts and a sort of infernal machine were tried with no better success. The unwelcome visitors still held their posts. Meanwhile, the whole English fleet had slowly advanced, piloted by Denys de Vitre, a Canadian of good birth, captured at sea some time before, and now compelled to serve under a threat of being hanged if he refused. Nor was he alone, for when Durell reached the place where the river pilots were usually taken on board, he raised a French flag to his masthead, causing great rejoicing among the Canadians on shore, who thought that a fleet was come to their rescue and that their country was saved. The pilots launched their canoes and came out to the ships, where they were all made prisoners. Then the French flag was lowered, and the Red Cross displayed in its stead. The spectators on shore turned from joy to despair, and a priest who stood watching the squadron with a telescope is said to have dropped dead with the revulsion of feeling. Towards the end of June, the main fleet was near the mountain of Cape Tourmente. The passage, called the Traverse, between the Cape and the lower end of the island of Orleans, was reputed one of the most dangerous parts of the St. Lawrence, and as the ships successfully came up, the captive pilots were put on board to carry them safely through, on pain of death. One of these men was assigned to the transport Goodwill, in which was Captain Knox, who spoke French, and who reports thus in his diary: "He gasconaded at a most extravagant rate, and gave us to understand that it was much against his will that he was to become an English pilot. The poor fellow assumed great latitude in his conversation, and said he made no doubt that some of the fleet would return to England, but they should have a dismal tale to carry with them, for Canada should be the grave of the whole army, and he expected in a short time to see the walls of Quebec ornamented with English scalps." Had it not been in obedience to the admiral, who gave orders that he should not be ill-used, he would certainly have been thrown overboard. The master of the transport was an old sailor named Killick, who despised the whole Gallic race, and had no mind to see his ship in charge of a Frenchman. He would not let the pilot speak, continues Knox, but fixed his mate at the helm, charged him not to take orders from any person but himself, and going forwards with his trumpet to the forecastle, gave the necessary instructions. All that could be said by the commanding officer and the other gentlemen on board was to no purpose. The pilot declared we should be lost, for that no French ship ever presumed to pass there without a pilot. "Aye, aye, my dear," replied our son of Neptune, "but damn me, I'll convince you that an Englishman shall go where a Frenchman dare not show his nose." The Richmond frigate being close astern of us, the commanding officer called out to the captain and told him our case. He inquired who the master was, and was answered from the forecastle by the man himself, who told him he was old Killick, and that was enough. I went forward with this experienced mariner, who pointed out the channel to me as we passed, showing me by the ripple and colour of the water where there was any danger, and distinguishing the places where there were ledges of rocks, to me invisible, from banks of sand, mud, or gravel. He gave his orders with great unconcern, joked with the sounding boats which lay off on each side with different coloured flags for our guidance, and when any of them called to him and pointed to the deepest water, he answered, "Aye, aye, my dear, chalk it down. A damned dangerous navigation, eh? If you don't make a sputter about it, you'll get no credit in England." After we had cleared this remarkable place, where the channel forms a complete zigzag, the master called to his mate to give the helm to somebody else, saying, "Damn me if there are not 1,000 places in the Thames 50 times more hazardous than this. I am ashamed that Englishmen should make such a rout about it." The Frenchman asked me if the captain had not been there before. I assured him in the negative, upon which he viewed him with great attention, lifting at the same time his hands and eyes to heaven with astonishment and fervency. Vaudreuil was blamed for not planting cannon at a certain plateau on the side of the mountain of Cape Tourmente, where the gunners would have been inaccessible, and whence they could have battered every passing ship with a plunging fire. As it was, the whole fleet sailed safely through. On the 26th, they were all anchored off the south shore of the island of Orleans, a few miles from Quebec, and, writes Knox, "Here we are entertained with a most agreeable prospect of a delightful country on every side. Windmills, watermills, churches, chapels, and compact farmhouses, all built with stone, and covered, some with wood, and others with straw. The lands appear to be everywhere well cultivated, and with the help of my glass I can discern that they are sowed with flax, wheat, barley, peas, etc., and the grounds are enclosed with wooden pails. The weather today is agreeably warm. A light fog sometimes hangs over the highlands, but in the river we have a fine, clear air. In the curve of the river, while we were under sail, we had a transient view of a stupendous natural curiosity called the waterfall of Montmorency." End of section 55.